All right. Welcome to the City Council regular meeting for San Gabriel. Today is Tuesday, June 2nd, 2026. The meeting is called to order at 6:31 p.m. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. Please stand. Place your hands on your heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
All right. Clerk, roll call, please.
Mayor Chan,
Here.
Vice Mayor Ding,
Yeah.
Councilmember Herrera Avila,
Present.
Councilmember Menchaca. Here. Councilmember Wu.
Here.
All right. We will now have some announcements from our Chief City Clerk.
Tonight's meeting is live streamed on the city's online platforms. If you wish to address the City Council during tonight's meeting, we request that you please complete a speaker's card and hand it to the clerk at this time. When speaking, please state your name for the record. Please note that interactions between the City Council, city staff, and the public during meetings are subject to the city's rules of decorum.
Okay, now we move to approval of agenda order. Are there any objections to the agenda order? Seeing none, the agenda order is approved. Okay, next item, please.
Presentations. LGBTQ plus Pride Month. Mayor Chan will make the presentation. The full text of the proclamation is available on the city's website.
All right, thank you. Whereas City Council and staff have committed to make San Gabriel an inclusive and welcoming community for all, including the LGBTQ plus community, and whereas all members of the San Gabriel community have the right to feel safe, not be discriminated against, and to live without the threat of harassment, and whereas the City of San Gabriel takes pride in the fact that we are a vibrant, diverse community and proudly joins other communities in striving to build a stronger, better state and nation for all residents. Now, therefore, I, Eric L. Chan, Mayor of the City of San Gabriel, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim June 2026 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month in the City of San Gabriel and invite everyone to join in this special observance. Next item, please.
Public comment. This is the time set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on consent calendar items and on items of interest that are not on the agenda but are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the San Gabriel City Council. Mr. Mayor, I have no speaker cards.
No speaker cards? All right. And next item, please.
Consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine, and recommendations will be approved in one motion unless a member of the City Council requests separate discussion.
All right. So would any of my colleagues like to pull an item for separate discussion? No?
Okay, so I'll just move to approve the consent agenda.
I second.
Okay. So we have a motion by Councilwoman Menchaca and a second by Councilman Herrera Avila. So let us please vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
All right. Next item, please.
Public hearing A, proposed citywide fee schedule for fiscal year 2026 to 2027.
I now open the public hearing. Assistant Finance Director Linda Tang will make the staff presentation. Hi, Linda.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. My name is Linda Tang, Assistant Finance Director for the city. Tonight, we're presenting the proposed master fee schedule for fiscal year 2026-2027. Any approved update to the citywide fee schedule will be effective July 1st of 2026. This slide here provides basic explanation of some various revenue types that we have here in the city. The first category we have there at the top, the users and regulatory fee. Users' fees are charged for the use of public service or programs. An example of that will be our various recreation programs. Regulatory fees, fees charged for regulatory activities such as inspections and building permits when it needs to be done. Another category is fines and penalties, which is revenue for conviction of misdemeanors or municipal infractions. And the fines for these violations of municipal codes are set by the city council. And really the goal of these types of fees are to deter the behavior. Next revenue type is rent. There's fee used for the use of public property, such as the rental of the Mission Playhouse, our recreation center, as well as our parks area. And it is set at the discretion of the city. For tonight, we will be considering these three types of revenue, as the remaining two types that you see there for assessment and taxes require the vote of the people. So we're just going to go through the three types that I just mentioned. Just a little quick background. Our formal fees and cost allocation study was completed in March of 2021, and it was effective the following year of 21-22. The next update that we will be making will be completed hopefully in 2026-2027 fiscal year. Along with that first completion in March of 2021, the council approved a resolution to allow the city to increase the fee each year by consumer price index. Therefore, I'm here today to present to you the new proposed fees for fiscal year 26-27. The CPI, or Consumer Price Index, that we use is from January of each year, and January 2026, CPI was 3%. So you'll see that most of the fee that I'm presenting to you today are increased by 3%, rounded by the nearest whole dollar. Although there will be other adjustments, not just reflecting the 3%, but for the cost of service or market rates for rentals. With that, the estimated fiscal impact is, we're estimating it to be about $250,000 for next fiscal year. On this slide here, you will see some fees that are added to our master fee schedule for the first time in 26-27. Bingo permit. Let me first explain that it's certainly not a new fee. It is in our municipal code. However, for transparency, we want to make sure I bring this up that it will now be on our fee schedule because it was inadvertently omitted in the past. So the bingo permit amount, $50. That's the last known amount that was actually shown on our code. So we're not proposing to increase any. We're just using that fee, and then from there, it can maybe set by council resolution in the following years. So we're leaving that $50. The next item is the massage certificate of operation. This is a requirement also by the municipal code. We have been certainly providing the service for this, for issuing the certificate of operation, as our planning department and the finance department has to do multiple review of document that is stipulated in the code. However, we have never really charged a fee for that. Therefore, the massage certificate of operation fee that you're seeing proposed today as $143 is cost recovery between the two departments only. For after-school weekly fee, as well as the middle school youth sport, are definitely new fees that are being added, proposed this year. Sorry. To meet the needs of the community and to enhance and to provide enhanced programs. For example, an after-school weekly, they're proposing to increase more activities such as the STEM program for students that are involved, as well as extended hours. Rather than ending at 5, it's proposed to end at 6. For the middle school youth program, the community services departments believe that to meet the needs of the community and also to enhance the program, they're proposing to even hire more professional coaches to run these programs for the students. So the fee that you should seen there is $30 per week per child, and there's also a sibling discount, as you can see, is being proposed for the after school And in the middle school youth program, $75 per child per season. And also for track and field per season fee. To the right, you'll see the park facility rentals. I would like to say this is not necessarily completely new because these areas have been available for rental in the past. So you'll see there that specifically note is for non-residents because previously we do have one rates. And these non-resident fees are basically $20 more than the current ones that we are having. So basically to incentivize, hopefully that our resident will make use of our facility more. So there's a fee there that this is really just proposing another category, resident, non-resident, which is available in other areas of the fee schedule as well for different rentals already. So for these, the parks area, it was non-existent, therefore we're proposing it now. New added fee for Mission Playhouse, facility rental for private non-ticketed weekends and weekday events. So previously, the performance area is not available. Therefore, this fees here is now proposed, so that way it can be made available for the private rentals. So the events that utilizes the Mission Playhouse, there's no tickets sold, the event is not open to the public, so some example of that for rental is like for weddings, private fundraisers, activity. Then the rental access place is, again, I mentioned the performance spaces as well as the plaza and the lobby, where previous rental is only mainly in the front area and really the private party are not going on the performance stages. The third one to the bottom there, facility rental of any ancillary space hourly. It was not available in the past. It's proposed now that can be used for nonprofit and community groups, non-ticketed or non-fee-based activity. The ancillary space includes the rehearsal hall, the lobby, the classroom, dressing rooms, and the fee proposed for that, $60 per hour, is per space. So the spaces that I just mentioned, they're separate. You can rent different area of the Mission Playhouse. Labor is not included, so this is just for rental. Then, those were the new fees. These are existing fees that I just want to bring to your attention for transparency. Like I mentioned earlier, that most of our fees were increased by CPI of 3%. The next few items that I am presenting to you is proposing to be more than CPI of 3%. So in this area, you'll see here, and as a part of fine and this is a category of fines, where increasing the fees for these violations would have greater impact on the community's safety for both motorists and pedestrians per our police department. So I included some fees that you see have just been increased by current fee with CPI. You'll see it second to the right, far right column, that would have been our fee, but our police department is proposing it to be recommending it at a higher amount because, again, these type of fees is meant to deter behaviors. So you can see the different type of citations is noted there, parking more than 72 hours or parking commercial vehicles in residential district, no stopping zone, and the remaining three, such as parking in disabled spaces. Next one is also existing fees, but these are fees for public property rentals. Again, just a reminder that these fees are set by the city. So the adult center recreation, we're proposing, or maybe I should make another note is these fees are not increased every year. So a lot of our fees from the Mission Playhouse as well as community services, a lot of time when I provide the information to the department, they don't automatically say just go with CPI because they certainly do consider the market, consider the rental surrounding the area. So they don't necessarily increase every single year. So right here you'll see, $25 CPI will be even under $1, but they're proposing it as some samples, $25 to $30 as certainly costs have been increased. So these are for rental of the adult center by civic organization, clubs for meetings, and nonprofit, some supervision fees that we have not increased in prior years. So catch up, really. and as well as for nonprofit rental indoor-outdoor area from 50 to 60. Some additional for private events, those same, really the same reasons as I mentioned. They did not increase it in prior year. From now, it's proposing for the item that is shown above as well as in their report. The current fee, I don't put the CPI because, as I mentioned, they're not necessary by CPI. So the recommended amount, as you can see from the table here to the far right, is the proposed fees for our from community services for the rental of the adult center. Okay. For fiscal impact, as I mentioned from the beginning, for fiscal year 26-27, with the 3% increase to the fees that are included in your attachment, we're estimating it will generate $250,000 to the general fund. Well, after discussion, it is recommended that the City Council adopt Resolution 26-15, updating the master fee schedule for fiscal year 26-27. And with that, I am available for question as well as our representative from the departments, if you have any. Thank you.
Okay. Does any council member have factual questions for staff to clarify the report?
I do, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll start with Rebecca, can you come up? And I guess I'll just start as she's coming down here. I think we've talked about this earlier this year. We chose not to use some federal funding because it asked that we as a city require to ask about immigration status. So we as a council agreed, we were going to find other funding sources. So I'm assuming this is it. This is the other funding sources. We had never charged before. And I guess my concern, $30 per week per child, and then 10% off for the sibling, which isn't much, actually. And then the $75 per child for middle school. I mean, I completely understand that we have to recoup some of our costs, but that could be a real financial hardship for our family, especially since it's all of a sudden. And so my question is, are we going to, well, first of all, is that true? Is that why we are having to do these one-time fees because of the federal funding? Or maybe there's other items there. But also, are there scholarships or fee waivers or some kind of sliding scale to assist these families who are really in need and, low income? Is there something we can provide to support our families?
So good evening, Council, and thank you for the question. So you are correct. It was in December of last year where the CDBG Community Development Block Grant Fund report was brought forward to Council, and at the time it was proposed and Council approved not moving forward with those funds for this program. While those funds did not cover by any means our entire cost for staffing or program fees, it did provide some amount toward those programs. And not only were they recommending the citizenship documentation, but they were also recommending that families would have to provide income reports to show what level of income they are bringing in. While parents right now for those programs and all of the schools that we have those programs at do have to provide a self-certification, they're basically able to check a box. They're not having to provide any documents, for example, showing their income level. So for those two reasons alone, not only was it what staff felt was invasive to our residents, but also pretty labor intensive for staff to have to review all of that and be kind of hounding people for those documents for them to participate in the program. So staff did propose or is proposing to charge a fee and did some surveying of surrounding cities as well as the other programs that are offered at the elementary schools. I understand our commission actually last night had a conversation about it as well, and I understand that there's some changes in what programs are being offered at the schools as well. So I agree that there may be some hesitation by families or some concern from families if they're either not getting information that they feel is adequate from the schools for the programs that are being offered. So if council is interested in it, we could propose an opportunity for families to apply for a reduction in those fees. If we were to do that, staff would recommend that that's based on income, so we're serving those that really need it as opposed to those that are just requesting it.
I'm sorry,
so-
why would council have to approve that? I mean, we're approving the fee schedule, but shouldn't that already be part of the process? I mean, we actually have to approve for you to provide waivers or sliding scale fees or some kind of assistance program?
It would be part of the fee, but since council is bringing it up, I guess I'll
Okay.
ask your opinion.
I don't want
If
to create
you'd
more
like
work.
if
I'm
you'd
just
like
trying to make
like
sure
to
that our
recommend that.
families are well taken care of. And so I would hate to have to hold this up for that.
Sorry if I,
Do we have to do that? Yeah, or,
I don't think we'd be holding it up.
who's talking?
Councilwoman Menchaca, we absolutely can move forward tonight. If council gives us direction to create that program, we would actually add it to the fee schedule. I like all that stuff to be in black and white, so it doesn't look like staff is giving discounts or loans or anything on an arbitrary basis. You'll see, as an example, in the fee schedule, we have employee discounts for rentals, and I like having that in there for everybody to see.
Okay.
So if whoever makes the motion tonight adds that to their motion, that we have a scholarship or a fee
Yeah, well-
reduction for low-income families,
could we just call it assistance programs? or-
perfect,
or- okay.
perfect.
Mark, do we make, would somebody have to make the motion right now? And then we could move on, or with the discussion, or it has to be?
We're just
at
at
the end?
clarification right now, right?
Okay.
Some form of a threshold would probably be useful for that. In other words,
Like what? What do you mean a threshold?
if the decision is to provide this assistance to a low-income family, I think it would be instructive for staff to know what that threshold is. What is?
Oh, you mean what income level?
Right.
Okay, but we can't, not tonight, but we would just say assistance programs for low income? Can we just say that, or, because we don't know what that level is?
A couple of options. One, the item could come back as an amendment to the fee schedule, where you'd have an opportunity to potentially look at some either county set or state set income levels, whether.
Well, it's going to have to come back anyway, because it's a public hearing, right?
So for this topic, it should be for the next agenda, right? You just bring up the way we did discuss. Today is just talking about
Well,
this
it's a
fee,
public
right?
hearing, so then,
Right?
don't we have
We
to?
still can discuss the level or something like
Yes,
that? or-
you're free to discuss or set any level. We are discussing the fee schedule, so even though this is a detail, it's still part of the agendized item. So you can do that now, or you can instruct staff to bring the item back at the next meeting or another meeting with more
Yeah.
detail and more opportunity to
I guess I'm a little
analyze it.
confused, because it's a public hearing, it's got to come back again, no?
No, I think what
Oh,
you're thinking of
okay.
is an ordinance where we
Oh,
have two
okay,
meetings.
that's what I'm thinking of,
But
yeah.
I would ask Rebecca if we have any other programs that this could mirror for income levels for families, so that we could just follow that and not have to come back?
We do, so we utilize county guidelines for that, so county income
okay.
levels.
There we are.
We have a Share Dream Scholarship Program for families that are taking our recreation classes, so our paid programs. They can apply for that. So there would be some additional requirements that staff would be determining exactly what that is for the families that are applying for this. For example, they would likely need to come in person to apply as opposed to applying online for the after-school program, just because there will be a little more labor-intensive assistance that will be needed. And our registration system is likely not going to be able to do that if someone's applying for the program online, for example. But we would likely look to use those guidelines so that because then we're not pulling ambiguous figures out of the air.
So we could say assistance programs following LA County guidelines? Is that,
Well, at what level? There is.
it's still a level, okay.
Low income, very low income, middle income, there are several.
Can I, the same topic, can I asking the council member Machanka, is it okay? It just want to, because of the add on the new fee, because of the CDBG fund, no more we can use it, right? Previously, we used the CDBG to provide this kind of service. Is that correct?
Correct.
So how can we determine they qualify, it's a no fee? Maybe it's a help for the Councilmember Machamba talking about.
So
is
likely
it,
what's.
okay, sorry.
Sorry.
Is it everybody, they can qualify, they don't need a pay fee, or I mean the previous, the program?
Likely what we would recommend would be, there would be some sort of a fee, because what we've found is that families that don't have a fee, similar to you offer a free performance at the Mission Playhouse and 800 people reserve their spots, only to have 400 show, because when you haven't paid, you kind of don't have that tie to attend. So likely we would have some sort of a fee. It would just be a reduced
So
fee.
previously, someone's already paid some fee, or is it no? Because this says
Not
no.
for this program, we've not had any
So
fees.
nobody paid the fee.
Right.
Okay. So how many kids they qualify?
We will have to look at that. And not everyone would be submitting it, so they would only be submitting it if they're requesting a reduction,
Okay.
if that makes sense.
Okay. All right.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have to submit anything. They just sign up their child and pay the $30 per week fee,
Okay.
or the middle school program fees.
Okay. So maybe just use the CDBG. The CDBG, I remember they already have some poverty, the guideline too, who will be qualified, for my understanding.
But that's at the federal level.
Right, well, my understanding.
Not
and
LA
this
County.
would be for Linda and Karen, because they've been more intimately involved with CDBG and the way we're utilizing that. We may need to look at that for future years, because I believe the hearing that you guys had in December of last year already determined how those fees were going to be used for this next year. So possibly in the future, we could utilize some of the CDBG funds, because those who are applying to get a reduced rate, potentially that fee could be used, because they're already providing those documents that the federal government via LACTA is requiring.
But I think, Vice Mayor Ding, you're asking to use the same guidelines?
Yeah.
Income guidelines for CDBG, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Not necessarily using,
Yeah.
but you're saying we should use LA County guidelines versus CDBG guidelines?
And they might be one and the same, because
Oh, okay.
LA County is the one that, LA County is kind of the go-between between the federal funds for CDBG. They come through LA County.
Okay,
So the guidelines are likely one and the same.
okay. Well, I have one more question, but maybe we could circle back afterwards. And my next question is actually for Chief Elizalde.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening. So on page 4, no, not 4, I'm sorry, page 2, 1, 2, 3, the first 3, they doubled from the current amount. And I'm just, and when I see that, it feels a little arbitrary. It's page 2, I'm sorry, not the presentation, but the agenda, page 2. Yeah, it looks a little bit arbitrary, but, just because it's so much more. So I'm just trying to understand the rationale. Is it due because I think we have a new citation management, or is it operational costs, or they were too low before, and it doesn't defer behavior? I was just trying to understand why it doubled so much. And then you and I had kind of a conversation, and I didn't have a chance to print the schedule, but I had also asked about neighboring cities, how that compared. And I was looking at my phone. I couldn't get to a computer. But just taking a quick glance, it looks like we're the highest in the neighboring cities, including Arcadia, Monterey Park, Temple City, in some of these areas. Most of them look like we're really high. So again, just trying to understand the methodology. I understand we're trying to defer behavior, but it just seems so high. I could be wrong, so Chief? you
No,
have-
not a problem. Thank you for the question. What you're seeing here, at least in the first three, and referring to page 2 of the staff report, if I can ask Adam if he can go back to Linda's slides where it shows the police department and the parking fees. Okay. I think it was one more where it showed with CPI. That might have been the other one. I'm sorry. So, okay. So what we did in evaluating what the increase would be, taking into account what we hear from the police department or what we hear from the community as their top concerns, that's one factor. Number two, also looking to keep the community safe and some of the violations that can truly impact the community. So the first one, we'll talk about our parking citations for more than 72 hours. It's currently at $88, and the proposed fee is $170. It's approximately around an 86% increase in that. Now, one of the common complaints that we do get from residents are abandoned cars being parked or cars being parked longer than 72 hours. Now, it's not only I guess if you're a neighbor, the displeasure of having some car parked out in front of your house for more than 72 hours, but also looking at what kind of hazard does that create for public safety if there's emergencies on that street. And we know that, again, allowing cars to park up to 72 hours and that penalty or that fine isn't significant enough to register with that vehicle owner in order to get them to move the car. The other one, before I move on, with regards to the 72-hour violations, just in some of our neighboring cities, so we are currently at $88 and the proposed is $170. So Alhambra, their current fee is $70, Monterey Park is $55. Arcadia, San Marino, and Monrovia do not have a fee, and Pasadena has a fee of $121. For the next category going down, and that's parking citations for commercial vehicles in residential districts. Again, more of a concern for safety personnel, first responders, trying to and having to navigate some of our smaller streets where we do have commercial vehicles parked. One of the things that I was thinking about when looking at this particular topic here, or this citation, was the Palisade fires and the Altadena fires. And there was reports that some of the emergency equipment responding to some of those neighboring areas during that disaster had trouble navigating those smaller streets. So that was one of the main factors in looking at, with regards to the second topic going down, commercial vehicles parked in residential districts. That was something that I took into consideration. For commercial vehicles in residential areas in our neighboring cities, Alhambra is currently at $83, Monterey Park at $90, Arcadia at $246, San Marino at $27, Monrovia at $108, and Pasadena at $149. The third topic going down with regards to no stopping zones, this had to do with more of our pedestrian safety, especially on some of the busier streets and with all the traffic that is occurring, especially during the daytime hours and even the nighttime hours. And those are designated for no stopping, either for traffic-related hazards, or perhaps they're on a blind corner, or there's some natural obstruction there where those areas have been deemed not safe for vehicles to stop. Or on top of that, they could be areas that are in front of commercial businesses, and with the increase in multi-use properties going up in the city, that could be, again, a hazard for first responders going through there. So the no parking or the no stopping zones just to share some more data with you. Alhambra's at $70, Monterey Park at $53, Arcadia at $75, San Marino at $27, Monrovia at $60, and Pasadena at $64. Now, the others, again, they mirror each other with regards to the community or the concerns and my staff's concerns for the community members, especially with the parking citations where vehicles are parking in bus loading zones, also especially in parking in fire lanes. Again, just referring back to some of the multi-use units that we have going up, that are currently up and are continuing to go up. We want to make sure that those areas are kept clear should there be an emergency.
I'm sorry, Chief, I was okay with the other ones. It was just the first three.
So
You're on a roll, but,
right.
but I don't want to, it was just the first three, and you kind of confirmed that we're definitely the highest for the first three. The second one, Arcadia, I think was a little higher than us. So
Yes.
I guess just my concern is, I mean, are we having that severe of a problem that all the other cities seem to be able to keep it at even under 100, and we're going to 170 on all three of them? It's just a question. I respect, what your decision-making, your methodology, but I'm just bringing it up with council and with the public, because it just seems so much higher. And unfortunately, my colleagues don't have that schedule, which I appreciate, but it's just so glaring. But if you think that that's our need, then, council could, those were my questions, and I was just trying to understand. So that's how you came to those numbers.
Correct, and I could not speak, and I don't have the information on all the neighboring cities as to when they last updated their fee schedules. But again, I would remind council and the community listening, this is not for everybody in the community. This is only for the people who choose and elect to stop in these zones that are clearly marked. If they're not clearly marked, they have an appeal process that we can take a look at, and if the city is in the wrong or the proper posting is not placed, then we take a look at those appeals, and more than often, we make a decision in the favor of that driver. But again, these are about vehicles and vehicle drivers that are choosing to stop in these areas that are clearly marked. And with that, there should be a penalty, especially when it comes to community safety.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Anyone else? Want to go next? Councilman Wu?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, thank you, Linda, for the presentation. In the introduction of your staff report, it states that user fees and regulatory fees charged by the city may not exceed the estimated reasonable cost to provide the service or regulated the activity. So with that in mind, I wonder that in the process of adjustment is tied the CPI increase of 3%. Does that mean the city's actual cost is way higher than the 3%?
Sorry. So let me just start by the base of it. As I mentioned, the reason why we bring back some backgrounds for you to know, the last time we have done a fee cost allocation study was from March of 2021, where our consultants takes into consideration of all the costs for all the activity that the city charges for. So from there, had we not have done CPI increases, definitely all of our expenditures and costs have gone higher each year, as you know, from a CPI. So to be transparent and to certainly set a methodology that we can all follow, we have it for council approved, but just go by CPI for the time being. Therefore, the fee study needs to kind of be done every 5 years with is basically industry recommendation, which is something that we'll be working on, so that we can bring in a consultant and then review yet again all the costs associated with all of the activity that we're providing service over the counter, whereas permits, regulatory fees, users fees, as you mentioned there, to really reevaluate again. But that's done really once every 5 years, so we're just doing it by CPI. Are we exceeding that cost? I mean, we do have increased our expenditures over the year, not decreasing. But I don't want to say whether, our cost is more than that. We're going to go with our CPI ability to increase.
So if during the 5 years that there is a gap that created through the CPI gaps compared with the actual expenditure.
Maybe, it may be.
Then we are not capped to increase the percentage, but it's more like a city is voluntarily to keep it like this level.
Correct. I mean, lacking an actual professional, study that put in place, the CPI is what a lot of, standard that we use as far as rate increases goes. So yes, that's what we go by for
Okay.
our fee increases. Had we not done it though, we'll be far behind.
Okay, got it.
Which is something that was done in the past. So in history, we don't increase our fee for many, many years until we have done that formal fee study and move forward with CPI each year.
So there's still an opportunity for us to bring this to current.
That's correct. Once every 5 year is recommended for a formal fee study.
Got it, thank you. The next one is about the bingo.
Yes.
Well, the fun thing is I understand you indicate it's not a new requirement and it's already exists under the municipal code, section 130.07. But previously, I mean, I just wondering, sometimes regarding the basis for the proposed $50 fee amount, in some community centers or even the senior centers, they have a lot of bingos activities. So the total price value may not be even more than $50. So what is the recommended amount determined?
So the fees, going back when we were trying to make sure we include this on our fee schedule, is we went to the ordinance that was way back in 1970s. In the 1970s. It was originally set in Ordinance 187 at $25. And a year after that, with also a fee adoption with Ordinance 197, it went to $50. This fee is meant to be a permit for, a set period of time, and we're in finance determining it to be like an annual fee, an annual permit, and not like a per time.
Per time. It's
Correct.
annual.
Right, so there is stipulation in the code on when you want to get this permit, what you need to follow. As far as, yes, a rule of the game, how much was the winning prizes, who is it open up to? So since it's already an established fee from the last known fee, we took that fee and put it on a fee schedule instead of proposing something else. And then from then on, the code currently reads that it is set by the city council. So now being on a fee schedule, it can be revised, reviewed, and set by the city council.
So that the bingo is not considered
It's a
as-
permit, yeah,
It's a permit.
yes.
So it's not considered as a gamble.
I'm
It's a gamble? I'm just curious.
Yes, certainly, like I mentioned in the code, it's very clearly the amount that it cannot exceed. It can, I think, the only group of people that can apply, they're nonprofit. Any proceed is used for very specific, like non-charitable, from the proceed for non-charitable things. So it's not gambling where there's going to be big winners. There is a limit on what each game can be paid out as.
I see. So are we sending any notice to any senior center or anyone? I'm just curious because I just want to make sure that our community will not be shocked when, those elders, they were just having fun, but they potentially be considered as violation if they don't get a permit, and they were subject to any penalties or any enforcement actions?
Finance, we, under my staff, have certainly talked about, if this is all said and done and is available on a fee schedule, to notify some of the known vendors or known entity that have asked us a question about the permit before. So they are clear and know that now is available, and to stop by finance for more information. That way we can give them all the guidelines. So yes, there is plan to certainly contact, for sure, the ones that we know.
Okay, got it. Well, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, anyone else?
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Ding?
It's the same question. It's for the bingo, for Councilmember Wu. So right now, we have the, based on you told, like have limited. So if they do the big bingo, they have to submit some application for their bingo game?
But we're not saying submit per game. We're saying this is a permit for the entity that wants to organize this nonprofit bingo game to get a permit, so that it allow us to explain and provide them with all the guidelines available in our code. So I want to say this is a chance to certainly have them apply so that we know exactly who is organizing all of these functions. And like I mentioned, the permit really is for the year, not a single per time that they would need to make that payment. And so, yes, I hope that.
So the
answers-
question is, they need to get a permit.
Yes.
But we don't charge any fee.
We don't have any other no other fees, yes. that's
So
permit.
but we issue the permit, it's annual permit.
Correct.
Okay.
I mean, if they pay for the permit, we will give them the permit, of course, and.
Okay,
yes.
but right now, if they don't pay, how they
We have
make sure-
not issued any permit, or had it been, it's been a long time, and I recall probably a while ago, there is a nonprofit that applied for it, that was not the $50 fee. So we want to be sure that we're charging the right fee, the right permit fee.
Okay.
So that's
is
why
it-
we
is
have
it-
done
is
our
it
research to
for
go back and
Yeah,
see.
previous years, was how many group of, how many the nonprofit organization it's apply?
It'll just
It's
be
permit.
one or two, mainly churches that we are told.
The church?
Asked about, yeah.
Okay.
Certainly
Right.
seniors, program groups.
So actually, this bring out the fee, it's not just the fee, it's also we'll need, our city need to regulate for the bingo game, something like that, from my understanding. Right?
We will not
Before
be on
don't-
site, but definitely,
yeah.
we will
Yeah.
provide all of the guideline and,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, because that's bringing another issue we're talking about, like Airbnb. We don't have we don't have any like some they can do it, or technically it's illegal, right, for the but we don't have anything can enforce. But the bingo game currently is the same thing, right? So until we have this $50 fee, that's we can enforce it or something like that. That's the purpose.
The purpose is certainly to allow them to organize and have these organize these bingo
Yeah,
games.
they allow them, but the
But
city should
then,
be
but then that way, we also clearly state our rules.
so
they're
clear, so
clear.
we can enforce that too.
Yes.
If just in case
Correct.
they're not in the church, maybe in the Smith Park, have some group like 30 group people they play on bingo. They should be apply the permit first, right?
Correct. We're
Okay.
going to want to make sure they get the permit. So that we are aware of
Okay.
what's going on.
So, okay, it's interesting, yeah, and the massage certification. So right now we don't have charge any operation, the permit.
There are different charges that relates to our massage ordinance. So, I mean, the massage ordinance has a lot of different regulations. Not only just for the establishment, but also the operator. So currently, we do have, I mean, not current, oh yes, currently, we already have some massage-related permit fee, like the operator permit, which requires to have at least a manager on site at all times. And they do pay a fee so that it will go through a background check by our police department. So when the ordinance, or actually when the code was adopted back in 2011, a number of fees were established, and we have been implementing with no problem through the past few years. But also, as we were reviewing, we're seeing that other than operator permit, which is for an individual, there's also a permit that mentioned right here, right, for the massage certificate of operation, which is for the facility establishment itself. So this, in the code, is basically saying the city is asking for the applicant to provide, there's a whole list of requirements such as a floor plan that is drawn to scale, hours of operations, or trying to think of all the stuff that they're requiring. But certainly the massage ordinance have a lot of rules that really before they even get to be approved, planning gonna review all of that as well as finance. I mean, mainly planning will be putting the time to review the plans as provided and information provided because they also need to get a conditional use permit.
I was just going to mention that when we used to have, I think 60 was our highest number of massage parlors. Shortly thereafter, there are state laws.
Yeah.
So it's not just us monitoring the massage parlors certifications. I mean, there is very extensive. It was laid out for us. So don't worry, everything's being done correctly.
The question is,
So really, it's like, yes, we do
Yeah.
have fees in the past, but this is new simply because this was required by the code, but we never really charged a fee for that. So we
Okay.
charge a fee to have the background check, but then on the
Okay.
front end, we don't
Okay.
charge anything. So that's why this fee is cost recovery, and as I mentioned, and put the department there for planning and zoning, and really on the finance side to issue the certificate of operations once everything is approved.
okay.
So we have been providing the service, but yes, we did not charge any fee for cost recovery.
Currently, they pay any business license fee? They
Yes.
still- They still pay the business license fee
Yes.
for the operation.
Correct. So
So-
business
so-
license, I just want to say, all business operating in the city are required to get a business license as well as being inspected by our inspector. So that's general, everybody gonna have to pay for it, depending on your business. But when there's special restrictions, special requirement for certain type of business, there's more work to be done than the normal inspection fee that we are currently charging already. So these, when they're for massage, as example of one, is as for a certain type of business, we have to do extra and a lot more work to make sure they're in compliance. That's why there are more
Okay,
extra fees.
so this compliance, we annually check up to them
For
already.
this, I'm glad you asked the question.
Yeah.
This is one-time fee. Because once they provide us floor plans and everything that is required on our list, it is issued. So this is issued for the establishment, for that
Establish
location.
initiate the business, they charge this. If it's existing massage, it's a normal, just if existing the massage operation, if we do a new order after July 1st, they also need to pay one-time fee.
They will, I mean, we have been issuing, so I would say yes, it's new because for the one existing, we already, again, provided the service and gave them the certificate of operation without charge. So certainly when the new one coming in, this fee is now available because we'll be reviewing the new
Okay.
plan, floor plan.
Okay, only
So,
new
one time.
business.
Yes, so
Okay.
it'll be reviewing new floor plans and
Okay.
making sure they're compliant
Okay.
to get the business license. So it's one time. So massage operator permit on the other side
Mm-hmm.
is they're repeating because depending on the CAMTC, which is a state license that these masseuses have to get,
Okay.
I forgot, is it 2 years, once every 2 years? Then they would have to come in and pay for the fee for a background investigation. So this massage certificate operation, one time. The annual, or not so much, or every other year, or the individual permit one is when it's expired. And
Okay.
they would need to
So
go to
even
background check
they
again.
continue have massage business, it's like 10 years, 20 years, they just pay one-time fee?
For this certificate of operation,
Okay.
correct.
But I like this idea, but it's, how can we, if we really want to like do something, I feel maybe annual check, it's more better.
We do
So
have
for
certain
we
annual
can,
check, but not
the-
this.
not this.
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
we have fire inspection, there's certain safety, building safety, like, or fire inspection, we have them inspect annually. As far as occupancy, that's when there's a change of business, we do inspection.
Okay.
And, this is for the way, the layout of that
Okay.
establishment.
Okay. The fee also is dedicated, it's the business owner, not for like or like
Correct.
a massage technician.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, my question.
All right. Mayor?
Councilman?
Yes, I have a few
Or,
questions. It's a little bit overlap, so I'll try to brush them off or cut them out if they are. So based on this question on this massage parlors, I've seen a trend specifically on Las Tunas. I saw one back to back to back to back. And then I saw something on social media like an hour or 2 hours later, and I was like, wait, that was the street I was just looking at and driving by, and I did notice that. And now we have people on social media calling San Gabriel the massage capital of the world. I don't know how true that is, but I know Councilmember Menchaca, yeah, I don't. Councilmember Menchaca mentions about 60 at some point.
That was before I was on council, and there was a real big push to reduce them. And there are specific guidelines that they can't be back to back to back.
Correct.
And so
yes.
I'm surprised. We should definitely give Linda the address, but I remember it can't be in front of schools. It can't be, there's a certain distance. I forget what the distance is, but we're down to what,
30-something.
30?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Then we had
Right.
less than that.
So certainly, I mean, at one point in time, yes, that business was mushrooming and booming in San Gabriel. But then when new requirement came in where they have to get CUP, conditional use permit and all that, and yes, they can only be certain distance before you can have another. By that time, I mean, there were establishments that was there before. So, there was a time period where planning, community developments had to go through and work with these businesses to get them in compliance, and some of them even have to relocate because it is in violation. So today, as we've gone probably half of what we used to have, although, what you're seeing maybe back-to-back may not exactly be classified as a massage establishment because there might be a cosmetology area that offer massage as well. So I want to say I believe that our planning department is doing the due diligence and making sure the ones that are operating, they have their proper conditional use permit. Other businesses, like I said, some cosmetology-related business, and when they offer massage, they can offer like 20% of the business for massage.
Understood.
For the under
So
their
there's like a way
cosmetology,
around
kind of
it.
like
Yeah.
around their little area of their service.
Right.
Not necessarily calling the whole entire business a massage parlor.
Got it. Okay.
So probably that's the reason why you may see, it seems like back to
right.
back, but not.
Right. This is on Las Tunas over here by the Bank of America, or the Chase over there. But anyways, thank you for that. Question revolving the fees. Like, what are other cities doing? Are they implementing this particular fee? Or, I know this is a new fee, and I'm totally on board with it. But what are other cities doing related to this operation fee? Do they have them in place?
Do you mean massage, related to massage or general fee?
Yeah, the general fee, the massage certificate of operation fee.
So to be honest with you, I do not look at other cities, but certainly the massage ordinance is something, I want to say the massage license is regulated by the state. CAMTC, they have to get proper license to offer even the service. So it is heavily regulated. I can't imagine that other cities do not implement any code. They must be in order to have that business in the city.
Well, thank you for that. I'm
Yeah.
going to move on to my following questions. For the after-school program, I totally agree with that. We have to have some kind of low-income program or assistance program. I know we talked about county thresholds. Is there other thresholds that we can go by, like San Gabriel? Can we have our own personal threshold? Can we look at our community and say, okay, this percentage, we want to support the low income, this particular bracket? Because what we're seeing in the county might not be applicable to what we see in San Gabriel, right? It's different thresholds, I feel.
Certainly, when we were having our CDBG program, our community block grant program, it is low mod. Basically, they have their low mod income guidelines that is followed. As far as other guidelines, I've seen many programs going by the same guideline that we're looking at HUD, which is the CBG program. If there's available other type of guideline, I don't have information on that.
That's okay. That's
Yeah.
just something to think about, right? Depending on if we see different, like a lot of, when we implement these fees, we're probably going to see some people not coming back, right? I hope that we can really look at this when we start implementing whatever fees that we have and just keeping track of those students somehow so that we can re-engage that pocket of the community. I don't foresee it being a big pocket of the community, but just in case, I kind of want to make sure that we're looking at that impact so that we can see what the needs are and why is the reason, or some kind of survey or like an exit survey or some follow-up to see if we can help them out. I think that would be something that I would strongly recommend. As far as the revenue that we were putting into this, or not the revenue, but the money, or actually, yeah, the revenue that we were collecting from the federal government and the money that we were investing as a city into these programs, the after-school programs, do we know kind of how much that was?
Well, the after-school program is actually a funding source from our supervisor's office. Not so much as straight from the community block grant program. It was basically a pass-through. So after-school program was about $20,000 each year. And then for the middle school, which was another different program from CDBG, where we call it Parks and Rec Youth Program, we normally get about $30,000 from CDBG because there is a maximum threshold that we can use for public service programs. So as Rebecca mentioned, it was in no means covering all the costs.
Right.
It was probably even half, if close. So now that we're losing that half, they're not using any of those federal funding, certainly is all based on the city. When Rebecca kind of mentioned that we may, because we might ask participant to now in order to qualify for any waiver or discount, help from our Share a Dream, we might be able to turn over to CDBG. I just want to clarify, I don't believe that works. Because one, it's not something you can go do on a fly. For CDBG, they even have a planning done even more than half a year before the year even start. And once you're in, you're pretty much in and required of all participants, not just a few that is qualifying, and that just doesn't make sense. So with our federal funding, even though we're saying that we're taking it out of these two programs, we can put it in somewhere else. And really, it's just for these fees are presenting here is to continue providing that program. Because before we have basically help, and now more than half the program is not available in funding.
Linda, thank you, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we're still charging, depends where you look at what spectrum, right? For some people, this might not be that much money, but for some other people, it might be gas, gas is so expensive right now, $100. I mean, that's what I'm filling up right now. It's a lot of money. And we don't know where the economy is going to be. But city is still infusing some money. Are we looking at infusing more money into these programs, or are we going to infuse the same amount that we were already infusing into these programs? Or because I don't expect these fees to cover the whole, it's not going to offset anything, or some portion, but are we looking at putting in more money as a city, or what are we looking at as far as investing here in our youth?
So staff is proposing to maintain the programs as we currently have them, same level of staffing. So this would just be revenue that comes in, and so if some families are paying a reduced fee, it would just be less revenue that's coming in, which is why it's important, I think, for the council to understand, because those revenue dollars coming in will be lowered if we're essentially subsidizing for some students to attend.
Interesting. So I feel like we're starting to, well, for me personally, I'm starting to feel like we have to tighten up a little bit, right? Is there no other places where we can look for this money instead of charging our community if it's not going to be that much?
I'm not aware of any. I mean, we're always on the lookout for any grant opportunities, for example, that come through. The challenge with grants is that typically it's kind of a one-time thing, and so we may get some source of funding, but it would not necessarily be an ongoing source. So, but we can continue looking for that for sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. I think this is like the opportunity, and I have one more question for you, Rebecca. I think this is the reason why we need to really start diving. I know the city is. We have conversation with Mark, and we set it out here in the dais before. We really need an office or a person or a team that's dedicated to grant writing, lobbyists in Sacramento, and lobbyists a dedicated lobbyist for us, not just a regular consultant that's looking at multiple cities for lobbying in Washington, D.C. too. I think that I've seen that for smaller cities. I know I've said it before, but I just want to emphasize that's one of the reasons why it's important to have more people supporting us. I know it costs money, but I think the return, it's a big return on our investment. The last question here for revolving around the school programs is about how many students, like ballpark, are we serving right now through our programs?
So I believe each program, and I apologize, this is kind of off the top of my head because staff manages this more closely than I do, but I believe it's about 45 at each elementary school that we host programs at, which is all of the elementary schools with the exception of Roosevelt Elementary, because they have a program that their students attend that we weren't getting high numbers there, so we eliminated the program there.
Interesting. And this is only for you bring up a good point. So this is only for elementaries. There's nothing for like middle schools or high schools in the past or current?
So the middle school program is there on the fee schedule as well.
Mm-hmm.
The middle school program is more of a sports-based program. There
Right.
is some homework assistance, but it is the after-school program at the elementary schools is more of an kind of an enrichment program, homework help, that sort of thing. Middle school is a little bit different because those students are then gearing up to be in high school in their future, where they may want to participate in sports. So.
Yeah, and thank you, Rebecca. And the last comment revolving this, I feel like we're reaching a point where we're really tightening up, and I would like to see these programs expand and get with the times and see what's out there. Like, I don't know, are we like teaching about AI? Or I know these kids nowadays are really, really smart. And I've gone to some of the high school, well, the 2 high schools that we have here, and they're teaching amazing, like how they have many amazing programs. And I've been to elementaries that have really intensive programs revolving AI and all that. Are we looking into expanding, or what are we looking? I know we're facing like a different challenge right now, but I mean, what is the long-term scope on this? I mean, we're talking about revenue, and we're trying to figure out where to get all this money, and we're having to charge our community now, which I see and I can understand, but how is that impacting like our plan, like education expansion plan and modernization with anything to do with education?
So I think probably the closest we're getting to with that is going to be the STEAM programs. I don't think that AI is per se included in that. We have to remember that we are looking at part-time staff as
Right.
well that are running these programs. So it's not that we've got professionals in
Right.
there administering the programs. So we need to be reasonable, I guess, in our approach as well in terms of what we can provide.
Right.
So.
Interesting. Thank you. Thank you, Rebecca. The next question is going to be for Chief Elizalde, and I know that you went over the fee structure related to parking. I kind of want to touch a topic that has been top of social media world right now in the news. I mean, most of my news, I get it through social media or like YouTube and all that right now. It's interesting how advanced we are. I know it's some stuff we can't believe. We got to double check and all that, cross-reference. But I've been seeing a increase in conversations related to e-bikes. What are these? Can you educate us here or educate me? I mean, my colleagues are probably educated on this already, but I would like to be educated on this. And are we looking at particular penalties? And because people are getting hurt, people are dying. So that's the sentiment that I get from across the nation right now. So I kind of want to understand where we're at with that and any possible fees that we can impose.
So thank you for that concern. My staff and I have taken proactive measures earlier this year and late last year with trying to educate the community, and we held a specific event over at Jefferson Elementary School, and that was specifically for e-bikes and inviting the parents, school staff, and the students, and even to bring their bikes so that we could let the parents know what was appropriate and what was not appropriate to buy. Since then, we have, I believe, done 2 separate campaigns in trying to educate our community as to the dangers of e-bikes. Again, what is legal, what are best practices for when we're riding them, and then also what is illegal, especially unfortunately, they get classified as e-bikes. They are not e-bikes, and the ones that we continue to see on social media and in the news, those are battery-operated motorcycles. So they don't have any pedaling function. So an e-bike technically has to have some capability of a pedaling function. But nevertheless, we're trying to educate and taking steps to do that. I believe there was a social media post with our traffic officer, Traffic Officer Nick, where he went over e-bikes, and I want to say that was less than 2 weeks ago, if not 3 weeks ago. So we're continuing to educate our community, educate the school. We have had conversations with the school board district and trying to get them to further collaborate with us so that we can have a program where, again, this is more so for the school district, but if they're going to allow certain e-bikes on campus to be parked by the students, that there has to be some training component and some form of registration with the school that the parents need to sign. And so the next step that we're looking at, just as an education piece, is to go to some of the schools and just do a routine visit and look at what kind of bikes are there and leave notice either with the school and or with that student if they can identify who the owner of that bike is, letting them know this is either appropriate or not appropriate, and also, carrying out some safety guidelines as far as helmets and where they should be riding and when they can be riding.
Because thank you, Chief, because at a certain speed, they become vehicles, right? Basically like motorized vehicles. And they need, like for motorized vehicles, like a motorcycle, like you mentioned, these are motorcycles at that point. You need to go through the proper process of going to the DMV and learning all the rules and regulations. And plenty of times I've seen many people riding these motorized vehicles on the sidewalk, and then many of the residents, particularly on Delmar, have been complaining or complained a couple of times to me or brought these issues up. Anything revolving, can you educate me on anything revolving enforcement on what we can do after, or what are we doing right now for enforcement?
So we try to take proactive measures when we can enforce, and one of the conversations, not only with San Gabriel, but with a lot of agencies here in Southern California that are experiencing this uptick in e-bikes or illegal e-bikes, if you will. We had a conversation at one of my Talk of the Towns, I think it was around 2 months ago, where somebody brought up e-bikes and what we were doing to try, again, to educate and what enforcement actions we were taking. Some of the dangers with e-bikes, and not all, but some people that ride them have zero disrespect or have zero respect for the law. They'll try to outrun us. And I've had an officer who is currently just coming back on light duty, where we had an e-bike situation where they were trying to stop this person on an illegal e-bike, basically a few of them taking over a street. And when this officer got out to try and engage, unfortunately, he hurt himself, and this is a long-term injury. So then the conversation becomes, at what point do we take measures as to endanger the other community members? And some people would say, well, Chief, is that really worth it that you had 2 officers driving code 3 with lights and sirens trying to catch somebody on an e-bike, and then you guys caused an accident less than a mile down the road? It's not to say that we're not going to take proactive measures, but we really have to be calculated in how we do these things. So I believe the education component is a big piece for any community, any law enforcement agency. But again, where we can, we will hold people accountable. That includes either the rider of the bike and or the parents. There's 2 stories, I believe, in the Channel 7 News site this evening talking about 2 different parents that have been held for charges of manslaughter because they allowed their children either to ride battery-operated motorcycles, if you will, causing accidents or severe injury or death. So again, as you are correct that it is a concern, rest assured we're trying to do everything that we can to keep the community safe, especially more so the community members that don't ride these bikes.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chief.
Sure.
And also for Councilman Herrera Avila, I think we're starting to get off topic because we're talking about fees and then we're kind of
Yeah,
getting into
and-
enforcement. So
Right, so the enforcement part would be for related to the fees. So that's kind of what I wanted to know, like, what are the fees right now? If we were able to, if we're enforcing, what are the fees, what are
So
the
if we-
penalties for this?
Thank you.
And are those fees increasing?
So if we are enforcing penalties, those are through the vehicle code. The police department does not set those fines or fees. Those are set at either a state level, a county level, or through the courts.
Okay, thank you. All right.
thank you, Councilman Herrera Avila. I guess it's my turn, unless, and I promise to be pretty quick. Yeah, I'll be real quick. I think most of my other questions have been asked and answered by my colleagues. So, Linda, welcome back. Quick clarification. I think you've mentioned it before, but just so I understand, back to the bingo issue, but it'll be quick. Just so what you're saying is that $50 fee is per year?
Correct.
So it's an annual fee?
Yes.
And so it's not a per time, okay. And then you said it's administered through the finance department. So whatever entity wants to run a bingo game
Yes.
would do the application through your department.
That is correct.
Okay, yeah, because it's just kind of a coincidence. I did get this question just a couple of days ago. I think I have friends at the Elks Club who asked me about what is the process for that. So now I can tell them. Now, and that fee is for only if you're going to if that organization is going to make money on it, right?
It's only for a nonprofit organization.
Right.
It
And
is
if they
meant to
take-
be the organization, the organizer
Yeah.
is a nonprofit organization.
Right, and that they make money, bring in revenue.
It can make proceed for charitable causes.
Okay, but so, because my side question, I guess, is I also know another local restaurant that may want to do a bingo game, but not to make money, just as a fun restaurant thing, and they'll just give up knickknacks as prizes, or so they would not need.
So certainly, as mentioned, because they're nonprofit, as far as the code goes, is meant to be permitting to nonprofit organizations. That's what finance is going to be looking for.
Okay.
When they come in and apply, is
Okay.
to supply that proof.
Right,
that
right,
you
but
are.
if they're just doing a bingo game, meaning giving out bingo cards and just playing, so no money changing hands, they don't need to pay that. Is that correct?
You're putting me on a spot. I I assume if it's a day thing for just, I don't know, for the business to do something,
It's just the activity for,
Don't say
you know,
so.
like some
No.
restaurants have a little trivia game, you know, like that, where they don't charge for anything. They'll just, you know, they'll give, sorry, yeah, okay, thanks, Martin. Yeah, go ahead, please.
I think the code is limited to nonprofit organizations that are conducting those kind of organized games.
Okay, all right, then that answers, thank you. Let's see. And on your presentation, slide number 5, just regarding the Mission Playhouse, just a general question on that. Just to remind me, is at the Playhouse and the Playhouse parking lot, is parking free on days that don't have an event?
It is a public parking on days that are no event being held.
So that means-
Yeah, so when there's a show, when there's an event
Right.
being booked, it is not free.
Okay.
It is
but-
$15 per
Right.
entry. Otherwise, a daytime when there's no event going on, it is definitely a public parking.
Oh, free
can
parking
be
lot.
used.
Okay, great, thank you. That's just, I need clarification. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Oh, go ahead, Councilman, or Avila.
So for bingo, what about Loteria? I'm kidding. That was a joke. Related to the grapevine, before in the past, I know that it was not permitted to have jumpers there, but I have seen jumpers there. I kind of want to know if that has been looked at to like maybe include that part of the package or include like a fee related if somebody wants to have jumpers, because I think those are like missed opportunities.
Rebecca?
Thank you for bringing that up. I was not aware that there are jumpers, and I believe that's in our policy that they're not supposed to have jumpers, so we will look into that.
I have pictures. But no, I mean, is there a reason? Is there a reason why? I mean, why we wouldn't include that? I mean, is it maybe safety, insurance? I know that if you rent the facility, you're
You have to provide insurance anyways. I know in the parks, we do not allow it because we do not have huge park areas.
Right.
And so you're
Makes sense.
looking at public areas. I'd have to look in the rental guide that we have for the Grapevine as to whether or not that's allowed.
Yeah, I know that from before it wasn't allowed. So if we can just consider that, I think that would be, I mean, I understand in the parks, we have limited space already. But in the grapevine, in the courtyard of the Grapevine, I mean, they're renting it out already and it's a pretty big space. I think if anybody wanted to have a jumper for their birthday party or whatever, I think it should be something that, since they're already insured, I think maybe we want to include like a fee for that, I don't know. But I would like
We can look at
to
that.
get,
Yeah, I don't think typically our crowd is the crowd that's wanting to have jumpers. That being said, if you've seen them there, then obviously it is. I'm just saying typically the Grapevine is rented for adult parties or, more of a quinceañera type as opposed to,
yeah,
younger.
and maybe this is why baby showers or birthday parties for toddlers are not that common there, then maybe, I don't know. If we would allow that, I think we probably maybe get more people interested. So I think that's something to be considered.
we can take a look at that in the policy.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor, I have one quick question, I promise.
It's all right.
Linda, first of all, I just want to say how impressed I am. You were able to just shoot out some numbers really quickly, and so kudos to you. I caught that. But real quick, Councilmember Wu had talked about CPI, and I hate to bring this up, but last meeting, we talked about a trash CPI. Is there a municipality CPI that we should be using? Because from that conversation, CPIs are, they run the gamut, and sometimes it's not pertinent to our business model or the business that we're doing here. Is there a municipality CPI that we should be using?
I'm not aware
Okay.
of a municipality one, although I do know the CPI. I know there's a lot of different kind of
Exactly.
CPI.
So which one are we using?
So,
Less than 1%, yes.
so included in the attachment for you is also attachment K. We are using the consumer price index for all urban consumers in Los Angeles, Long Beach, Anaheim. Trying to be in our area.
Okay, well, at least it's
It's just
our
an
area,
base.
kind of, yeah.
Yes.
I guess they don't have a San Gabriel Valley CPI.
So we're very
but-
consistent. We use the same one from year to year.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was all.
All right, so my colleagues are satisfied with this portion? Okay?
The one more question.
Okay.
For the
Vice Mayor Ding.
chief. Okay. For the 72 hours citation, we just give it to them the citation. The way to like towing the car, because I know that another city they do the like if they park on the street more than 72 hours, not just the citation, also they tow the car.
So we do take proactive measures in towing a vehicle, but the first step is to issue a citation for the 72-hour violation. And then if the car is not moved, either by the time the parking units come back, there can be further enforcement in removing the car.
So normally take how long if they parking over there? Maybe 1 month. Even you give to them the citation.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't.
If even they parking on the street, you issue the citation. The driver or owner they don't beware and they're still parking on the street. Maybe, for example, it's already 1 month, so it's tow the car or just still keep like that.
But I would think that if we had a vehicle parked on a residential street in violation of 72 hours, when those parking units go back, they're not just going to keep putting additional tickets on the car. They're going to take a proactive measure and either tow the car, just hypothetically, on the fourth or fifth day, or if neighbors are calling saying this car still has not moved. So
Okay.
the only cars that we will not cite for 72 hours is if we have, or with regards to overnight parking, if somebody has a handicap placard, we make exemptions for that. But every other car within the community, especially on residential streets, has to be moved within the 72 hours.
Okay, so my question interesting is if you issue the citations, how long there will be wait for your towing the car?
So,
4 to 5 days.
so we have to wait the 72 hours
okay.
or,
Another 72 hours.
no, I'm sorry. So they get the violation for the 72 hours. Most likely, the following day, if not 48 hours after that, the car would be towed. But more than
Okay.
likely, within 24 hours of that 72-hour period, the car's going to be towed.
I feel that's reasonable. Otherwise, the citation doesn't mean anything. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
Thank you. And one more question is for the Rebecca. So, for the Mission Playhouse, you have the for the private event no ticket. Okay, that's and then you have facility rental. So for currently facility rental, we have charged their fee or like a glass room, dressing room.
Sorry,
Yeah,
for
it's
the
a-
facility rental, do we charge a fee
Yeah,
currently?
yeah. For the just as
For the
individual,
ancillary
yeah,
space,
yeah.
yes. So those are considered the ancillary spaces, so the
Okay.
glass room, the lobby,
Okay.
the
We already have
plaza.
some fee charged then.
We do. We are trying to bring this in line with what our current need is in terms of events that come to us. And
Okay.
so, for example, we have that need with the weddings that come to have an event and trying to make the fees kind of line up with that sort of event versus a regular renter that's coming in to have a show or a 2-day show, that sort of thing, if that makes
Okay.
sense. So.
Okay, so currently, if they just rent like a glass room or rehearsal hall or something, so how much we charge? So I try find out, I didn't see it. Yeah,
I do not have those fees off the top of my head.
maybe that's a Linda question.
I don't know that Linda has them on the top of her head.
So actually, currently we charge them fee, but this fee is not based on CPI. We want to jump the
I
fee
think we're
amount.
trying to align the packages, if you
Okay.
will, with what we are currently seeing customers wanting, and so we're not overcharging, for
Okay.
example, what we have,
Okay,
because we do have fees that are put in place for different packages.
okay.
So currently, we don't have sort of specific line item for these ancillary spaces, so they would have, rent, have a normal probably rental agreement. But these were asked because they're smaller areas. That is really for, a nonprofit community group may not need a whole rental of the Playhouse to hold their event. So these are to meet the needs of really a group that, been asking for the spaces available. That's why there's this fee that's newly set.
So actually, this is a brand-new fee we want to charge.
Yes, this is new.
Okay, okay. So this fee, if they rent like a whole facility, the $3,000, that's include all the room, right? Say don't need to pay additional if they want to use the glass room.
For that facility rental, yes, the private and non-ticketed, that's different than a regular renter coming in that's having an event that's either open to the community, whether it's paid or not paid. So that is I'm going to have my wedding at the Mission Playhouse, and it's not open to the community, but I want to have my special event there, my, child's quinceañera event, or whatever that ends up being. So that is different than the typical rental fee for the Playhouse.
All right. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor Ding. All right, now, are all my colleagues satisfied that we're moving from, we gotten everything from this portion? Okay, very good. Then, Chief City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
I have no speaker cards, Mayor.
No speaker cards? Okay, all right. I now close the public hearing, and now it's time for council discussion. So let's get it on.
I know the song you're referring to. Well, I think we've had quite a few discussion already. I wanted just to move forward with the staff recommendation to adopt resolution number 26-15, updating the master fee schedule for fiscal year 2026, 2027 with one amendment, and I think that's the one that, I'm not sure if we came to a conclusion, but I have here with the amendment to provide assistance, financial assistance programs using LA County guidelines. But I know, Martin, you want dollar amounts, or this is the best I can do with my recommendation.
I think that it will be helpful for staff to have a definitive threshold, if you will. So
A dollar threshold. I'm saying,
It doesn't have to be a dollar, but because
Okay.
they do change.
well, but I'm saying LA County guidelines, and you shook your
But
head.
they have low income, they have very low income, they have middle level income. There are various levels of,
All income levels? I mean, because it depends, right? Mark, help.
I would just ask Martin if we made a motion, as Councilwoman Menchaca mentioned, with rates to be brought back, would we have to do the full public hearing for the fees, or can we just bring back a discussion item for what those levels are, put it on a consent calendar?
that is correct, would only be the latter.
Okay.
Okay, so
So we'll bring that back. If council wants to have a program, rather than create it on the fly, we can put that small portion on a future agenda, either a consent calendar or an open session item to come up with those levels.
Okay, so then, I'm sorry, so I move to, I'm recommending that we approve this fee schedule with rates to be brought back for the assistance programs for community services.
And the rates will be set as they are proposed if the council votes on those. Any type of a discount or an assistant program would be brought back to the council for a determination.
Okay, that's my motion.
Okay, can I add on one for the bingo one, because that's for the nonprofit organization, so maybe the short notice for them. Is it possible we can for this fee, it's really, this fee may be postponed 1 year, let education them to,
But it's only $50. I mean, are you trying to?
I just want to help a nonprofit organization. So if we,
No.
yeah,
For the whole year, $50. I think it's very reasonable,
think-
right? Is it
It
$50
is
for the whole year?
For the whole year, and
Yeah.
maybe I can repeat again, it is actually in our code. We just never put it in a fee schedule, so this is transparency to bring it and put it on a fee schedule.
it's already
So really,
in there.
it's already existing.
It's already in there, yeah.
So we will certainly try, we will have staff reach out to organizations that we have heard from in the past.
okay.
Mayor, do you want me to repeat it, or?
Already
Okay,
second.
okay.
I'm good. I'm
I
waiting for a
second.
second.
I second.
Good. All right. We have a motion by Councilwoman Menchaca and a second by Councilman Herrera Avila. And let's go to the vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next item, please.
Adoption of the fiscal year 2026 to 27 operating budget, capital improvement program, and appropriations limit.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council.
Oh, actually, yeah, sorry, Will, I'm a little lagging. I now open the public hearing. Finance Director Kahola Lokula. I used to be able to do this. Kahola Lokula. Yeah. Mr. K. Like Coach K. He will make the staff presentation. Sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. It's my pleasure to present at this public hearing, the proposed operating budget capital improvement program and appropriations limit for the fiscal year 2026-27. To begin the presentation, I'd just like to provide an overview of the process that we've taken to come to this point to present the budget at this public hearing for possible adoption. So our first public meeting was on February 3rd, 2026, when we had a public budget kickoff of the meeting where we discussed the budget process with the City Council and took input from the public as well as the City Council, what they would like to see in the budget. From there, we had internal meetings with the city manager, the finance budget team, and departmental leadership, where we took direction from the council. We put the budgets together. We did our best to come up with a budget that addresses the priorities of the council. And then we presented it at the second public budget meeting at a study session on April 26, 2026, where we provided the details of the spending plan for fiscal year 26-27. After the public budget study session, there were individual meetings with each city council member, with city manager and finance budget team, where we continued to discuss the budget. Questions were asked, comments were made regarding the budget. From there, we had a third informal public budget meeting where we had a community budget meeting at the Blossom Market Hall upstairs meeting room on May 14th, where we presented the city's financial information as well as the budget. And then that brings us here tonight at this public hearing for consideration of adoption of our fiscal year 26-27 budget. There's been one change since our study session on April 26th. There's been $3.6 million that have been added to the capital improvement program for our city's annual streets program, and that's the only change that has been made to the budget since April 22nd. Moving on to provide an overview of our fiscal year 26-27 budget. So our all funds proposed budget citywide, we have a total proposed spending plan of $96,222,000. That includes our general fund, our 22 special revenue funds, and our 3 internal service funds. Broken down by expenditure type, that's $87 million for our operating expenditures and $9.1 million of new funding for our capital improvement program. Moving on to our general fund, this is the primary operating fund of the city. So we have total revenues of 59.2 million, which is an increase of 1.5 million. Total expenditures of 59.9 million, increase of 3.1 million. Our expenditures exceed our revenues by $635,000, and our budget will be balanced for fiscal year 26-27 with the use of a small portion of our reserves, less than 1%, $635,000. Some of the drivers of the increases in the revenues includes our license and permits, specifically our building permits. And on the expenditure side, we had increases in our personnel costs related to negotiated salary adjustments from last year and an increase this year. There is a vacancy savings of 3%, as we discussed during the study session. Our revenue makeup, our largest revenue category is our taxes, property taxes, sales taxes, utility user taxes, which makes up 63% of our general fund revenue. And then the second largest category is our transfers in from the retirement fund to pay for our CalPers pension cost, which makes up 19% of our general fund revenue. Those two categories combined make up about 82% of our general fund revenues. On the expenditure side, personnel, being a service organization, makes up the largest portion of our general fund expenditures, making up 77%. Personnel includes salaries, benefits, insurance, so on and so forth. And we had the increase in personnel due to negotiated salary adjustments. Contractual, it is an election year, so we'll be contracting with the county for election services. And we had an increase in our general liability insurance that is reflected in the IS, internal service allocations of $442,000. Some of our expenditure highlights are one of our city's highest priorities is public safety. So under public safety, we have 73 police positions with 54 sworn officers, 37 fire positions with 34 sworn officers, animal control services contracted out at $608,000, parking enforcement contracted at $375,000, crossing guard services $215,000. We have city prosecution services $155,000. On capital investment, we have funded for this upcoming fiscal year 3 new police vehicles at $180,000, 1 rescue ambulance, paramedic certifications for our fire personnel. We have a fire service day and a national night out. Other expenditure highlights for 26-27. So we have our community events. So we have a budget of a direct cost budget, so this doesn't include the personnel. This is just the direct cost to put those events on of $277,000. Here is a highlight of our events, and pretty much we have a community event for every major event throughout the year. Independence Day, Lunar New Year, Dumplings and Beer, our weekly farmers market, summer concerts and movies, Turkey Trot, Veterans Day, Cinco de Mayo, Dia de los Muertos, holiday tree lighting, and Memorial Day. Moving on from there, some of the other expenditure highlights is we have $59,000 for mental health services. We have a robust Dial-A-Ride program, a Ride SG program, $927,000. Support from the general fund to our Mission Playhouse, $843,000. We've added youth day camp programming of $135,000. We have an internal citywide information and AI project of $39,000, and the new bleachers at Vincent Lugo Park for $50,000. Citywide staffing, so total full-time budgeted employees is 205 employees. That's no change from the prior year, so there's no new funded positions for fiscal year 26-27. Public safety makes up the largest portion of our personnel, as we are in the service business as a city. Capital Improvement Program. So total funding for the fiscal year 26-27, total new funding is $9.4 million. This is for 10 new projects. The majority of our funded projects relate to our streets, and our intersection improvements in streets make up the lion's share of our capital improvement program funding. Appropriations limit. So on an annual basis, cities are required to adopt an appropriation limit and do a calculation to determine that they are under that appropriations limit. So the appropriations limit is the amount of tax revenue that states and local governments can budget per year. So the amount that we can budget, the maximum, our appropriation limit for fiscal year 26-27 is $60.8 million. That's the maximum amount of tax revenue that we can budget. And so our appropriations that are subject to the limit is only $35.9 million. So we're significantly below the appropriations limit by $25 million. So no concern there, but we're required to do it on an annual basis. So in summary, for fiscal year 26-27, we have $92.62 million in all funds citywide expenditures across 26 funds. Our general fund expenditures are projected to exceed revenues by approximately $635,000. Our general fund reserves exceed our contingency reserve target of 25%. We have $21.1 million in reserves, which is about 35.3% of general fund expenditures. And there's $9.4 million in new CIP funding for fiscal year 26-27. Staff's recommendation, the City Council conduct the public hearing for the proposed fiscal year 26-27 operating budget, capital improvement program budget, appropriations limit, receive public comment and testimony, and adopt the following resolutions. A resolution adopting the fiscal year 26-27 operating budget, the 26-27 capital improvement program budget, and the 26-27 appropriations limit. So that concludes the presentation. We can take any questions you may have.
All right. Thank you, Director Kaholakula. And it was a great presentation. Does any council member have a factual question for the staff to clarify the report?
I do. Mayor.
Councilman Wu?
Thank you. Well, thank you, Will, for your presentation. So on your staff report, page 4, the staff projects, the license and permits revenue is about $3.6 million for the fiscal year 2026 to 2027. So was this projection based on the city's current fee schedule, or does it already include in the new citywide fee schedule we just approved under the item 5A tonight?
Thank you, Councilmember Wu. Good question. The increases in the fee schedule, for the most part, are baked into the increases that are included in the proposed 26-27 budget.
So that is already implemented?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
In
So
the
you're-
projection.
Thank you for your confidence in us. You know what we know. Well, and the second question is you proposed that this report proposed $9.1 million capital improvement program, including more than, I would say, including the intersection improvement and also the surfacing of the road that is more than $8.4 million on the street. So making that, this is the largest categories of the CIP of this year's budgets. So I believe it's really worthwhile investment because road condition reflects the quality of life in City of San Gabriel. So once this street improvement projects are completed, what is the PCI does the staff anticipate the city will achieve or maintain? Is that still 85, the PCI?
That's a good question, Councilmember Wu. I don't think I could really answer that one.
Oh, thank you, David.
Cavalry is coming.
We do care about the PCI, yes.
Yeah, thank you. So Michael Sled, Public Works Director. The PCI, yeah, will stay about 85. Most of those projects are intersection improvements, so it's not going to be an extensive amount of renovations of different street surfaces. So it's not going to, PCI depends on the whole space of the city's streets, which is, about 80 miles and however many thousand square feet. So doing the intersections, while it'll improve traffic, it's not going to really impact heavily the overall PCI other than the annual streets program, which is going to renovate those locations. But I think the total for that, when I looked, was about 2 linear miles for the year. So the PCI will stay about the same.
Stay about the same. And for the intersections construction, that is making the street wider. Is that correct?
Yeah, on some of it's adding turn pockets and things like that so that people are less queued up in traffic, and adding various features that are just intended to help traffic flow better through the intersections.
Do we put those, the flock cameras or the cameras, the sensors, in the same category?
Well, flock cameras are more for security stuff. We do have the city cameras that we're installing right now as far as intersection improvements. It's adding video detection and things like that, but they're separate from the flock cameras, which are more for tracking license plates and people who are traveling through the city and being able to communicate with PD about people that are here.
I see. So if those are those equipments and devices, they are also in the same pod of this?
They're not in that pot. They're actually being installed
Separate.
right now. So that 3 million in the annual streets program, that's just for resurfacing, and then those intersection improvements are for more for widening and changing the flow of the traffic rather than adding the signal stuff. The signal stuff in theory should already be good, at least to where we can modify it once those further improvements are installed.
So are we anticipate that we'll be collaborate with all the fiber optics that undergrounded already, so we can just get a better traffic conditions down the road?
Yes.
Okay, great. That's all I have. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other council member have questions for staff? Clarifying questions? All three? Okay. No. Oh, okay. All right. All right. All right. We will continue this. We'll call a short, 10-minute recess. Is that all right? A health break? 5 minutes? Is this good enough? Yeah. Good. 10 minutes. All right. There you go.
All right. Are we waiting for Adam?
Okay. All right, now I reconvene the meeting at 8:31 PM. All right, and let's continue from where we left off. Do any of the other council members still have questions for the staff?
Yeah, yes, Mayor Chen, I have 2 questions.
All right, carry on.
One is related to parks improvements, and the other one is related to PD. So we'll start with park improvement. How much is allocated for that? I saw the numbers, but I want to understand one aspect of it. I know that the playground, there's 2 kids' playgrounds in Smith Park. One of them is fairly new, and the other one is, I will argue, almost falling apart. I saw some of the repairs. Is there any monies allocated to that, or is there any plan for that in the near future?
Thank you, Councilmember Herrera-Avila. In the fiscal year 26-27 budget, as far as like one-time capital improvement projects, we have funding for the bleachers at Vincent Lugo Park. But as far as the playground, Michael got it?
I don't believe there's any new funding for it. I know there is a grant opportunity potentially, but it does require a match to replace that. And Rebecca could actually speak about this more than I could. She's the sort of the expert on it. But one of the things, we actually had a meeting on it last week, and discussing the potential of being able to roll it into a larger grant application that would be for the park overall, that would include the pool renovations and things like that, to where hopefully we'd maybe be able to get the funds to meet that match, and or if we get the funds to do it, we could be willing to put that money in to do the improvements. Because right now the grant covers, basically it covers half of all equipment, but it doesn't cover certain types of equipment, and it doesn't cover other parts of the improvements or the labor and things. So right now it would be about $500-something thousand to implement that project, and about $100,000 of it would be covered by the grant. And so we're trying to find the difference to cover the rest of that, essentially.
Thank you for that. I know that I was just there recently, and I saw some temporary repairs that look a little interesting. I know our Public Works or whoever is in charge, maybe maintenance, is trying to keep it alive for the last couple of years or months. But is there any other approach that we're envisioning for this? I know I've seen it in the past that there's sponsors. I think the other playground got a sponsor, and I think that there's a plaque on this one from an organization that I'm not familiar with on the older one. Yeah.
There are grants that we're applying to. There's nothing specific where we have funds we're receiving yet. We're open and looking for any opportunities. We actually have a person or a group that looks at grants, and we review things with them, I think weekly. It's either weekly or bi-weekly. So we're exploring all the different opportunities that are out there to potentially fund doing something with it.
I just wanted to highlight that portion, youth, the kids. They deserve like a good playground, not something that's falling apart. I mean, that's still, usable, but I think an upgrade there would be significant, So thank you for that.
Yep.
Next question, we'll keep it brief, is going to be for PD. So if we can have the chief come up for clarification. I just want to understand, like, the 3 vehicles that we're allocating $180K. I want to understand, are we getting new vehicles? I thought we had like a new program, that pilot that we're getting, that we have already purchased other vehicles through like a rental agency. I think that's probably more effective. I think that way we can continue to get newer vehicles. So I want to understand where are we getting these numbers, and what are the process? Are we planning to buy it outright, these 3 vehicles, or are we going to still rent 3 vehicles, or what are we planning and envisioning for this?
So the money noted up there for the $180,000. So we are in a lease with Enterprise. So we are no longer looking at buying out vehicles. We find that that's just not cost efficient for the agency. And so with that, that will allocate monies to replace 3 either administration cars or where we're at right now, detective cars. So I believe as of right now, and there might be 2 at the shops being prepared, most of our black and white fleet has already been replaced. These are, the 3 cars proposed are for either admin and detectives that, again, we're at a point where they needed to be replaced, but we are still in a lease program.
And I'm sure it costs a certain amount of money to like rent, and then we have to update them or upgrade them with the newest gadgets and all that, right? I mean, what is the cost that we're looking at for these particular vehicles each?
I couldn't give you a breakdown as to specifically the add-ons, if you will, or the accessories of the vehicles, depending on if it is a patrol black and white and/or an admin car or a detective car. I would speak, and I can get back to you on that. I would speak with my captain tomorrow morning. He's in charge of the lease program and had started it. So he has the finite details as to which cars are next due up in line to be replaced. But I can get back to you on that.
Yeah, because the 108, I mean, I'm learning really fast that city money is not like managing my own house, right? It's a lot, it's a lot of money, right? I'm talking about some projects costly for the generator that we replaced last time. It's $1 million, basically. I think it was like $1 million or something like that, right? But then I look at 180,000 for 3 vehicles. That sounds about right for me. Maybe for 2 vehicles. But then if we're renting it out, I kind of wanted to understand that portion of it. So we are renting them out, right?
Well, we're in a lease, not a
leasing
month-to-month rent. And what happens with the lease program that we're in is that the company Enterprise, they track the vehicles, the mileage, and the buyback program. So they are in contact with us to say, hey, your Ford Explorer number 1 with so many miles, now is the opportune time to sell it back to get equity and use that equity to purchase another car. So we're on top of that. Again, I can see where the $180,000 for 3 cars, looks absorbent, but again, if you go out to any car dealership, you're going to be paying significantly more
Right.
for 3 cars.
Well, Chief, thank you. I'm very much in support of the Enterprise lease program, because I do agree, and I've seen other cities, they've told me about how it's actually a benefit for the city. And then we get new vehicles, which is beneficial.
Correct.
So thank you very much, Chief.
Not a problem.
Any other colleagues have any clarifying questions? No? Seeing none? All right. Then, Chief City Clerk, do we have any public comment on this issue?
Mr. Mayor, I have no speaker cards.
Okay, thank you. Then I now close the public hearing. Now it's time for our council discussion. Who would like to begin?
I just had one comment, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Just regarding the opportunity that we gave residents to look at the budget and speak with Mark and Will. I know we didn't have a great response again, but I just wanted to applaud your effort. You had it at Blossom Market, and again, the turnout was low. I was just going to suggest, again, I think I said this last year, maybe a raffle opportunity, free tickets to the Dumpling and Beer or something to bring in more people. But I just hate for you to be there and just have, I think you had, 3 people show up? And so, maybe there's better minds out there, but I just wish there was more people, because we do get the questions as council members, and I always say, well, go to the budget meeting, and, that's just not exciting, I guess. But anyway, if you can just continue, but I do appreciate that you picked a different location, and there's a lot of great social media out there. It just doesn't bring people in, and
People do bingo next time?
yeah, do bingo. That's right.
Make sure they pay their $50 fee.
$50.
Yeah, $50 fee.
We'll waive the fee for you. How's that, Mark? But anyway, that was all. I just wanted to recognize your efforts, and but otherwise, I'm ready to move forward and approve.
Okay. So I guess I'm looking for a motion unless, Councilman Wu, would you like to?
Do we have a motion already?
Well, I'm willing to do it, but if you have more to say,
Sure, I would like to motion to
okay?
approve the budget.
I'll second.
Okay. Okay.
So, okay, go ahead.
Vice Mayor Ding, did you?
Go ahead and
say
vote.
anything? Okay. All right, then let's take the vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
All right, thank you. Next item, please.
Adoption of Resolution Number 26-23, vacating an unused sidewalk area along the frontage of 261 South Mission Drive and reserving a Parkway drain easement.
All right. Now, once again, I now open the public hearing. Public Works Director Sled will make the staff presentation.
All right. Thank you for having me here. I think this is my first time officially presenting to y'all, which I've been
Don't mess
looking
up.
forward to for weeks. So, good evening, Honorable Mayor,
Sorry,
Vice
sir.
Mayor, and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you tonight on the proposed vacation of a portion of the right-of-way easement identified as Parcel A along the frontage of the property at 261 South Mission Drive while reserving a utility easement. As you can see here, Parcel A is a roughly rectangular area that extends along the frontage of 261 South Mission Drive. It varies from roughly 9 to 14 feet wide, is approximately 2,240 square feet in total area, and is separated from the street itself by a public sidewalk and landscaped parkway, which will remain as part of the right-of-way easement. Private improvements within Parcel A were first approved by City Council in 1996. As far as I can tell, I haven't seen anything predating that anyways, with some approved modifications and changes of ownership and occupancy since then, and currently include a trellis, stairs, ramps, landscaping, and a patio enclosed by brick columns and wrought iron fencing. The proposed vacation of Parcel A would formally remove the unused sidewalk area from the right-of-way easement while preserving an approximately 3-foot wide utility easement for the city to maintain and repair the drain that is located there. In this image, you can see the widest central portion of Parcel A with its boundary behind what will remain as public sidewalk, along with the approximate area of the retained utility easement highlighted in green. Based on staff's assessment, the area is unnecessary for present or prospective public use and thus meets the requirements of the State Streets and Highways Code for City Council to adopt a resolution vacating it while maintaining the utility easement. The remaining public sidewalk area exceeds ADA width requirements and is further separated from the street itself by a 6-foot wide parkway containing grass, shrubs, mature palm trees, and antique-style streetlights. There is also no prospective need or desire to widen the street at this location based on the city's planning efforts for the Mission District. In addition to meeting the basic requirement of being unnecessary, the dimensions, orientation, and location of the site make it generally unsuitable for alternative public use, and it lacks potential value for alternative private development. Beyond this, vacating the area will also benefit the city by reducing its exposure and liability relating to it, clarify potential future questions about ownership and responsibility, and reduce the need for potential future administrative work related to it. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing and consider all public comments regarding this matter. And in the event that City Council finds that Parcel A is unnecessary for present or prospective public use, that they adopt Resolution Number 26-23, vacating an unused sidewalk area along the frontage of 261 South Mission Drive, subject to the reservation of a parkway drain easement to preserve the city's right to access, maintain, repair, replace, and operate the city-owned drainage facility located within the vacated area. Thank you. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have Dave Gutierrez here tonight, representing the 261 Mission District project, if you have questions about that.
All right. Thank you, Director Sled. Great report. Thank you. Now, does any of my council member colleagues have factual questions to clarify the report?
I do.
Councilwoman Menchaca?
I would like to ask Dave Gutierrez. There's no one else in this room that knows this building more than him. He was former planning commissioner, former council member, and now, I don't know what your title is, but anyway.
Grand Poobah.
You're part of, yeah, Grand Poobah. But you've seen
Emeritus.
this property in, what, 4 or 5 different versions, restaurants, and now the karaoke. So you know this property, and you've been very patient. And so I want to give you an opportunity to talk about this, this proposal, and that was all. Please come up.
Great, thank you very much. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, staff, you're absolutely correct with your suggestion of me having some back knowledge of this property. I can actually take it back to when I was very young, and it was a very famous Mexican restaurant there by the name of Panchitos that was regionally known. So you're correct, seen transition of this ownership several times to the current state of where we now are enjoying the up-and-coming popularity of the karaoke use there at the location. And this topic came about as a result of some of the new uses that were intended to be on the forecast for this karaoke restaurant, where they were going to be considering the outside patio area for patron use. It was then realized that it was a joint venture between ownership of the city as well as the property owners. I applaud the wisdom of your city manager, Mark Lazaretto, who through many meetings with myself tried to brainstorm what the best opportunity to address ongoing relationship with the city for the use of that particular piece of property. Encroachment permits were always a viable tool to be considered, but certainly did not limit the potential liability of the city having the ownership of the ground beneath that area. So thank goodness Mr. Lazaretto suggested that we look at the opportunity of potentially having the city vacate that particular parcel, which would eliminate the potential, as outlined in the staff report, for future issues related to city. And the owner of the property, the Eng family, agreed that they would like to assume that particular parcel, and it also will provide the opportunity for the current leasee, Divine Karaoke, to be able to enjoy that outside area under the direct lease relationship with the ownership.
So that was actually my question, is the fact that you've seen it in so many different versions, and there was never a need to do this before, not until now with the karaoke place, because the other, even Panchitos, didn't have a need to have that outdoor patio area?
Well, it's interesting you say that. There were many uses of public area by Panchitos back in the 50s. Yeah, I could tell you when we used to have parades coming down Mission back in the 50s and 60s. I was, in case you're doing the math, I was only 3 years old. So they were parties out on the street. And you're correct, it didn't seem like it was the considerations related to liability were not present back then, as they evolved from Panchitos to the Brave Bull to Mission 261. And then certainly the construction of that new area to the north of the original Panchitos restaurant, which is now the Grand Ballroom, known to the Brave Bull, as well as Mission 261 and Divine. It was an opportunity for the current leasee to consider that outside area as an opportunity for their patrons to enjoy nice summer nights, and certainly within the vision of the Mission District Specific Plan, which would encourage that type of entertainment and opportunity. So that's where, all of these considerations came about.
I knew you were the right person to ask that question. Thank you so much, David. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Avila?
Yes, thank you, and I don't know who can answer this question, but I have noticed that this particular site, and I don't know who it belongs to, has like some plaques and of sort. Is that accurate? Do they have like historic value plaques on the property that we're looking to vacate?
If you know better than me.
You're absolutely correct with your observation. There were a couple of plaques, notably the first plaque noting the first location of City Hall. At that location, all of the tenant improvement work that was done to accommodate the new leasee of Divine Karaoke was done so with the intent of preserving all of those plaques. Even the tiles that were put, done, painted, and placed by students 20 years ago were moved to create the opportunity to address the requirements of ADA for ingress and egress of the patrons, were relocated but kept on site. So there was a lot of consideration when these tenant improvements were made to preserve those particular elements.
Yeah. My concern will be preserving those plaques, and if we vacate that, I mean, we're vacating, is that correct, Mark? If we vacated and we have plaques that we consider historic there, or like that have been mementos from the city, I mean, we're basically releasing those plaques to the property owner? Or can we put something in this agreement where we can ask for those plaques to be returned to the city or repurposed or anything like that? How can we preserve those mementos?
And thank you for changing the terminology, Councilmember. Nothing was ever, it was determined that there was nothing of any historic value. I think that's really important to know, because certainly I would have been very concerned about that myself. These plaques, these mementos remain within the area now that is being vacated, but basically, as they were placed, they were only relocated to accommodate the ingress and egress related to ADA. They weren't destroyed. They have been maintained, and that was part of the agreement that the landowner, the leasee had with the city to try to maintain to the best ability those mementos that really have a significance to that location.
Interesting. Has the Historic Commission been, I think this would have been a good one for the Historic Commission to get involved. Have they been involved in this too, to look at this?
The Planning Department and
historic.
Public Works, prior to Michael's coming over to Public Works, did take an inventory and a look at all of the items that were being relocated and determined that there was no historical significance.
So the Historic Commission was not, and I think this would have been a good one for them to get involved and look at.
Thank you, Councilman Herrera-Avila. There was nothing in our code that required that to happen. There wasn't any way as part of the entitlement process to put it in front of the Historic Commission, but it was clear in our discussions with council a few weeks ago at the commission interviews that council wants more of that beefed up, so to speak, with the Historic Resources Commission. So in the future, we could strengthen the rules to require this kind of a project to go forward to the commission. But the short answer is no, it did not go forward to the commission.
I totally understand. Totally understand. I mean, I like what you guys are doing with the project here, bringing basically more revenue to our community. And for a long while, I also thought that was already theirs. So I'm glad that we were able to discover this. My only concern will be those mementos, right? If we could preserve it, and I'm sure that the owner, I hope owner understands that by relocating that, you know, you're respecting our community too, you're part of our community, and that you're preserving that it's, to me, it feels mementos that are possibly historic, you know, or sharing our history, depending on how you want to define historic, right? But that's just something that I wanted to bring up, because I think it's very important not to get rid of the particular things that are there. Like there's some beautiful paintings on these, like I think there's a painting of San Gabriel or something, or some sort.
There's like 9 by, they vary in size, but 9 by 9, 12 by 12 tiles that have been painted by some of the students, the local schools, and fired and killed and then placed there. So you're correct, and it was of importance to me as well, and certainly I'm proud to have been a part of this project. But to protect, the integrity of those items as they were moved around.
Well, I appreciate that you shine the light on that they didn't just toss these things regardless of how they felt about it. I feel like maybe they appreciated it, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay, any colleagues have any clarifying questions?
May I?
Councilman Wu?
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, I think I just want to know how does the city define its ownership interest in this portion of the public right-of-way?
Essentially, it's a right-of-way easement like any other street. It's not an existing parcel, for instance, like we couldn't just go and sell this parcel as a thing. It's part of that right-of-way easement currently.
So this is public right-of-way. This is nothing to do with the easement from the previous, not returning this, but we are gifted this to the property. So that we call a vacancy. Is that right?
Martin might be able to answer that better than me legally, but
More than likely, the parcels that align the street dedicated the easement to form the street than the original design and plan. So in fact, we are, by abandoning the unnecessary or unused right-of-way, we're returning it back to that parcel that it came from originally, most likely.
yeah, for most location, that's true. I don't know for a fact that it is for here, but typically most places, their parcels are there, and then the easement for a right-of-way was put through it. There's other locations like that in the city that you'll see that go through areas. And this one, since it's abandoning essentially what is an unused part of the right-of-way, technically under the state code, in theory, I think we could have done a summary vacation of this because it is just excess right-of-way. There's no plans to vacate it, but in an effort to be transparent to the public and stuff, we didn't want to just do that, so we went ahead and did the public hearing.
I see. Well, because I tried to pull that data from the title company, I don't really see that from the plat map, but I did find that from the assessor's parcels map. So my understanding is that publicly owned property that used for public purpose generally is like tax exempt. So we don't have to pay property tax for that. However, if the publicly owned property is leased to any private sector, that's a restaurant or commercial purpose, it may be subject to property taxation. Is that correct?
We're not leasing it to them, correct? I mean, we would be vacating it, so it would be, in theory, but yes, it would then, if it becomes back part of their parcel, it could in theory be subject to taxation.
But the current position is our parcel or our lands, which is the right, that is our public street is now being used by the private sector. It's already existing there.
Yes.
So they're occupying without, is it like a non-conforming use status? Can I say that way?
Maybe. I mean, the city authorized it. Council approved the improvements there back in 1996 originally, and there's been changes in ownership of that site. But even in 2003, I think when Mission 261 came in, for instance, they renewed that same agreement to allow them to do improvements there. So they're not unauthorized improvements. There's issues with whether they're authorized now based on the transitions between ownership possibly and the use, but otherwise they were approved previously by council, if that makes sense.
Well, this is a very unique situation. I never seen that before. So that's why if you don't mind, I ask for a little bit more, because it sounds to me like this is the land that we allow them to use that approved by the former city council. But now, since they have been using that for a long time, so now we decided to, in order to eliminate the potential risk or liabilities, now we decided to vacate the property and allow them to own the property as a whole parcel. Is that correct?
Yes, that portion.
Yeah,
of it,
because
yes.
that portion is not belongs to them. Now we would like to bring this, give that parcel to them. Even that is like 2,240 square feet total. So we are give that to them so they can make that becomes their own property,
Yes, and
So
their
that- so
own,
that's
their
the-
own liability.
their own liability. So for that current situation, if that is a liability issue, that time I'm just curious because that city requires the property owner, usually, if we are the owner of that land, we should have the tenants or whoever occupying that property, they should buy the liability insurance and with a policy that covers the city to avoid any lawsuit. Have we been doing that?
I'd have to pull up the old agreements, but I do believe, I mean, they're executed agreements that were approved by the city, and they do have language in them indemnifying certain aspects of it, yes.
I see. Okay. Well, so the city has like ever been assessed to any property tax obligation associated to this area? We don't have
It's
any.
right away now, so.
It's right away.
Not as far as I know.
I see. And have city, just curious, I mean, that may not be having any market value, but I know that, the city, have we evaluate what is the fair market value of that area that proposed for vacation?
Public market?
Public,
I don't thi-
the market value.
I don't think it would have any market value to anybody other than the property owner that's right there, in theory, and even then, it's not something that's, the enhancements that are there are essentially the extent of what could be done there. So right now, they've been approved to use that area for those improvements as it is. The city can't really improve it because any significant improvement we made there would basically cut off access to their facility beyond the fact of its dimensions make it limited in the first place. So there's not a lot of public benefit unless, I mean, there's just not, if the city had some reason why it wanted to widen the street perhaps, or if it was a narrower thing to where it was only 10 feet wide to where if we were gonna have to reduce it beyond that to where it would cause, like most streets in front of people's houses, right, they're gonna have about a 10-foot right-of-way easement. They may not realize it, a lot of them landscape it and do all kinds of stuff in it, but it exists. And we wouldn't wanna vacate those because there's all kinds of infrastructure that's related to that, whereas this one, because of how deep it is, it doesn't really have a use. But we are retaining that one easement for the drain because that does have a benefit and it needs to be maintained.
For the public, right?
Yeah.
So who proposed that? Is the city proposed to the owner saying, let's give it to you, or the owner proposed to us saying, can you give it to us?
I'll answer that, Councilman Wu, only because Michael was not with the city when that happened. And I'll take the blame for that. But your question a few moments ago about the liability and the insurance is what got us thinking about proposing this. We obviously had agreements and could have new agreements that have requirements for indemnification and also for insurance, and we've done that in the past. But when we started looking at the improvements that were done as part of the project, we were getting down to the level of worrying about the kind of tile that they had installed in the public right-of-way and whether that might be too slippery for somebody who was out there if it was wet or in the rain or if they had been drinking, because that's an area that's allowed under the CUP to have alcohol. And when we started talking about getting into that level of concern, even though we could get the insurances and the indemnification, as you know from being on the council, as long as you have, we get sued for anything and everything. And while we can tender that to the property owner and the insurance company, it's always going to come back on us. So I felt like it would solve two problems, one of which would be the liability, and the other was the maintenance. Prior to the restaurant opening, there was a landscape area that was under our right-of-way that we started to have a little bit of a discussion with the property owner over putting plants in that area, because that's on our right-of-way. And so again, when we started getting into the nitty-gritty of how we do all that, it just seemed like a better option to relinquish that area, saving the sidewalk and everything else for the city, but relinquishing that area and all of the negatives that come with that to the property owner. So my analyzed answer to your very short question, the city proposed it to the property owner. We had them pay all the expenses of the engineering and getting the agreements and all of that done, but it was our proposal.
I see. Oh, thank you. The reason I ask that is because usually with city, we always treat everyone the same. So once we approve that, we definitely will be look up if any other same property in the district, in our mission district, may have the same issue. But when I checked the map, it was surprised me because most of the parcel, they're pretty complete. But for some reason, only the Mission Drive, there are several of the property that had the same issue, even including our City Hall, that our corner is actually taking a corner spot that is outside our boundary. So according to the assessors, the portal's map, are we going to notify those property that seems they also have those kind of liability issues to us? So we have to doing one by one. For example, that's a Luna 343 Mission Drive. That one is like a very significant. They have a big portion of the area that is outside their property line, which means that occupies, but that is our property, right? The Luna restaurant. So that one, I mean, when I see that, we actually not only one, but also 327, we have 323, we have 315, even 311 and the 309. So that means this area is very special because the property line is not really accurate. That could be the assessor's problem or that could be our problem. I mean, so how we deal with that, if we approve today for this particular property owner, are we obligated to contact those property owners saying that we need to give you that, even that is like smaller portion. It's not too obvious, but are we having the same liability just like this?
I would look to Martin to answer whether this creates a precedent or not that we would have to, but we could do a research project of the properties in the Mission District. And for example, I don't know what the situation is, but as an example, if Tony's Patisserie or whatever that's called now, thank you, Moo Moo Cafe, that used to be the old California pizza pasta place. If for some reason we found that part of the right-of-way extends beyond that brick wall that's in front, or the demising wall, and it's part of that patio, we would look to do a similar transaction because, again, it doesn't serve any purpose for anybody else, and it could be creating not only a liability but other maintenance requirements on the city. So I don't know whether we'd be required to do that on a parcel-by-parcel basis, but we certainly could look at that in the future.
Thank you. I think the South Mission Drive has a lot of this kind of the property that is not really too accurate. The last question I have is about this property was built in 1930. So that being said, maybe 4 more years, close to 3.5 years, there will be 100 years. Do we have any kind of like a regulation will stop people from renovating them, or they should keep outside the same, but they can just do something inside, which is very interesting one right now as a karaoke?
We do, and it was very frustrating for the property owner at times for this project because they want to maintain the building, they want to keep it in all of its glory, but they also were wanting to modernize it a little bit. So there are some, when I say frustrations, for example, they put modern material on one of the overhangs, one of the areas that used to have the old clay barrel Spanish tile. And we are requiring them to put the appropriate tile back. If somebody wanted to demolish that property, it could take a full environmental impact report for something like that because of the age of the building and because it was the city hall for the city, but even before all of the other things that Mr. Gutierrez explained that the uses were. So if somebody was proposing to demolish it or do major exterior renovations, there would be a much stricter process than there would be if, for example, a 1980s home that somebody was wanting to remodel. So no guarantees, but there are protections in the current CEQA. And then being in a specific plan area, there are some other protections as well.
I see. Okay. I think that's all I have. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you, David. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Wu. Vice Mayor Ding?
Thank you, Mayor. So, first of all, I just want to see that 30 years ago, how the council member make a decision is to keep this easement. So what's the reason? So that time I try respect to them too, right? So maybe they have another consideration. So is there any way we can have this answer?
There was nothing in the minutes that we saw as far as it. I think it's probably just, not to suck up to Mark, but as my boss, but I think it's probably just a certain aspect of being creative and thinking about things in a different way. You know, sometimes a really simple solution might be something that people don't consider, and I think that's, I mean, Mark could speak better to that than me, but there was no
Okay.
records about why they did it.
Okay. Maybe also not just 30 years, 1996, maybe before that, right? If any, like, we cannot find any record.
We can't, and there have been improvements since that time where the street was narrowed. It used to have lanes, 2 lanes, one parking lane that was parallel to the sidewalk and another drive lane that went through. So there were improvements since that time that made the street smaller rather than bigger. One of the things that Michael and I talked about was, would there ever be a need for the city to widen the street in that area? And that would be something that if we did that, maybe giving up this area would cause problems in the future. But I cannot see us wanting to go back and remove those improvements, because what you'd basically be doing is turning that area back into sidewalk, and you'd be taking out all of the front of that property and then turning the existing sidewalk into street or plaza or something like that. And so it would take a much bigger project, and if that happens down the road, we would be looking at more than just this property. We'd be looking at other properties as well. So short answer, we couldn't find any reason why it was not done, but we also don't know why the building just sits on its own pad without any parking or anything else.
Yeah,
And that was all done as part of the purchase of the parking lot. But you essentially have, we could do something, whatever we want with that parking lot, and you've got a building that's got no associated parking. So there are things that were done over the years that we don't have an explanation for at this time.
Yeah, so like you mentioned, the parking lot, and the property is only just building, right? Back to the building, even they have the park on the right. There we know that the public parking. Also behind the building, the parking lot, for my understanding, we a couple years ago bring up, it's belong to the city too.
That's right. And when you bring up the park and ride, just to give you an idea of how we're talking about liability and concern, the area next to the side of this building where the handicap spaces are in the park and ride, the city owns that walkway because that is our accessible route to go from the parking lot up to the street. So there are still areas that we own that are essentially, when you look at the building, look like part of their property. So we're not fixing all the problems with this, but as you said, the area behind is the alley where there's parking. That is still owned by the city. So it's essentially just the footprint of the building. And if council approves this action, this new parcel A, that would be part of that building as well.
So currently, the contract, all the contract, like they have the liability insurance cover this easement. And how about the maintenance? They do it, or the city still? Who maintained this easement?
They're required to maintain it, but
They're
that's.
required.
They're required, yes.
Okay. So actually, okay. So another question that Councilmember will bring up, if not a return, it's not, cannot use it. If we, we moved this easement for this current property, so I think the county should do the reassessment too, right? Assessment for the property tax too.
Yes.
Because their land value too, right?
That's the other benefit to the city, which we haven't really talked about, but yes. So this property, if council approves this action tonight, that will be attached to the property, the new 2,200 square feet parcel would be attached, and they would be reassessed. It would probably be a very small amount because it's just the land value, but that will go on the tax rolls, and they will pay taxes on that, whereas now they do not pay any taxes on that.
Okay. All right. That's the one thing is good for the city, got more property tax. But another question, it's I think, I think some council members already mentioned, if assessor value increase, but also the property value is increased too, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
So,
If I understood your question
Yeah.
correctly, if
Yeah.
the assessed value increases, the property value increases?
yeah,
Yes, their property might be getting, infinitesimally more value, but, and it's getting that tax value as well.
okay.
But they have use of the property now without our doing what they're doing, and we're not charging them, or they haven't been charged ever for the use of that.
Okay. So I just want to see, maybe public can know this question to understand it, so, well, okay. It's, right now, from my understanding, maybe just for the city, it's like release the liability you're talking about, right? And hopefully we can get more property tax. Okay.
$15 to cover the bingo. Yeah, there you go.
So this property tax, is it, well, it's already included next year budget? Just kidding. Okay. All right, that's it in my question. Thank you.
Mayor, if you don't mind, one more question. So it's about,
Councilman Wu?
well, so if we will be approving this tonight, when the title will be officially transferred? Is that like all the title fees, and I don't believe that escrow will be involved to this, but is there any like escrow title will be involved to this? I don't want to call this transaction because there's no money involved, and there's any financial impact because there's no, we don't really consider that as like a value to the city. The land is not really, we're not using that land no matter what. So we are vacating that. But any fees that will be responsible by the city?
The transaction will probably finalize when the resolution is recorded, assuming that the council takes affirmative action on this. And it's just simply when the city formally abandons, we don't own the property, we have a right-of-way on the property. All we're doing, or asking the council to approve, is to simply abandon the portion of right-of-way that is not being used anymore by the city and has no future use for the city. We're not giving anybody a piece of property. We're simply abandoning a right-of-way that the city has in that area. And I can just assure the council that this type of an arrangement, as it exists now, is very ripe for a liability problem. And it's not something you can solve with insurance, because no matter what, the city is going to be involved in it. And whether it's maintenance, whether somebody falls, whether it's damage occurs due to weather or other issues, having that dual ownership or dual control in an area that the city doesn't need. And there's no reason, this has no value that we could resell or do anything with. It simply is an area that is liability created. And when the city manager and I started talking about this and trying to figure out how to resolve this, this was a really good opportunity, I think, for the city to step out of a situation that is just waiting for something not positive to happen. So I don't know if that helps, but
Right.
I think that's the driving force behind this being brought to you today.
Well, thank you. I mean, I just want to make sure, yeah, I think the city, of course, we have bundled rights, so that's why we are able to, you know, like give it out, or we can sell it, we can do, but I understand your point. So I think that just want to make sure that from now on until the day that officially the title is transferred, that we are fully protected. So that being said, because there is already a business ongoing, just want to make sure that they do have a good coverage. You know, anything happens there, it just happened there. It's just like Vegas. So it just not, I mean, we want to make sure that we are doing this for, not for any individual, but for the good deeds for the city. But we also need to protect ourselves. So this is a move that we are trying to avoid any further risk that will be taken in on our shoulder. So that's my point. Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilman Herrera Avila?
Yeah, this is gonna be a first, but I'm gonna compliment Councilmember Wu, because now, like, you complimented me last time for trash and being not an expert, but having a little bit more knowledge. You kind of shine the light with your expertise in real estate and land. So thank you for that. I really appreciate that, because it has me thinking now, and the wheels are spinning. I feel like, and the way that the contract is written here, or this proposition, we are gifting it. Is that correct? Or who can answer that?
We are abandoning a right-of-way that has basically no use for the city. It is, that is why this is before you, for the determination that this piece of right-of-way is
But
simply-
Giving up rights.
I understand
up
that
our
part,
rights.
but I feel like we're giving them the right of way, and I feel like this belongs, so do we know for a fact that that does not belong to us? I mean, why would we? I'm kind of confused, because I felt like it was a gift to them, and that's how I felt like it was presented to me first. But now I'm hearing like the right of way portion of it, and I understand the concerns too with Councilmember Wu. But I just want to make sure that this is accurate, like right away. I mean, I'm kind of confused by that.
I don't know what portion, let me see if I can maybe address your concern. Public right-of-ways can only be used for, generally speaking, for a public purpose.
But
Not-
that's a public right of way. We're allowing the public the right of way to use that portion. It's like the right of way for an alley. We're allowing them to use that alley. It belongs to the city. And if, for my understanding, is that, let's just say we have, on Angelino, we have an alley there that kind of ends, and there's a couple properties there. If the owners get, they unite and they want to have the alley because it's not really serving any purpose, they could technically, I mean, in some jurisdictions, I'm pretty sure that they can talk to the city, and then that can be given to them, and then depending on signatures on the surrounding people that are affected by that, they can possibly buy it from the city. An alley, right, with the right of way. Is that the same situation that we're facing right now? Or that we're,
I'm not certain what you're describing in the second example, but going back to the item that we're here before you with, it's a public right-of-way. It can be used either for a public purpose, or it needs to be abandoned. The city is not in a position to sell it, to put it to private use. It's you either use it for a public purpose, or you abandon it. And if you abandon it, it returns back to usually to the adjoining property.
so technically, we don't have to abandon it, right? We
No,
can just keep it like that.
Yeah, we can.
And if we want-
It can continue to be a public right-of-way and continue to be the responsibility of the city in the event anything occurs there that is liability creating.
Yeah, because when we're saying we're giving somebody the right of way, and then we're talking about possibly expanding the street, then that just tells me that that belongs to us. Like, all right, that we're giving them the permission to use that right of way. We're giving them the right, it's a right of way, so we're giving them the opportunity to just use that space.
The
And-
opportunity to use that space was given to them by prior councils,
Right.
under an agreement.
Right. No, absolutely. I'm all for that. I understand that. But then when I'm a little confused in the way that it's getting presented now, because my understanding was it was a gift. And then we talked about that this particular portion of the property here, that we're giving them the right of way to use for public purpose. If whatever reason we wanted to build a structure, 2-3-story structure parking lot in that parking lot right there, and we needed to do like a little turn, or we needed to expand the street a little bit, I don't know if that would be enough space, but we wouldn't have to get permission from them. I guess if it's an agreement, we would just have to go through some process to let them know that, hey, we're taking our property back. Or how else would we expand that street?
Once you abandon the right-of-way, then you would need to reacquire it. I think.
No. I understand that part. But we're not at that point yet. I'm not asking that question yet. Right now, we haven't abandoned this area. And if we wanted to create a street here, what would be the process? Right now, as it stands, what will be the process? Right now, we haven't given up any of this property, and I agree, and I strongly think that this property belongs to us, or else we wouldn't be having this kind of conversation.
Currently, the property has been allowed to be used, the public right-of-way has been allowed to be used to the business owner.
So we're allowing them to use it, correct?
Prior city councils have entered into agreements that permit them to encroach into the unused portion of the public right-of-way.
That belongs to the city.
It's a public right-of-way, yes.
Right, so it's our property. So we're gifting it to them. We're deciding right now to gift it to them. We can easily also sell it to them and then use the money for whatever purposes. Right now, I'm understanding that there's a liability concern. Who created this liability with the slippery floor?
I use the slippery floor as an example just to talk about the concerns that we have out there, but with whatever the flooring is, you're still going to have people sitting in the public right-of-way and crossing over that area, and we could do insurances, which we have in the past. We can make sure they maintain it, but ultimately, if something happens there, we are going to get sued as part of that. And that's part of being a city. We get sued all the time. We have sidewalks, we have streets, so that shouldn't be your only thought about this, but this just seemed to me to be extra liability because of the use that happens in that front area. And the question about if we wanted to do the street now and widen the street, we would have to provide a sidewalk. So if we pushed the sidewalk back, we would have to then decide to take it through their front area, which would be that all of the patio area and underneath the trellis. That's what that used to be for, would be the sidewalk going up and down the street. So we would have to make that decision. I would look to Martin as to whether we'd have to buy that back from them or pay them some value for using our encroachment agreement, because that could be a taking of some sort of their.
Since there is an existing agreement which allows them that portion of it for use, and in reliance on that, they've built out that area. If the city would now come and ask for them to remove all that or propose to remove it, we would probably end up in at least a situation we'd have to pay for it or institute a legal action to get it resolved in the court.
So I understand that part. But if we wanted to do like a bike lane there, it will fit. And that point, we will have to try to buy that back, which I don't think is going to be the case.
I don't know how much width we would need, depending on what class bike lane would be used and what the rest of the area. But whatever use that the city would contemplate, which would encroach on the area that's already been contractually provided for the property owner to use.
So, okay, last time I'm going to ask this. So who owns that property, that piece of property? They own it right now, and we just have, is that accurate for a fact?
City owns the public right-of-way over that land.
But they own the land property. They own it already.
I don't know the answer to that, depending on how the original deeds were drafted, whether the property goes through the center of the street or if it stops at the edge. Different cities, different subdivisions do it differently. But if the property goes all the way to the middle of the street and the public right-of-way is over it, then they own the property, own the public right-of-way. If the property ends at some boundary and then the street begins or sidewalk begins from there, then we own the property and have a public right-of-way over it. So those are the two possible scenarios. And I don't know which one it is in this particular instance. In either way, city has the ability to use that property for public purpose, for public right-of-way.
So right now, we don't know who owns it. I just want to be clear, that's just factual. We don't know who owns it. If we don't know who owns this, then I don't think we should be proceeding without all the facts. So we don't know, you're saying we don't know who owns this.
What I said is, I don't know which of those two scenarios is in place here right now.
All right, I yield back.
For that particular questions, I would like to just add some comments on that. If you go to the assessor's portal, the map that will be showing you, if you click, for example, the parking lot, the park and ride parking lot, you can see that is called government-owned property. So the tax is exempt. So if you click anything else, if that will be on the street, you don't see anything because it doesn't belong to anyone. It doesn't belong to the city, but city, it's not ownership there. This is more like the right for people to use. So that is not owned by the city. City doesn't own that as a property, but I will assume that city has a right to make the arrangement just like a zoning, rezoning. So that is more, that is the reason that I think that we will have a conversation here, because only the cities, the council can decide that how we zone the place. So I believe, from my perspective, this is the place is not belongs to the city, but city just has the right to decide that how that parcel should go. That is my question. That is my feeling.
I agree with everything Councilman Wu said, and when we talk about ownership of streets, that really only comes into play if we're looking to sell like an entire street or abandon a street. If we go back and do the records and find how that was established, it would be established in one of two ways. When the parcels were created, the easement would be given to the city for the right-of-way, and we would build the street through that easement. Or sometimes the city could own it in fee, which means we actually own the underlying property. As Councilman Wu said, most of the time in the assessor's maps, you can see that. But if we were looking to actually sell or abandon the whole street, we would want to do that or that research. You can't just give part of a street to one property owner if that wasn't part of an existing easement. That would have to be something that would have to be sold by the city. In this case, since we're abandoning the easement, we can do that without having to worry about who that original ownership is from. But if we were looking at abandoning a street, for example, we would be looking at a different research project right now.
Well, thank you. I'm not expert when it comes to land use. I'm glad we have somebody that is. Councilmember Wu, I really appreciate that. I mean, you're on it. So thank you for that. Martin, and I appreciate that. I'm just really confused with this whole thing, and I appreciate that clarity.
Okay. Sorry, just talking about the easement, who owned it. I think easement, that's for the insurance. Okay. So usually you can see the front house, the back house. Then you have the back house have used the driveway. This driveway for the front house, it's already easement. because you have to allow the back house to have the driving the car in and out, right? So, from my understanding, the driveway, it's belong to the front house. So for this situation, this easement, it's belong to the property owner or no? It's already that's my question.
So in your example right now, the city is owning the easement. So the residents are able to use that to access the rest of the city. In this case, we're saying that one small portion of the easement doesn't need to be used for public purposes anymore. So in your example, if, let's say, the driveway was too wide, you could narrow that driveway and not have the back house to have use of that whole driveway because they don't need that whole driveway. And so they give it or give up that easement for whatever reason. In this case, we're not needing as wide of an easement for that street as is in the records. And so we're saying we need less of that easement.
But still back to the question, it's who really owned this easement?
The city owns the easement. We have the
City's own it.
right to that property,
Okay.
the current right-of-way.
If I could offer an analogy, we have neighborhoods in this city, for instance, where there's utility easements that run through the back of their yards along the center wall. We have that easement. If we no longer needed that, some of them are sewer, some of them, the power line people have them. If we were to vacate that because we no longer used it, we would still just vacate it back to them. It would not be something that we could sell to them, sell their property back to them to get out of that. I don't know if that analogy helps relate to this at all or not, but.
So it's a little bit confused me. Okay, so like I say, the front house, it's on the easement. I just for my scenario. Okay.
Well, if you don't mind, let me chip
Okay.
in a little. I guess, yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome to Real Estate 101 here. So, well, I would like to tell you this is an easement equivalent. So, for example, if everyone who will provide an easement that will allow other tenants or other property owners to go through there, use it as a driveway, that is called the servient tenement. So that means they will be offering or they are contributing the land and their lots for other people to use to access to their property. But some people, they may leave all the way back there close to the trash can, nobody really using their lot. So they do have, they call it dominant a tenement. So that will be like they're not contributing any of his or her lot for other people to use. So when you're talking about that condo, medium, or townhouse, it's like like people just equally share their property rights for everyone to use. So that is called easement. But for this particular case, I would say that it's not even, because we are not actually, we don't call the owner of the property, but we are just by like a zoning, while we are zoning that we have designed, this is a street, that is a place for the C1 zoning, R1 zoning. So that will be just the zoning things, but we, as a city, that we actually have the right to decide which zoning that we want to designate that area. So with that, we have the power to decide if we want to just give it to a certain purpose, or we just, maybe as cheap, just take that property back for other public purpose use. So I hope that will help.
Yeah.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any other further clarifying questions for the report? We're pretty confident that we understand the staff report.
So what we're relinquishing, we're keeping the sidewalk as it is, right? Like, right, Mark? Where we're relinquishing is that deck area that's already built out and that ramp area. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. So it's pretty much everything behind the wall that is in front of their property. I'm looking in the staff report there's a good picture. So if you look at page 2 of the staff report,
Right.
there's a aerial photograph, that shows kind of approximately where it is, and it covers the area that's under the wood trellis, as well as where the ramps are in the front, on the north side of the property, and as you go south, it's the area that's behind their wall that has tables and chairs and that kind of thing. To answer your question, we're keeping all of the sidewalk, as well as that green area that's between the sidewalk and the street.
So they're already using the area? It's already basically in full use?
Yes.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have more questions for clarifying the report? Okay, seeing none. Chief City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
I have no speaker cards.
Okay, thank you. All right, I now close the public hearing. It's now time for council discussion. Again, let's get it on.
I would like to just make a motion to accept the staff recommendation.
All right, motion by Councilwoman Menchaca. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Councilman Herrera Avila. All right, are we ready to go to the vote?
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
All right, thank you. Next item, please.
We have no continued business this evening. Our next item is new business item A, policy for technology disruption during city council meetings. And I will present this report for you. So, Mr. Mayor and city council members, at the last council meeting, the city attorney gave you a detailed presentation on recent changes to the Brown Act pursuant to Senate Bill 707. And the City Council authorized the purchase and installation of an audio-visual platform for two-way remote public access during council meetings pursuant to the bill. An additional requirement of the bill is the adoption of a policy which addresses disruption of this technology during meetings and outlines the procedures which will be taken in the case of a disruption. In a nutshell, open session would be recessed and staff would attempt to restore functionality for up to an hour. If it cannot be restored, the City Council would make a decision whether to continue the meeting by adopting a finding that good faith efforts have been made or adjourn the meeting. The proposed policy ensures transparency, public participation, and continuity of government during technology disruptions and fulfills this requirement of the Brown Act. That concludes my report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Does any council member have factual questions to clarify the report? All right, seeing none. Chief City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
I have no speaker cards.
Okay, thank you. It's now time for council discussion. Let's get it on.
I want to make a motion to approve it.
What, already? Come
And I
on,
second it
come on,
already.
come on. All right, so motion made by Vice Mayor Ding, seconded by Councilwoman Menchaca. And let's please go to the vote then.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
All right, thank you. Next item, please.
Dumpling and Beer Festival 2025 recap and hiring an event operator. Economic Development Manager Karen Coe will make the staff presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you tonight will cover the recap of last year's Dumpling and Beer Fest and the planning efforts behind the festival's continued success, and a little bit about our proposed operator. Our operator, MPD Events, is also here this evening to answer any questions. The Dumpling and Beer Festival began in 2015 as a way to highlight San Gabriel's culinary experience and draw visitors to the Mission District. Since then, it has grown into a beloved community event that celebrates diversity and culture through food and drink, drawing between 5,000 to 7,000 attendees each year. The event is free to attend and features live entertainment, a wide variety of food options that can be purchased directly from participating food vendors, and a dedicated kids activity area And of course, the event features a beer garden with entry available to guests 21 and over for a separate admission fee. The 2025 Dumpling and Beer Fest marked the event's 10-year anniversary and was a tremendous success for the city and the community. Last year's festival saw significant growth, featuring 13 breweries and 25 food vendors compared to just 5 breweries and a rented tap truck in 2024. Similar to prior years, the beer garden expanded onto Santa Anita Street to improve circulation and accommodate larger crowds. Due to popular requests, we also offer designated driver wristbands to allow non-drinking guests to accompany their friends and family inside the beer garden. To celebrate the milestone anniversary, staff completed a comprehensive rebrand that modernized the festival while honoring San Gabriel's cultural identity and long-standing traditions. Design elements incorporated recognizable city landmarks and themes, including the Mission and Grapevine Arbor, as you can see on the screen. Additional enhancements included new branded merchandise, including mini tote bags and koozies, and an updated sponsorship package with expanded benefits, a community art contest in partnership with Asian Youth Center, and attendee giveaways and raffles to enhance the overall experience. The city also continued its partnership with Asian Youth Center to assist with alcohol licensing and community engagement efforts. Financially, the festival secured $24,000 in sponsorship, an increase of $20,500 over 2024, with the support from organizations such as 99 Ranch Market, Ontario International Airport, Din Tai Fung, Newport Seafood Restaurant, the San Gabriel Kiwanis Club, and more. Lastly, the festival continued its tradition of strong community participation through booths and outreach from local organizations, including the San Gabriel Police Department Community Engagement Team, Asian Youth Center, and U.S. Army, and more. The festival is a major citywide effort led by the Economic Development Division team, with planning beginning as early as spring. It involves year-round coordination across multiple departments to manage marketing, vendor recruitment, procurement of entertainment equipment, and event layout. Staff work to balance the needs of the community, vendors, and the city personnel to ensure a smooth and successful event. The Community Development Department plays a key role, especially on the day of the event, helping managing vendor setup, managing traffic, supporting ticket sales, and assisting with cleanup. Other departments also contribute, such as Mission Playhouse helping us with the stage setup, Community Services supporting equipment setup, beer garden check-in, and kids' activities. Public Safety handled emergency planning and event security. Public Works managed signage, road closures, and equipment logistics. PIO promotes the event through city media, as well as taking footages of the event throughout the night. Staff also work closely with LA County Public Health to meet health and safety requirements. As you can see, this is all hands on deck with staff. As the event continues to grow, flexibility remains essential. Staff regularly adjust layouts, documentations, and staffing plans to accommodate the evolving needs of the festival and its attendees. In 2015 and 2017, the Community Development Department hired Collaboration Creative Marketing, also known as KCM, to assist with food vendor coordination, brewery management, and beer tasting operations for the Dumpling Beer Festival. KCM was selected based on their successful work with the city's Lunar New Year Festival. At that time, the annual cost was about $11,500. By 2019, the proposed cost increased to $21,500. Due to the growing size and complexity of the event, the city ultimately did not move forward with the contract. Since 2017, city staff have independently managed festival operations. However, with attendance consistently reaching 5,000 to 7,000 annually, staff revisited the need for an event operator to assist with logistics and event coordination. City Council agreed and directed staff to move forward with hiring an operator in recognition of the significant effort required to produce an event of this scale. In 2015, Community Development Department issued a request for proposals for an event operator. 4 proposals were received, with costs ranging from approximately $45,000 to over $89,000, all exceeding the city's existing $30,000 event budget. Due to the timing, staff did not move forward with hiring an operator last year. Recognizing the increasing operational demands of the festival, City Council directed staff to continue exploring options for hiring an operator. Recently, staff revised the RFP to focus on identifying a turnkey operator capable of independently managing the festival with minimal city staffing and limited city funding, similar to the partnership with World Journal for the Lantern Festival. 3 proposals were ultimately received and they were interviewed. Proposals were evaluated based on operator qualifications, project understanding, and financial proposal. After review, MPD Events received the highest overall rating. To provide you a brief background on MPD Events, they are a full-service event production company with more than 15 years of experience producing large-scale cultural and community events. Their proposal stood out because they are willing to assume primary responsibility for event planning, production, staffing, operations, and financial risk, while requiring only limited in-kind support from the city. Based on the proposal, interview, and updated scope of work, staff recommends awarding MPD Events as the operator for the 2026 Dumpling and Beer Festival. Staff recommends that City Council receive and file last year's event recap and review and approve the professional services agreement with MPD Events and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement. This concludes my presentation. I am happy to answer any question, and as mentioned, I have MPD Events CEO Matt DiMiglio present tonight to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Coe. Does any council member have factual questions for the staff to clarify this report?
I do, Mayor.
Councilwoman Menchaca?
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just want to say that I'm pleased that you took the suggestion of hiring an operator. I think I was the one who made it, but it doesn't matter. Just glad you're doing it, because I think, people don't realize, you say 5,000 to 7,000, but that's just within 4 hours. And so it has just continued to grow, and I know people have asked for us to do it a whole weekend, so I can only imagine that would be a phenomenal undertaking. These two are definitely very enthusiastic about that. And so my first question is about them. Did you run this by the committee, which I believe consists of Councilmember Herrera Avila and Mayor Chan?
Councilmember Menchaca, so we did not present the RFP to the Dumpling and Beer Fest committee for review and input prior to presenting this forward. The primary objective of the RFP would be, at a minimum, to identify a qualified operator that would be able to deliver the event and maintain a traditional scope, quality, and operations of the Dumpling and Beer Festival. As part of the procurement process, staff focused on establishing requirements that would ensure continuity of the event and successful execution.
So if we approve this, then you will be consulting with the
Yes.
committee? Okay, because we do put some effort, I know as the mayor, former mayor, we do put an effort in trying to have council members on there to help smooth the process, hopefully not delay it in any way. Okay, my second question is, I would like to have the operators actually speak, since they've been here. It's almost 10 o'clock. And maybe just give a very brief introductions of, well, there's only one of you. I thought there was two. Oh, the other one, oh, no, he's over there. Okay. Well, you can both speak or just won't speak. But just briefly, what your experience is. I know you've already been interviewed, but, we haven't met you. But if you can just briefly share what kind of events you've done in the past, how did you even get to know our city? Because I think you had mentioned, I spoke to you briefly, that you actually do international events also?
Yes.
Okay.
Honorable Mayor, council members, thank you for having me. My name is Matthew DiMiglio, and I am the president of MPD Events. We've been in business for over 15 years. We do events, as you mentioned, throughout Southern California for the last 11 years here, but also all over the world. So like recently, we did a trip to Marrakesh and operated a 3-day retreat.
I've been there.
Incredibly gorgeous. And
Yes,
just
it
like,
is.
But comes with its complications and challenges, and I think that's how we have found ways to thrive. We also just did a retreat to Bangkok as well. We did a CEO retreat, and we've actually done work in and around San Gabriel Valley area. Pasadena, San Marino, and we've worked a lot with business leaders in the area through an organization called the Young Presidents Organization. So we have a lot of really great relationships that we've been developing over, more than a decade and throughout the area and throughout Los Angeles. So hope to...
Have you done something like dumplings and beer? Is there any other event that's similar?
Similarly, yeah. We just did something called YPO Fest, and it was the first of its kind. It was a music festival where we actually brought in many different food vendors that were all part of the YPO group. We had a wellness center. We had 3 huge artists perform, Aloe Block, Donovan Frankenrider, and a few really well-known musical acts. So again, it was just a great challenge to take on, first of its kind, and we are already in planning for it for next year. So, this type of opportunity, we're really thrilled to be considered, to be part of it, because we want to continue to maintain the importance that the city has with the involvement of making this a success, in which it has been for the last 10 years, but also to help with the operational side, which is what we're mini experts about, I guess you could say.
Yes, since we've been doing it for 10 years, it's always like, what can we do better, or kind of taking it to the next level. And I think having a group like yourselves with that experience would be very valuable. I was just kind of curious, since you are quite involved with this type of work, it sounds like. I know when Blossom Market opened up, before they even opened up to the public, what they did is they brought in influencers, and they did everything that needed to be done to kind of get people excited. And I'm just wondering, I'm sure you've worked with influencers. I don't know how we would do it with dumplings and beer, because like I said, it's 4 hours and that's it. I guess you can get previous videos or things like that. But you deal with influencers, you deal with social media, I'm assuming?
Definitely. And we would use it for all the pre-marketing. We were even talking about you could send like a influencer pack to them prior to arriving. You could have them show up. Maybe there's like a 30-minute preview that they get pre-access to. They show their hat, they're on their way, and they're already kind of like helping us pre-advertise the event. Lots of social media adverts that we can create, lots of Instagrammable moments that I think is possible. But I mean, and also through Karen and the team, they also have a great marketing strategy already, which has made this such a success. So we're not going to reinvent the wheel here. We're just going to continue to build upon the success in which the city has created.
Great. Yeah, unfortunately, you had mentioned you had never attended a dumplings and beer, but that's okay. There's plenty of videos out there. But anyway, well, I have a few more questions for Karen, but I'm sure council will, my colleagues will ask you some questions, so don't go far. I wanted to ask you, Karen, we've invested $30,000 in the past, but if we hire an operator, are we still planning to spend the $30,000, or are we just providing in-kind support, which means, staff time and other kind of resources?
So historically, we've invested about $30,000. Do we anticipate utilizing all the $30,000? I don't know, but the goal is to primarily just use in-kind support, and the operator does understand that.
So then, the operator is willing to pursue all the sponsorship opportunities. City will not be doing that this time. Or how, you're going to work collaboratively. How's the sponsorship?
We may potentially work collaboratively, but we'll definitely share our contacts that we've procured from previous years. But I'm sure Matt has, having experience with developing sponsorship packages, he can probably create something that would make it beneficial for our past sponsors if they are looking to participate and be a sponsor again.
So I'm just kind of looking at it from a financial perspective, what the motivation is for MPD, since you're not really charging like the other vendor already had like this price point plus, everything else. So I know the ticket sales, you would rely on that to generate some profit, plus, everything else that you're going to be doing. I'm just trying to understand the financial incentive, you sell tickets, you make money. You don't sell tickets, you don't make money? I mean, is it that simple, or?
Their other revenues include vendor participation as well as sponsorships, and I believe sponsorships are probably going to take a huge chunk of, assisting them financially.
Okay. Is that, would you like to speak to that?
That's actually a really great question because with a lot of the other events that we work on, we do have an extensive portfolio of bringing on sponsors. So a lot of experience in really like immersive experiential events. So for our sponsors, we want to build a relationship with them. We want them to come back year over year. So the plan essentially is to bring sponsorships in a meaningful way that can cover the costs of creating this event and also cover our costs for producing it. So we would want to increase the sponsorships, but more so not like a million logos all over the place, more in a meaningful way, which is experiential for everybody attending. We want people to make a memory of coming to Dumpling and Beer Fest and come back next year again.
Yeah, the sponsorship has always been kind of challenging because we don't have, that many like large businesses. I mean, we have some vendors, we have our local clubs, but it would be great if we can expand that net. And that's one of the things that is appealing to me, is that we can expand it and even though, of course, the sponsorship would benefit you, but then they would be more aware of San Gabriel, and maybe they may want to donate for other events, like we have our 4th of July event that could really use some help, or even our holiday, event could also be a benefit. So now, if you sell merch, where is the proceeds going? To the city or to you for merch? Like last year, we had lots of stuff.
I think that if we move forward, we would just establish all of those aspects. I mean, I guess it depends who's buying the merch, who's paying to have it sold, and then how that is going to work out. If the city wants to have some sort of skin in the game, maybe there's a rev share. We could probably figure it out.
Yeah, because anytime you use the city logo, then,
Yeah.
we do need to be involved with that.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
so, but if you're the producer and we're just trying to stay back and provide the basics, the public safety, the public works, I'm just kind of curious because we started the merch, I think last year was the first year, and I know people wanted more. And so since you do these events on a regular basis, I'm sure there's things that we're not even thinking of, but it really generates interest when you have merch. Merch is fun. I mean, people want City of San Gabriel merch, and we don't do that, but we should, I think. But anyway, and I think that's all I have. But thank you so much. I am very excited to see where this goes, and thank you for your interest. And
Thank you.
I'll yield.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Menchaca. And I think I'll dovetail on that because both Councilwoman Menchaca and I we're both accountants, so we think about the same. We think the same way. The financials and how the numbers all work out. And so I guess my question for Ms. Coe is, in the past where we have produced this whole thing in-house and we sold sponsorships, the city basically made the revenue, right?
Correct.
So the sponsorship money went to the city.
Correct.
But now, as we're considering bringing on an operator, and but we're still selling sponsorships because why not? And so then, that's why I was starting to wonder then how does that revenue go? Would that go to the operator, or I guess, like you said, maybe you work something out where they get a certain percentage and city still gets a certain percentage?
We believe that having them taking the sponsorship would be very beneficial for them to, make sure that we have a successful event. Because at least from our experience with talking to other prospective operators, they're all asking for an X amount that I don't think that, at least at this time, the city would be able to fund. So at
Right.
least for this year, working with MPD events, I think that would be the best route to take. We can reevaluate after. They would be able to provide us like a high-level, like financial reporting, and we can go from there.
Right. So meaning the operator would take the sponsorship money.
Correct.
And I don't, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that because we as the city, even though we're foregoing that revenue, we're benefiting from, freeing up your staff time. And also, even though it's not tangible revenue coming into the city, if they can produce a great event, then there's the intangibles of people will know us and the people will love the event that gets put on. So I can see that. I don't have a problem with that. That's all I have at the moment. So any other council members
Mayor.
have questions, clarifying the report? Councilman Wu?
Thank you. Well, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Karen, for the presentation. I do have several questions. First one is, we still have 4 months to go. That is not long enough. So do we have enough time for you to prepare? Because you probably need to taste some of the dumplings or things you have never participated.
I can show them that in an afternoon.
Because we are going to have like a Bafang dumpling opening pretty soon. I would say if we want to deck up the benefit for the city, we want to encourage that the operator may promote our own business, the business in the city. And so far I was reading that the agreement, and how long is the agreement? Is it for 1 year or
It's for 1 year, and I believe we can extend it, but we can reevaluate after the event.
I see. And I just browsed the website, and it's very impressive, the YPO Fest 2026. And also, at the beginning when I checked the MPD, it was kind of incredible. I said, wow, are you serious? It looks like the travel agencies that is traveling to Middle East, to many Bangkok, to all the places. That's you? Wow. So I hope you can bring some Thailand beer as well. But
Special request.
But this is it's very impressive. So will you create a website if you will be getting, let's say, selling the tickets for the WeSpend? In the past we had WeSpend, but now maybe we will have a different way. But will you create a website just particular for the dumpling beer, Matthew?
So the city currently has an agreement with Eventbrite that
Yes.
I think expires in mid-August. So they're aware that they can continue to utilize that because there was a slight, I guess, fee that was waived for our guest. So it's like a $2 saving from the service fee. So they're going to continue utilizing that, but we'll definitely discuss how we can, how they can possibly either create a website or use our website.
Are we still having the AYC to do the application for the ABC license?
We have not approached them yet. We're just working with the operator because the other alternative is instead of working with a nonprofit to obtain an ABC license, you can work with a caterer. However, that's up for discussion. We can definitely reach out, and the operator is aware that, we do want to partner with our local nonprofits as well to see how they can be involved, whether maybe it's not them obtaining the ABC license, but just having a booth just to have an extra additional component to our event.
In the past, we never asked that question. What is the maximum capacity for our the grapevine yard that can be accommodated for, in our beer garden?
So the Grapevine Arbor itself is approximately 230, but because we've expanded onto Santa Anita Drive, our
Yes.
fire department does not have an issue. I mean, we don't foresee it being thousands, but at least what we've discussed with fire department, they don't have an issue. They don't foresee an issue.
They don't, okay. And do you remember last year I provide you some potential beer sponsors? And so you still have the contact. Will you
Yes,
be able to share
we will
with?
share all of our contacts with our operator so they can help assist us in doing the vendor recruitment. They are aware that the priority is to include San Gabriel businesses that are interested in participating, they would be priority. But otherwise, as long as these vendors and are focused on offering dumpling options, as well as just breweries being able to
Breweries.
participate in our event.
I see. So how many staff that the MPD will be hiring or will be having in your group? Matthew?
Yeah, it's just we scale based on events. So like at a given time at various events, I did a birthday party recently and I had like 80 staff for
80.
the entire event. Yeah. So, it could be, we could have 100 people working. Like it just depends on scale, it depends on safety, it depends on like the customer service aspect too, to make sure that all guests are, properly welcomed into the community space, and then properly staffing the entrance to the beer gardens and any exits, and just making sure also that vendors are properly loaded in and they're assisted to all of their spaces with all the various rentals that they need to effectively and safely cook their food. I think we just build upon the success that you guys have created, and then continue to evolve.
And from your Instagram, it shows that you are specialized in luxury event. So are you thinking about to making our dumpling and beers become more luxury?
Would love to. Would love to. Yeah, for sure. Depending on how much money we can raise, we can put more money towards making it, elevating it for sure. But, the fundamentals of a fun outdoor festival, I think, speak for themselves. So we'll make sure that the look and feel continues to represent what the city has built and what the city is.
So for the business license wise, I do see that you have the timeline there, like 4 months or 3 months, 2 months. So just bring back to my original questions. If we are approving the proposal tonight, is that something that you will just do it right away and you will have enough time to promote this event this year?
100%. We're ready to go. We've been waiting for this meeting. We're ready to click send.
I like that. Well, thank you very much, Matthew. Thank you, Karen. Mayor, thank you. That is all I have.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ding?
Thank you, Mayor. So the question is, from my understanding, previous dumpling beer, so all the vendor, we charge them or they?
So the city did charge an application fee in addition to the LA County health permit, but in order for the operator to be profitable, they will be charging their vendor fees, which I believe is very similar to World Journal. They have their own fees that they charge to the vendors.
Okay.
So we would not be taking in the application. They're going to be, the operator will be processing the application. But of course, all vendors that participate in the city do need to obtain a business license.
Business license, that business license, it's paid to the city.
Correct.
Still continue. Okay. But the MPD will be charged like a World Journal. It's whatever the vendor you will charge on that, right? Okay. Okay. Then. Yeah, another question. So based on your say the 4 months prior, so right now even we approved today, it's only 4 months. It's June 2nd and it's October 2nd. Yeah. So it's you already answered. You have confidence to hold this event. Okay. All right. That's it. Thank you.
All right.
Mayor?
Councilman Herrera Avila?
Yeah, thank you. Garen, I know you're passionate and we've been in meetings. There are not that many meetings, I think 2 meetings. And we haven't started our meetings, so I think there is time. The stuff that they do already on a day-to-day, plus adding this. I know, when is our next meeting, by the way?
We will work on scheduling that. So
Yeah.
once we move forward with our operator, we will schedule that meeting.
And I think it's only the 2 meetings that we had last year.
We will definitely try to do more.
Yeah, so that committee is gonna still stay, or what are we looking at?
I have not been informed that it has changed,
Okay.
so I believe it's both you
I
and
believe so.
Mayor Eric Chan.
I'm the mayor now, so it was my prerogative to put you, keep our committee. So you're welcome.
He's the fun one. No, okay, great.
Yes, but the technical answer is yes. My understanding is you and I are still the same committee.
Yeah, perfect.
Go forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Question to the vendor, or to the party planner almost, right? I mean, I think that's what it is. You're planning a big event and you have all the experience. I mean, we have a huge footprint that we can really utilize, right? It's just up to the imagination. You know, we can close, we already did expand by closing that one street, but then we have other streets that we can close. We have parking lots. I mean, I think parking would be an issue, but we will have to figure out if, I know we talked about like shuttling people before in the past, but we have places where we can definitely utilize. Understanding the footprint, where are you seeing areas for improvement? Because I'm pretty sure you're excited. I hope, I can see it, you're excited. I mean, look at this backdrop. We're a historic city, and this is like where
Gorgeous.
everything started. You know, Los Angeles starts from here, if you know the history,
Yes,
right?
indeed.
So what are you envisioning? I mean, it's a couple stages. I mean, what are you envisioning?
I mean, yes, it's a gorgeous, gorgeous footprint. You know, it's been in movies, and this is where the city started, for sure. I was already asking Karen about the parking lot behind the Playhouse because that was traditionally used for parking. But, you know, I was envisioning like Ferris wheels or rides or ways to just like have more interactive moments, to have more photo opportunities and more guests. And so just figuring out the logistics around that, I think, is the most important piece because, again, parking, we want to make the whole experience feel very, you know, holistic. So you're not, you know, shuttling is an option. I was just seeing there was a food truck event. I was doing a car rally in Malibu recently it was like multi-stops. You know, you bring your classic car, and they were doing a food festival kind of like amidst it. So I observed what they were doing, and they were shuttling people from down the hill, and a ton of people were coming to this food truck festival through shuttle. So I was like, well, it's possible. Where there's a will, you know, there's a way, and where there's really good dumplings, there's probably a lot of people willing to take a little shuttle. So we would just evaluate with Karen, and also, you know, I work very collaboratively. A lot of events that I produce, I do have committees that I work with. So I think you're really only as strong as the committees that you can work with and help leverage even some of those relationships that you all have within the city to be able to make this event continue to be a success. So,
Thank you. I know before in the past, we had one music stage. Is that correct, Karen? Are we looking to expand that possibly, or?
I think it could definitely be possible.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we'll take
Or
more
one
questions
music,
to the
one
committee.
DJ.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
does
keep
it-
more. I have
depends,
a
yeah.
bunch of questions too, but I'll keep it brief. Okay, so there's also like the opportunity for that. We have a beautiful backdrop where we can project. That's a playhouse on the side there. We could possibly project, and we've got to think about this. We can also maybe even use a projector for promotional purposes if we wanted to, right? Like set up a projector at a certain time, project it up there before, you know, build some excitement. I don't know. But we have a beautiful backdrop there that can showcase movies or effects or whatever, what have you. So Playhouse. The Playhouse, I know I've seen other different events that have taken place where we use the street and then we also use the Playhouse. Are we considering also to use the Playhouse, or how? I mean, because we do have a beautiful Playhouse that could be utilized.
That hasn't been brought to our attention, but that is something that we can look into.
Yeah. Just wanted to bring that up. I mean, would that be something that
Would that
you,
be the interior? Like, we'd be able to use the interior of it?
have you been in there?
Not yet.
Oh, you're in for a treat.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Just want to throw that out. Thank you. Thank you, Karen, for all your hard work. Who else is Samantha, or who else is the one that we were working with? I know it was you. And
Last year, Sam was part of it as
yeah,
well.
so you guys did amazing work.
you.
A lot of work that goes into this committee, and that's just us in the committee, and then a huge amount of work that you guys take on, and your passion, Karen. It's amazing with the little hats. Are we bringing that back?
We can we can definitely
I know
discuss
that was your
that.
idea. I know it was interesting to see that. I know we didn't get that in our package. By the way, council got a little package, some shirts, some swag, so help promote.
I was gonna say, we're gonna definitely need some cross promotion, so we'll get you guys some swag to wear, maybe if there's any public outings or, media events that you're part of.
There's a few years ago, there was a polo shirt with the Dumpling and Beer logo, and they had those created and gave them away. Even now, I wear that outside the city. I get asked every single time, and I get to brag about San Gabriel every single time. So I love that kind of stuff. And cross promotion is very important in getting the buzz. So, sorry, Councilman or Avila.
No, it's an exciting topic. And I know our PIO and you guys do a really good job. I know we did a really fun video with the farmers market. I hope that we can, we could do something similar because for me, I thought we had fun doing that video, and I think we should do more of that.
It was quite popular, too.
Was it? All right, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I had a couple more things, real briefly.
Go ahead.
Number one, the Mission Playhouse, when he says projector, I just want to make sure you understand this. We started it during COVID, and I was mayor during COVID. And to honor, I guess, or to highlight our graduating seniors, because many of them couldn't walk, down the graduation runway. We able to do the old-fashioned way, maybe there's a better way, but it's literally a projector, and it flashes right on top of the Mission Playhouse, and we would have that at night. And my daughter graduated from Syracuse, one of my daughters, Syracuse University, and she couldn't go back to New York, so we were able to use that as a backdrop, and, kind of, share that she's graduating from college. But I know a lot of people, they weren't even from San Gabriel, were going to the Mission Playhouse to do that. And then another group had something in the parking lot, and you can also put another projector on the side. And so you got both sides. But in the evening, it is breathtaking. And so my suggestion to you is try to go to some of our events. I was thinking summer concerts is the one comes to mind, but you can see how there's a stage up there, and you can just see how breathtaking it is. And it's just, with the palm trees and everything else, there's nothing like it. And so take advantage of that. But also, if you come to some of our events from now till October, you kind of get a feel of who we are, and even though it's a different crowd that comes because, 5,000, 7,000 people are coming from all over, but I think it just kind of gives you a feel of San Gabriel and going to, we talked about Blossom Market earlier, but just kind of walking down that area. We have a farmer's market. Again, maybe, they could be good collaborators, but it's just getting the feel of who we are and the kind of people that we attract, I think would be really valuable, whoever your team leader is.
Thank you.
And then my one complaint every single year, and I have to say it, it's those food trucks. The lines are just, we keep adding food trucks, and it's never enough. And it's a shame that people have to be in line during a Dumpling and Beer Festival for an hour that's why I've never had a dumpling, because I'm not going to get in line. I can have dumplings every day here in this beautiful city. There's plenty of dumpling places. But I just think if we can tackle that, that would be wonderful. But and people are standing in line before it even starts. I mean, they're like in that food truck. And it's getting the right vendors or food trucks, because I've seen too is that we just don't always nail it. I think we had a pretzel truck, and pretzels are great, but I'm not sure for dumplings and beer it's great. And there was nobody there. We've had like 3 or 4 different DJs, and they're all over the place. We can expand until, we have 4 square miles. You can expand forever. But but if you could tackle the whole food, having more vendors, more dumplings, maybe telling the vendors, prepare these dumplings in advance, but then they say, well, kind of you lose its integrity and it doesn't taste the same, it gets soggy, okay. But it's better than having people standing in line, for so long. So
I
anyway,
agree.
that was all.
We've already made a note and sent it to the team
Okay.
about the lines.
Yeah, the lines have to go away. Okay, thank you.
But I would say even with the lines, they get long and stuff, but no one disappears. They all stay. They still take.
Oh, yeah, they go to the beer garden and eat, but
There you go.
anyway.
They just have liquid bread for dinner. All right.
If I may, before I
Yes, sir.
forget, then also, I know we talked about it last time, to adding like a bigger component on education, or like where, if it's even possible to have like hands-on where people are creating the dumplings and all that. I mean, I think that would go far and beyond. We also have like the Padilla room. I mean, we have a huge footprint of what we own. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, that's great. I was actually thinking about that today. There could be a competition or some sort of aspect where you can win something, just in community engagement. It's all about the interactive, engaging moments and immersive things and events that really make it special. So that's what we love to focus on.
All right. All right. Any of my other colleagues have any more clarifying questions on the staff report? No? No? Okay. Seeing none. Chief City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No public comment, Mayor.
All right. Okay, that's no public comment. All right. Thank you. Now, it is now time for council discussion. So let's get it on one more time.
Discussion.
Vice Mayor Ding.
Make a motion. I just make a motion to approve it. It's
second
good. In
that.
kind, it's really good. So that's our City of San Gabriel business model, right? Yeah.
All right, so motion to accept the staff recommendation. Motion made by Vice Mayor Ding, seconded by
Second.
Councilman Herrera Avila. All right, and then it's time to go to the vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
All right, thank you, colleagues. Next item, please.
Resolution number 26-19, authorizing the exception of the 180-day waiting period to appoint California Public Employees Retirement System retiree Ruben Soriano to interim police captain in accordance with Government Code Section 7522.56 and Section 21221H. Human Resources and Risk Management Director Macias will make the staff presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I promise to keep this really brief, very simple item.
We won't.
We won't be talking about vacating anything, but we'll be talking about a vacancy that we want to fill. This item comes to you with the help of our police department and Chief Elizalde. He's helped us identify someone who can actually help us fill our current vacancy at the police captain level. So tonight, we're seeking approval and approval of resolution number 26-19. Since August of 2025, the police department has experienced vacancies at the police lieutenant and police captain positions due to retirements and other unexpected events. The department has since filled the police lieutenant vacancy, but the police captain position remains vacant pending the completion of an open competitive recruitment, of which is ongoing currently. To help provide senior management support while the recruitment for police captain is conducted, staff recommends, the police chief recommends in particular, hiring CalPers retiree Ruben Soriano to fill the vacant police captain position on a temporary interim basis. Resolution number 26-19 certifies the appointment of CalPers retiree Ruben Soriano and authorizes the city manager to appoint Mr. Soriano to interim police captain pursuant to government codes section 7522.56 and section 21221 subsection H. This type of appointment is subject to the following. It's subject to the 960-hour limit per fiscal year. We will meet that requirement. This position is also, this type of appointment is also requires that the position be critical in nature. Police captain is a very critical position for our organization and also unique in nature. CalPers has made a determination that our police captain position also meets the unique criteria. The position must be vacant. As I just mentioned earlier, the position is currently vacant. We are running a recruitment right now to fill that position permanently on a permanent basis. An active recruitment, as I just said, must coincide with the appointment, of which I've just stated we are currently running a recruitment for this position. No benefits or compensation other than the base hourly rate will be provided pursuant to CalPers regulations. So what that means is that the incumbent, Mr. Soriano, will be paid the base salary rate of our police captain, but no other benefits or compensation will be provided pursuant to the government code. And also, the appointment is limited in nature, so it's limited to the time it takes to hire an actual permanent incumbent. It also has an end date of December 25th, 2026. So whichever happens first, either we fill it before then or the assignment is terminated on that date pursuant to the CalPers rules. Just a brief background for Mr. Soriano. He comes with 28 years of experience with the Alhambra Police Department. He spent 5 years as a police lieutenant with Alhambra Police Department, and he retired from the Alhambra Police Department in December of 2025. So he's still really kind of a new retiree, so we'd expect him to hit the ground running and really kind of have the gumption and the know-it-all to really come in and really help us fill this position on a very temporary basis while we fill it permanently. With that being said, I'll save any questions that you may have for me, but I'd like to introduce Mr. Soriano to you, and you may have some questions for him as well.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council, City Manager. Ruben Soriano, currently retired from the Alhambra Police Department. Grew up here in the beautiful city of San Gabriel. Went to Jefferson High, or Junior High, San Gabriel High School, and Dewey Elementary. So it's been a wonderful experience living here, and it's a wonderful community. And I cannot wait to join your team and to help Chief Elizalde and his vision.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Soriano.
Thank you.
So, does any council member have any factual questions for the staff to clarify the report? Nope. No? All right. And then we already heard from the candidate Soriano, so that's good. Chief City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No public comment, Mayor.
All right. So now it's time for council discussion. Let's do this one more time.
I would like to move to approve the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Moved by Councilwoman Menchaca, seconded by Councilman Wu. And so if there's no other discussion, then let's go to the vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
All right. Congratulations, new Captain Soriano. All right. All right. Next item, please.
Discussion and direction on placing a local sales and use tax measure on the November 2026 ballot.
Sir? Health break? Okay, would you like a health break or? Yes, okay. Let's adjourn for, what, 10 minutes health break and come back? 5-minute health break? All right, all right. All right. 5-minute health break, we will reconvene. Okay, I reconvene the meeting at 10:41 PM. Next item, we were about to begin item D. Is that correct?
Discussion and direction on placing a local sales tax and use measure on the November 2026 ballot. City Manager Lazaretto will make the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I will brush through some of this because I think we'll spend a lot of time at the end. Starting with our current financial position, it's lucky that we've had our budget discussion earlier because this is all very common knowledge to council and I hope the community. But the city's current financial position is excellent. We've got healthy reserves, more than 35%, which is double what the state suggests with the 17% minimum reserve levels. We've had more than 7 years of surpluses at the end of each year. I'm proud to say we've had clean audits year after year. We've had approved budgets with either a slight surplus or balanced. This year, we're showing a deficit where we're using our reserves, a small amount of our reserves to balance that budget. And for the next 5 years, we're showing a slight deficit as well. Revenues have continued to keep up with expenditures for the most part, but what we haven't been able to do is meet those unmet needs. And the biggest one that we talk about is the police station, but you'll see as we go through, there are several unmet needs that we do not have the funding to address. Council has asked us for options or ideas for how to address our biggest infrastructure and unmet needs. We talked tonight about streets quite a bit and sidewalks. The police station remodel is a $60 to $80 million, or a new police station if we go that route, $60 to $80 million expense. Fire stations, if we just want to bring them up to current standards, but also if we're talking about adding a new ambulance at Fire Station 62, an additional ambulance, which would be more firefighters, and then also potentially a ladder truck that would serve the tall mixed-use buildings that we have in the city. Smith Park Pool, we've talked about that over the years, and we've got applications for grants out every year for the past several years and have not been successful except for most recently with a small grant to do the planning for it, but we have an unmet need of potentially upwards of $10 million for the pool itself. And then on the column to the right, you'll see not only do we have the one-time cost, but we have the ongoing maintenance costs. So, for example, if you build a new police station building, we won't have, hopefully, the roof replacements and HVAC equipment and all of those kinds of ongoing costs, but you have more in the way of utilities and other costs that we don't have in our budget to handle as well. Again, not going through each one of those items item by item, but that's not a complete list. There's a more in-depth list in the staff report. And then staff intends over the next year or two to bring back a master plan for all of the city's facilities. We have not done that. We have not had anybody go through line by line or room by room in our facilities and start to identify the things we need to do to at least do basic preventative maintenance or anything that needs to be upgraded. All in total, we have over $100 million of unmet need coming up over the next several years, with an additional $4 to $5 million in annual maintenance. Included in that is another discussion item that came up tonight was keeping our streets in a condition at the level they're at now so that they don't degrade to that PCI level that we all remember in the 60s, now luckily in the 80s. That ongoing cost doesn't include additional police officers, so you could add to both sides of that table. You know, you hear about the fact that we have more calls for service with these new buildings in the city. We don't have money in there for an additional team to staff a rescue ambulance. You see in the budget you adopted earlier tonight, we funded an actual ambulance, but that's just a replacement of the current ambulance that we bought almost 5 years ago, believe it or not. This would be an additional ambulance staffed by 6 firefighter paramedics to serve the city. You'll recall that one of our statistics that is is alarming, but it also shows the need of our firefighters, that more than 50% of the time when they get called out on a 911 call and they're out on that call, we get a second call that comes in. And so we have a very robust mutual aid with the Verdugo system, and we do the same for our neighbors and provide those services. But at least 50% of the time, we're relying on San Marino and Pasadena and Alhambra and other cities to come in and help San Gabriel residents. So that is the need for the funding. Council asked staff to come back with ideas for how to meet that unmet need. The best of the best would be using federal, state, or local grants, but those are very hard to come by. We've tried 6 times for the pool, and as I said, we've only had a couple of small funding measures for that. I'm happy to say that we're very close, hopefully, with Senator Perez's office for a grant for our fire stations, that we could get an earmark for some funding for that. So that would take part of our need, but not the ongoing needs that we've talked about. And there are not funding sources for doing police stations or those kinds of, or Mission Playhouse. We look at that as a citywide gem, but there just aren't groups out there that are wanting to fund or willing to fund those kinds of needs. We talked about doing a parcel tax. A parcel tax would be a great way to raise funds, but unfortunately, it requires a 66 2/3% of our voters. And the other side to that is it would be 100% a tax on city residents. So that's a downside. The upside for a parcel tax is it's very secure, and we could get very affordable financing because that funding source would be tied to whatever our funding is for those infrastructure projects. So really that leaves only a transactions and use tax, which is a fancy technical name for a sales tax. You'll recall that we adopted Measure SG in 2020, and it would be the same situation, the same process. It requires a simple majority for voter approval. It would be put on a ballot, and the voters could decide whether that was appropriate or not. And it has a flexible use of funds, meaning that we would be able to use it for any general fund funded purpose. Right now, there is a 1/4 cent cap space available in Los Angeles County because of Measure H that sunsetted a couple of years ago. We are working with a we're working with our assembly members and senators to get.
It's late.
It is late.
Just say lawmakers.
I can say Kahola Kula still. We're working with our state representatives in order to get a special legislation that would allow San Gabriel and a few other cities that have applied to raise that cap, which would allow us to adopt up to 1 cent in San Gabriel. Just to remind everybody here that that would only be for taxable purchases, so it wouldn't be on groceries or prescription drugs or fresh food, that kind of thing. It would be on restaurants and gas and the other things that are commonly spent. The council action that would be taken, which would come formally a next council meeting on June the 16th, the council action would be to consolidate the election and ask the county to put that on the ballot for us on November 2nd, I believe is the date this year, 4th, whatever, 3rd, thank you, the November election. So it's up to the voters. Council would enable it to happen, but ultimately the voters get to decide whether this would be right for San Gabriel or not. The polling that we've done shows that, I don't think that's going to be any surprise to anybody here, that public safety is a huge priority for our community. I think it's why people choose to live in a city like San Gabriel. They want to protect the response times. They feel safe in the city, and they want to make sure they continue that way, protects their families, their property values, that kind of thing. And also infrastructure, streets and sidewalks poll very high. People want to spend money to improve and maintain those items. So if we were to move forward, we would also look to do a robust education and outreach campaign. Obviously, we wouldn't be campaigning for this. We would be informing the community, answering questions, trying to get information out about what this could be used for and why we need the funding. Several cities have already adopted quarter cent increases in LA County. And at tonight's election, there are several more, and I'm sure in November there will be others as well. And then just a reminder that all funding raised by whatever this new measure would be, if the council chooses to move forward, would be kept locally and controlled 100% by the San Gabriel City Council. So we really have four options. We could do any amount up to 1 cent, but traditionally cities do it in quarter cent increments. I put on the slide in front of you what those quarter cent increments would generate. And then on the right, the bonding capacity. Bonding would be a way to really supercharge doing spending on those infrastructure projects. If you look at the revenues on the left, so for example, if we went for a 1 cent tax, the $6.6 million that would generate would be great. But if we were to try to save up, for example, for a police station, it would take more than 10 years of collecting those funds and putting them in an account before we could actually build a building. And as we've seen with the cost of a building, it would outpace that, and eventually the $60 to $90 million building would be, a $90 to $120 million building. So what staff would recommend doing is issuing bonds or doing some sort of a certificate of participation where we could basically get a big loan that we pay back using the funds that we would generate from whatever this measure is. On the right, the bonding capacity, to be conservative, which is the way I prefer to present items and ideas to the council and the community. The bonding capacity is based on 80% of the revenue generated by the measure. So again, using that $6.6 million revenue, 80% of that would generate about a $78 or a $79 million bond for us. I use 80% because two reasons. One, that gives us extra ongoing revenue to handle some of those maintenance issues that year to year. But I think even more importantly, it would help if there were an economic downturn. I would hate to get us into a position where we issued a big bond and we used every penny from a new revenue source to pay for that, and then for the economy to go down and for us to have to use our existing tight revenue in order to pay back those bonds. So this is a conservative way. When the time comes, if we are successful in putting something on the ballot and the voters approve it, we would have very in-depth discussions on what that amount should be and how conservative or not the council would want to be. And then similarly, the numbers I used for the annual revenue are a little bit conservative as well. Measure SG, which is a 3/4 cent sales tax, generates about $5.3 million. So the budget you adopted tonight uses $5.3 million as the placeholder or projection for 2026, 2027. So each of those numbers is probably a little bit higher than what it showed on the screen. But again, I'm trying to be as realistic and conservative as possible. So what we're looking for from council tonight is to have a discussion to be brought back on the June 16th for a formal vote. But what the two questions that need to be answered tonight are we interested in moving forward with transactions and use tax measure? And then what amount we would want to have on that ballot, anywhere from 1/4 cent to 1 cent. And then there is one nuance to all of this, and if council moves forward, Martin is working on all of the technical documents, the ordinance that would need to go into all of this. But one of the nuances is we will be adopting this or recommending that it be put on the ballot before state legislation would be passed that would allow us to exceed the cap in LA County. So if, for example, council decided to put a 1 cent tax on, and if the legislature doesn't approve that 1 cent cap increase, we could still collect the 1/4 cent. And then in the future, if the legislation came through, we could accept that other amount. So there will be some language in the ballot initiative that allows us to collect up to the amount the voters approve, provided we get that legislation. So it's not a sure thing that we get the tax approved. As you all know, it would take a vote of the people, and then it's not a sure thing that it would be approved by the state. I do know that as of early this week, the state signed legislation for LA County and for Contra Costa County to exceed their sales tax measures. So hopefully we would have that same tailwind and that same success, but there is no guarantee of that. So again, summing it up, happy to answer any questions. Will and the executive team are here. Will for the finance side, and then the executive team for any of those unmet needs. But I think council is aware of all of those. But looking for discussion from the council and then direction. It doesn't need to be a formal vote, but really consensus on what to bring back on June the 16th. If council needs additional information or time to make that decision, we do have until the 16th. Not a whole lot of time, but until the 16th. So if there isn't consensus tonight, we can come back on the 16th as well. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City Manager Lazaretto. Does any council member have factual questions for General Manager?
Mayor, do we need to vote for extension to
We do?
passing at 11 o'clock?
I understand. No, oh, you can extend.
The rules provide that any item started before 11 o'clock can be concluded. Any other item that is on the agenda, if it's to be taken up after 11 o'clock, a vote would be needed. So my recommendation is that the council conclude this item.
Right. So
And
we don't
once that,
So we don't need a vote because we started it before 11. Is that correct?
correct, once that item is concluded, should you want to consider or take up the remaining items on the agenda, you would need a vote at that point.
Oh, even for the remaining items? Oh, okay.
Your rule says any item on the agenda, so those are items on the agenda, so you need a vote for it as well.
Okay, but we can get,
Which means that we don't need a vote, but
No.
we just need to make these items as a final item for tonight. Is it right?
Without a vote.
Without a vote?
right. We could vote after this item. We could vote to finish up all the other stuff.
Got it, thank you.
Anyone?
I was just going to start, but.
Okay, yes, please. Councilwoman Menchaca.
Okay. I'm going to start with my clarifying questions, and then afterwards, during deliberation, I have a few comments I wanted to make. I guess I'll just keep turning this way, Mark. So my first question is, from a voter perspective, is it true that the difference between a quarter cent and 1 cent sales tax increase has relatively little impact on whether the measure passes or not, because tax is a tax, and that the voters tend to focus more on the purpose of the measure than the specific tax rate?
I asked that question of our polling consultant, and my understanding was the same as yours, but I was surprised to hear actually the higher amount polls better than the lower amount, because as you said, if people are behind the purpose, then actually having a higher amount that's generated makes them more likely to support that because they see more benefit for that. So yes, a quarter cent and a 1 cent would be just a tax for everybody, and they would look at that very similarly. 1 cent might be more likely than the lower amounts.
Now, that's what I heard, so I'm glad. Thank you for clarifying that. And then my second question is, let's see, this proposed sales tax is to fund major capital improvements. And we all know police station, fire station, Smith Pool. And so these investments are intended to replace aging facilities, enhance them, but I think mostly replacing. And then strengthen public service, which is the number one issue that's in our community. And it's not about expanding bureaucracy, but these improvements.
Public safety, you mean?
Public safety, I'm sorry, what did I say?
Public service. But
Oh, okay.
I'm paying attention.
Thank you.
Help you out. I know what you meant.
So Mark, or I don't know, somebody here, with these improvements that we're talking about, you've listed them, you gave us the numbers and the enhancements. Is this going to serve our community for the next 40 years, 50 years? Because our police station was built in 1962, so it's old. But any improvements we do now, have we kind of made a projection of how it's going to kind of help serve in the future, or another 60 years, or what are we looking at?
I think everything we look at is with a 30-year timeline.
30 years,
But
okay.
knowing that it's going to have to last 60 years, because 30 years from
Jeez.
now, they're going to be facing the same problems that we're facing now. The police station that we've designed, the needs assessment that council received in February or March, whenever that was, where we presented the different schemes, that includes a projection for our police need 30 years from now. So it hopefully would be built to that level. And I would assume we would not be replacing that building in 30 years, that it would last much longer, as that example. The same if we replace the pool. We're not going to do that every 30 years. That's going to be 40, 50 or more years. So it's for the next generation.
Yeah, exactly. That's what that was my point, is that we're really looking to the next generation. And so if the voters approve it, let's say we put it on the ballot, they approve it, would this help, this additional revenue, help us or improve our ability to compete and leverage this monies for state, federal, and other grant funding opportunities? Because I've seen that it seems like, if we can prove that we have some money, or we can prove that we can cobble up some money, then somehow on that grant totem pole, it elevates us, because now we have something to leverage on. Would that be the case, or, I don't know, for every project, but just in general?
I think generally, yes. And it would happen in two ways. One, most of the kinds of grants that we go for require a match. And in some cases, we don't have even a match or a non-general fund match for some of those. Others, for example, there are, for coming to the top of my head, is like an assistance for firefighters grant, AFG. You can get funding for increasing the size of your fire department through that specific grant, and there are other grants like that. But it's only for a couple of years, and you have to guarantee to keep that level for maybe like 10 years after that. I'm going off the top of my head, so please don't hold me to those numbers. But a lot of times cities can't apply for those, because if it's one thing to have those folks on staff for a couple of years, but then you have to pay for those after that funding source runs out. So those are two ways I can think of. I think another way that you're talking about is being shovel ready. So a lot of these grants, you can't even apply unless you're shovel ready, or they will rank you according to how shovel ready you are. And a project like the pool, you're looking at more than $1 million just for the plans. I mean, you're all familiar with the Veterans Monument, and that's going to end up costing something like $500,000 to build and $100,000 to design. And so even having that seed money to get started without another funding source, some of those we can't even get to the point of being shovel ready to be competitive for those grants. So I hope I answered that question.
No, it does. And then one of the arguments that I've heard in favor of local sales tax is it keeps the decision-making and accountability local, at the local level. So we know it's going to stay. If we vote for something at the state and federal, who knows if it ever comes to our city, but this would stay. Can you just explain briefly what accountability measures we have? How can the public be ensured that it's going to be spent wisely and, to benefit all of our community?
Well, it's exactly the way we do measure SG, which is to be transparent in all of our reporting. It gets audited every year with all of our other funds. And with all of those measures in place, I think the public can be assured. There's no guarantee that it goes to any specific use. We can't put it towards any specific use. If we did, it would be a special tax. After it's approved, we can decide how it's going to be spent, as long as it's among the uses that were listed. But as far as that accountability, it's through the reporting, it's through the public meetings, and then ultimately through the 5 of you.
Okay, because let's say it does get approved, then we would have a strategic plan. It would say, well, you actually kind of mentioned it with the bonding capacity, but at least they're rest assured that it's staying here with us. It's not going somewhere else.
That's right. And I would take an additional step that we didn't take with Measure SG. Measure SG was what we needed in order to fix our financial situation. We were in a dire strait, and if we didn't do that, I hate to even think about it, but we would be laying people off, and we really would have been in a world of hurt. Measure SG allowed us to live basically within our means and stay with the way that the economy was going and salaries and all of that. This one should go to those projects that we're talking about, and I would recommend that we track it a little differently, and so it'd be held separately, and council could still use it for whatever they would like, as long as it's a general fund purpose, but we could do a transfer to and from any of these. So to
Have a
your
separate
point-
fund set up. I mean, I would even call them investments, to be honest, because that's what this is. This is an investment in our community, and something that, in the past, unfortunately, has been kind of kicked down the,
And the reason I would suggest that is then it would not get absorbed into the budget, and it wouldn't just be part of how we program our expenses. You know, the next day, we have another X million dollars, and we start spending it for other things. You could still do that, but if you kept it in a separate fund and thoughtfully used it for those investments, then I think that's a better way for the council and the public to see how that gets spent. Not something we have to decide now.
no, I know,
something
but I think
we
that
could do.
just gives another layer for the public, for council, to just understand there is accountability. There will be accountability if it's passed. One of the things I like about this, for many reasons, more sales tax than a bond, because again, my experience with bonds, it took us 4 times at the school district to pass the bond. It's difficult, and then you have the 66, and 2/3 percentage. But what I like about this local sales tax, it's that it's paid by everyone who makes purchases in the city. It's not just the property owners. It includes visitors and non-residents who use our city services but don't have to pay property taxes. So it kind of really spreads it out to everyone who uses our city services. Because even as a visitor, I mean, you may have a public safety need and you call our police. You're using our roads. I appreciate the fact that they're shopping here, but again, they're usually using our city services, and the burden is not being placed all on the property owners like bonds are. But I wanted to get just clarification from you, Mark. Is that kind of an accurate explanation about, I guess, the difference between a bond and a sales tax? But I think it's important that we all understand that this sales tax, the population, the universe, is not just the property owners. It's everyone who uses our city service, or our city businesses, who are visitors, are non-residents. There's a wider net here.
I think that's exactly right. So the two options are a parcel tax and a sales tax. And a parcel tax is what you're referring to when you talk about a bond.
Yeah.
A parcel tax is something that would be put on the owners of parcels, and they pay that. And as you said, nobody else does. If you come to the city to, buy a soda or what have you, you're not paying that. Versus a sales tax, which anybody who comes and does business in the city pays for. I'll give you one example, the Mission 261 that we talked about tonight. The folks who come, they spend money at Mission 261, and we hope that that's really, really successful. But there's also a service level that comes with that. We have extra need for patrols and things like that, so the sales tax potentially more closely
Aligns itself, yeah.
exactly
I
with
agree
the
with you.
actual services that are being provided. And we have more than 200 restaurants in the city, and those are supported by more than just our 40,000 residents. They wouldn't survive if it was just our 40,000 residents. So all of those folks that are coming and going, this is their way to pay for those services that they receive, but don't pay for as a property owner.
And I think that's important to kind of emphasize. And then, I guess it's a statement, but as a council person, I've been here, I guess the longest, not that long, but 2017. And I know, I just feel like we have an obligation to find a realistic funding source to address these long-term needs, because we continue to kind of march along without really resolving it. And I wanted to ask you, Mark, since you started, which was 2018, right after I got elected, has there been a year that we haven't discussed funding needs? I mean, I feel like we do this every single year. We're always looking at facilities or the pool or there, we can't use the existing general fund or the revenues that we're getting. And we've already kind of eliminated all the possibilities. This really is our last funding source. Is that, I mean, I guess it's two questions.
I am loath to present a tax to the council and the community. I mean, that would be the last thing I would want to do. I know folks, especially folks who aren't in this building, they just assume there must be grants and other funding, and if we had, somebody who was smart enough to write the grant, we could get the fund, or, and I'm not saying this in a disparaging way, people outside the building think if we just reprogrammed our money, that we could find the money for these kinds of investments. They just assume cities can do that kind of thing, and again, I think that that's a normal layman's term. And I'm sure that the five of you, before you were elected, assumed like some of that was their own ability to find funds. If you just looked at this as a more efficient or what have you, you could find those funds. And I think all of you are thoughtful in the way you program our funding. And if there was a way to find that funding within our current budget, you would. And if you weren't, the staff would be presenting it to you hopefully in a way that could. So short answer, we spent several years where we couldn't even afford to do any of our infrastructure. Our HVAC systems and our roofs are falling apart, and that's because we didn't put that investment in. So we're able to just do the bare minimum now, and without this kind of revenue influx, we're not going to build a police station. We're not going to put seats in the Mission Playhouse. We're not going to resurface the pool. So as your question lobbed up there, if we don't get an additional funding source, we're not going to make those investments.
Okay. And then I was going to ask the chief, I'll let you walk up. A quick question, Chief Elizalde, I'm sorry, there's two chiefs over there.
Which one? All of them.
Which one?
Other one.
So I think the police station, I'll focus on the police station because really that's probably the most, that's the investment that is probably the most critical, the most expensive. But again, Captain Nakamura had mentioned that this whole concept of rebuilding the police station started, I think, in 1999. And then, I mentioned when I got elected, we were talking about, we had plans and everything else. But I think I'd like to ask you, Chief, it's clear that the longer we wait, and we waited decades now, we're looking at, if it's 1999, we're looking at, 27 years, that the longer we wait, the higher the cost from continuing to delay this decision-making. And so can you kind of walk us through the cost of the police station? I mean, I guess we can start in 1999, 2018, and we know what it is in 2026, 60 to 90 million, I think I saw. But what was the cost if we would have done it in 1999, if the council would have decided to do something, whether it was a parcel tax or a sales tax? What was the cost then?
Sorry about that. I do not have those figures from 1999.
Okay.
What we were able to produce were some documents from 2018. And I think simplistically said, the longer that we put the renovation or rebuilding of a police department or a city hall or anything, infrastructure wise, we're just going to be looking at added costs. And I think there's been enough comments, at least from what I hear at my talk at the town events from some of the residents and also here within council chambers, is that had we perhaps moved forward 10 years ago, 15 years ago, that we wouldn't be in the predicament that we are today as far as why the inflated cost. And I think just in general, what we're all facing, living here in Southern California or the United States right now, everything is going up. And so the loaf of bread, eggs, that is all going up for us, and we're all seeing that. So construction on major projects is not exempt from that. And I think, again, a safe estimate in what we're working with Griffin Structures, where they gave us a low and a high end, approximate low high end of $60 to $90 million. There's no guarantee that if we put this off and hope for, either new revenue sources within the city or other opportunities within 3 to 5 years, there's nothing to say that we're still going to be in the $60 to $90 million range. We may be looking at 100 plus, just depending on what else is going on in the economy at that time.
What was the number? Because I believe Captain Nakamura said in 1999 it was 20 million. In 2018, what was that number?
I believe it was just under that. Again, I saw those documents for the first time earlier today and trying to do some research before I got here, but it was significantly less than what our the last presentation with Griffin Structures that was presented here in council back in February or March. So I apologize for not having that exact number, but it was significantly lower.
I thought it was like 30 million in 2018.
You're right. In 2012, when we kicked off, the people who were here before us, kicked off the Public Works project, which, recall, we had to move Public Works in order to accommodate the new police building. That whole project, Public Works and Police, was supposed to be $36 million. 10 million of that was for Public Works, and 26 was for the police station. Short answer to your question, 2012, it would have been about $26 million, and as the chief said, we're up to $60 to $90 million now, depending on what option we choose.
So it's like 3 times as high. If the council at the time would have made some kind of financial decision. Okay. Well, I have a few more for deliberation, but thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Who else would like to ask clarifying questions? Councilman Wu?
Well, thank you. Well, first of all, today, June 2nd, 2026, is my 25th wedding anniversary.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Nowhere else you'd rather be.
That's all I need for today. Well, but my wife is very understanding, so, during the
She should
recess-
be here to support you.
Well, she texted said it's okay, just do the business here. It's more important, so, that's a great encouragement. Well, first of all, thank you, Mark, for making this happen. I mean, not yet, but actually, at least that we have an option here. I do have several questions about the tax measure. The max that we can increase is a quarter cent for now. That according to the county. We are trying to get 1 cent that if will be approved by the state legislature. So if we will not be able to get that approved, but we passed, our voters approved that we can increase, let's say, 1 cent. But since the legislature has not made their decision yet, so we can only collect a quarter, even we got that 1 cent approved. And if we would need to wait another 6 months or 8 months, then they said, you know what, we can increase that to 3 quarters. Then we can max to 3 quarters from that time. Is that correct?
That's correct. I don't believe that the legislature would mess with the numbers. They could. It's a bill, and they could change the bill, but there are about 6 cities in there, and each one has a different amount. So to answer your question, I don't think they would say you can't have a full penny, you can only have 3/4 cent. So if it gets approved later on, I believe we would get the full cent, and until then, we could get a 1/4 cent. And I believe that they're taking that up in the next few weeks. So we should know sometime this summer, and they want to get it done before the August recess. So we should have an idea at that time, but we won't have it in advance of putting the ballot language together, which is why we'll have to have that wiggle room in the ballot language.
But that's a chicken first or egg first. So now we should make our own decision first by June 16th. Even they have not made that there yet.
Right, and there's one other nuance. We're told by the folks up at the state that this exemption probably doesn't last forever, meaning we only have this session or the next session to contemplate this, that these kinds of tax measures are probably going away. So I don't want to put you in a situation where you feel like it's now or never, but I'm told it really could be now or never.
So 2 months ago, we had, I would say, the broker that came to our podiums and made a presentation, and they gave us 5 different options that how we can make that happen to our police station, either demolished to build a new one or just add a new addition. That's say if we would like to go the best choice, which is to make the brand new one. Quarter cents, 50, like a half cents, 3/4 or 1 cent. Which one? Of course, 1 cent would be the most perfect, but what is the break-even numbers that we may barely or just hit the right amount allowed us to build a brand-new station?
Well, remember, this would be funding for not only a police station, but for other infrastructure projects.
Yes.
So if you're looking at doing infrastructure projects plus the police station, you should probably consider the full cent. And we can't just use this for the police station, or at least we can't, it can't be our sole purpose. And if you want to control the future, you would do the full cent. If we were only successful at 3/4 of a cent, let's say that for some reason the polling showed that if we did 3/4 of a cent, that would be approved, but not the others. 3/4 of a cent would still get us a very nice police station with, in future years, being able to do some of those infrastructure improvements.
I see.
But-
So 3/4 will be a better numbers, or at least if that would be like a half cent. What if, I mean, let's say the 3/4 cents, that will be giving us a better number, but there'll be 30 years bounding capacity, right? For 30 years.
My suggestion would, if you're asking for staff's recommendation or suggestion, would be at least 3/4, but the full cent would be better.
Okay, but 1 cent will be really comfortable. Got it. And so there is something that we are not able to control. For example, when the state legislature will be passing that. So let's say when they delays on passing those or allows us to increase certain percentage, and does that mean that we have no alternative that we can make the station happen? For example, they said, we can only increase like 50 cents. So does that mean that we are not able to get our station done? What is our alternative or strategy?
So if, for example, we only got 1/4 cent approved because the state didn't do a legislation that would allow us to do it, but our voters approved the measure, that would generate enough. We would be talking about a remodel. We would be talking about looking at the existing building and trying to bring the existing building up to current standards. That was one of the options in the options that Griffin presented. We would be looking at using the max amount we could and finding a company that would design improvements that would fit within our budget. That would be 1/4 cent. If we're not successful at all, meaning that either we decide not to put something on the agenda, or I'm sorry, on the ballot, or we put something on the ballot and the voters don't approve it, there isn't a fallback plan. There is not a funding source unless we start to cut costs, and the majority of our costs are people.
I see. Yeah, I think that's pretty much I have for so far.
I'm not trying to be shocking, I'm not trying to scare the council or the community, but you all know the finances as well as we do, and there aren't pots of money to do 20 or 40 or 60 or 80 million or $100 million projects.
How about our bonding rates? I mean, when is the time that we are able to evaluate or to check what is our credit score, that we can get a better, terms on this bond?
I love it. You're getting into the nuance, and I enjoy that part of it. Those numbers that are on the screen right now are based on an A+ rating, which is a very good
A+.
rating. It's not the best rating because we haven't done bonds or things in the past. So we're, again, not using the most aggressive. This will be more conservative. But to answer your question, next year, so if this were to pass in November, we would be spending next year bringing consultants on in order to do the financing, and that team would work with us to do the bond rating. And we would also be bringing on a team to do the construction drawings and that kind of thing for all of the projects that we want to bring forward. And then as part of that, we'd also talk about whatever strategic planning council wants to do to prioritize all of the needs that we showed on the further slide. So if it's successful, it would be next year that we start on that side of getting a bond rating and that kind of thing.
And if that will be approved by November 3rd, or maybe 1 month after that, when is the soonest time for us to start charging or implement the new tax rate?
It goes into effect very shortly after. We have to adopt some resolutions and things. But generally speaking, probably April of the following year, we start to see that actual fund, those funds.
And also the proposal we received last time, they had a cushion, a certain amount of money that will be set aside for any possible future increase or inflated materials, labors. So they have, besides the construction cost itself, they call it contingencies or, so is that also considered in the delays or if we would not be able to implement the new tax rate that soon? And then the price or all the materials, everything goes up. So what is that about?
So that line item is due to the conversation we had a few minutes ago about the cost of construction going up.
Right.
When the consultant prepared the study, it was, let's say, March this year when we had that discussion, they knew that those costs that they were using were based on March of 2026 costs. But they know that we don't have the funding in March of 2026 to start building. So they worked with us to pick a realistic date that we could actually fund the project. And going forward with getting a measure passed and then doing the construction drawings and getting the bond financing and all of that, we would be looking in a perfect world, we'd be looking at turning a shovel over in early 2028. So let's say January of 2028. So they know that that's at least 2 years away from when they presented the numbers back in March. So they have included 2 years of basically construction inflation. So that line item isn't a cost that we have to pay, it's their projection of what the difference would be. So if they suspected that the building would cost 75 million in, I'm just making the number up, but let's say they projected it cost 75 million in March, 2 years from March, they're saying it's likely to cost $80 million. So that projection that they used for us was 80 million, not 75, because otherwise we'd always be chasing an increased cost.
I see. Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mark. Thank you, Mayor.
Of course. Who else would like to go? Vice Mayor Ding?
Thank you, Mayor. So, yeah, we're still talking about it. So, for the cab, it's just a 1/4 we can get it. But for the 3/4, I just saw the LA County have the Lancaster and Palmdale. They already have the 11.25, so it's like 3/4. That's meaning they approved by the state legislature special. Okay.
That's right. There were several cities that have received the cap increases over the past several years. Santa Monica had one. Lancaster, Palmdale had one. I think Santa Fe Springs had one. There were a few cities over the years that have had their own caps increased.
Okay. So actually, we want to the state legislature approve the additional 3/4.
That's right.
Yeah, 1/4 we should be okay if, but still need to pass from our order, right? Okay. The bonding capacity, that's meaning we still need to get a bond. Our like the measure the sales tax revenue, like to support the bond, the interest.
That's right. And I use bonding capacity as just a placeholder because that's one way to finance it. But there are many ways to finance projects.
Okay.
There are public-private partnerships where we do a lease back, where a private company builds the building and we lease it back from them. They operate it.
Okay.
There are funding mechanism called certificates of participation, which is very similar to a bond. So I use that number as a demonstration for how much we could generate in the way of funding for projects. Well, we would have an extensive discussion the year after it gets passed, shortly after it gets passed, with a financing team to help us decide what's the best method for us to use.
Okay. The question also, if it's kind of financial team, so probably we need it if we pass the measure. And but we can collect the money. It's on the next estimate, like in next year, April 1st, right? So, so we take how long we can to like find that the finance company is really loan the money to us. So, do you have a timeline to? Otherwise, it take like 2 years, maybe. Material costs, labor costs going up too, you know.
Yeah, the projection we used, Vice Mayor Ding, is that it would take a year to get the financing in place and also to do drawings for whatever project we were going to do. So, for example, just using the police station, or let's use the fire station. If we were going to do additions to the fire stations, we would have to bring in architects to design the new sleeping quarters and the additions, and then we'd get those permitted through our city permitting process, and then we would have to get bids because these would be public works projects, and so the earliest that we could start to do a building would probably be a year, and so that gives you the time to do the financing for the building that you're going to build or the infrastructure improvements.
So that's meaning two-step, it's simultaneously to do it, find the financial company, and by the way, we already start from design review or find a construction company.
In a perfect world, yes.
Okay, but that one, it's a question. It's for the design and find the construction company probably also take 1 year or so. I hope we can find a more, if we do it, should be more efficiency to do it. Otherwise, the people will say, hey, we already passed the measure, why we take so long to get it, you know?
The good news would be that there will be several hearings for all of these, so people will start to see progress. There would be incremental steps, but it will take probably 2 years by the time you see shovels in the ground and things happening.
So need a 2 year maybe grand opening, just start its construction.
Yeah, probably 3 years before things are done. So it's not quick, but it's not getting any quicker with us not having the money.
Okay. Okay. I know, but it's yeah, I love to see that we can, like Councilmember Machenka mentioned, this measure, it's good for it's not just for the if you use the property tax, it's only like a tax to our resident or business owners. But if we use this tax measure, it's really like people coming to our city to support our city too, right? So sounds like it's a good financial strategy. Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. Councilman Herrera Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I'm going last, and you guys are asked. Oh, yeah, kind of last. I feel kind of last. Like you guys already asked.
I give you just before me.
Very good questions. I want to go back to what Councilmember Menchaca mentioned with regards to safeguards and separating this money. That's things that we could, that if this passes, we could address, right? And if we all agree, or how would that work?
Yes, like all the other decisions you make, you're bound by whatever the majority does, and you're bound in the future by whatever the future council decides to do. So, councils could change decisions. There are cities that put things in sales tax measures with like oversight committees and that kind of thing. I would not recommend that because that could run afoul, and you end up having to answer to it ends up adding bureaucracy instead of making things quicker, as Vice Mayor Ding is asking for. Short answer is part of what we would do would be to adopt a policy on how that money gets spent, similar to what we do with our other finance policies, and the council would hold themselves accountable to that.
And then, thank you, Mark. And then you mentioned the strategic plan that we could, that's just a recommendation, right? Is that just a recommendation, the strategic plan?
When I say strategic plan, I probably more mean a master plan for how to use those funds. We would look at what our infrastructure needs are and prioritize those and have council adopt that priority list.
And then possibly add a timeline. This is the projects or what we're expecting as the current council, but that could also change, right? With
It could.
new council
Right.
authority, right? Interesting. Adam, if we can go back to the slide where it has the projects. So these are just potential projects, right? These are not the projects that we're saying these are what we're going to do. Is that correct?
That's correct. And there's a longer list in the staff report, and if we went line by line, we could make an even longer list than that.
And this is only partially what we need.
Right.
Right.
It's not even all we need.
So we could we could rearrange some of these things, right? Depending on what council wants. After.
This, I'm sorry if I gave you the impression this is the priority order. That's just the order that we came up with. Absolutely, council would put those in whatever order council felt best. The majority of council felt best.
Right, like I'm looking at like Smith Park Pool, right? 10 to 15 million, but then that's just the replacement of the pool and a new facility, but it possibly could be even more, right? It could be a two-story building that encompasses more activities within this mix. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but, with things changing and evolving and prices going up, this is just a sample of what we're getting, right? We can look at this and say, well, Smith Park Pool, or next year or 2 years down the line, we're like, okay, we want a consultant to come in to not only look at Smith Park Pool, but reimagine our whole park. And we want to execute this project, and it's going to cost more than $15,000. That's possible.
Yes. Short answer, yes.
And then this money that we will receive from this tax could cover that.
Yes.
Yeah. I think, and my last question, I'll just keep it short here. The long-lasting investment, I mean, this is a huge investment, right? I think we have a serious responsibility for the future, and I hear it from all my colleagues, we all want the best for San Gabriel, and we're planning for 30, even 60 years from now. What is the long-lasting investment? This is a long-lasting investment, I'm sure is going to affect the quality of life. How would that affect the residents? How would that, like in a positive way, right? How would that look like to property taxes here? Like, would that, depending on the projects, right? It just makes San Gabriel more like a higher ranking city, or how would that look? I mean, I kind of want to dive into that aspect.
I think it protects the services and the safety that our residents come to expect. I mean, there's a lot about different cities that you just feel different when you're in one city versus another, and whatever that feeling is to you, I go to places that my friends grew up and they love it, and I'm thinking, why would you want to live here? And they go to where I grew up and they say, why would you want to live there? But there's a feeling that you just can't put your finger on as to places that seem like where you want to live. This investment will either protect what people love about San Gabriel or improve what people love about San Gabriel. One of the things that dawned on me when I was putting this funding idea together, when you look at Pasadena, Alhambra, Arcadia, I wouldn't even put Arcadia in there. If you just put Pasadena, Alhambra, South Pasadena, Monterey Park, those are cities that I think our residents think are cities that we should at least be keeping up with. All of those cities have the same sales tax that we have, but all of those cities have car dealerships, they have Costco's, they have Targets, they have funding more than what we have, and they would not be able to replace a police station. They would not be able to build a new city hall if they needed without doing something like that. We are keeping up with those cities, but unfortunately, without those extra tax measures, we have to look to our community to fund those investments. So if you want to be at least as nice as what you think South Pasadena or Monterey Park or Pasadena does for its residents, we're going to have more funding.
I'll yield back. Thank you, Mark.
All right, thank you. I guess I'm up. And thank you. It's a very helpful report. But Mark, let me ask you something that I was thinking about, and I'm sure you probably mulled this over, but just from my understanding, and maybe Will might be able to, Director Koalakula would be able to help, but instead of a sales tax, could we raise the same amount by increasing our TOT? Or what is the comparable? Maybe you guys looked at that in terms of the amount that would be realistically generated?
So realistically or mathematically, yes, we could raise the TOT. It would take a vote of the people, just like the sales tax would.
Well, TOT would also be vote of the people?
It would also be a vote of the people. And to generate a similar amount, we would have to more than double our TOT.
Oh, wow, okay.
And the concern there would be that if you make a hotel 25% higher than the hotels next door, you're going to end up driving away, and you know this, and I won't belabor it. You're going to make us, that would make us uncompetitive versus a sales tax, a couple of pennies on things. And because we don't have car dealerships and others, people are not going to, generally speaking, decide not to eat in one of our restaurants because it might cost a couple pennies more versus staying in a hotel that might be $25 more.
Oh, great. Thank you for explaining and how that works. And then, so I guess my next question is the 1%, how you have the different options, the quarter cent, half cent, 3/4, and that the largest amount you have is 1%. Is that by law? Yes, 1 cent. 1 cent, meaning 1% increase in sales tax percentage. But yeah. So the point is, my question is that the maximum, or could we go for 2%? I mean, I'm not saying I want to do it, but I'm just asking, what is the mechanics and logistics or legalities of doing it?
Whatever we could get the state to approve as far as a cap increase.
Right.
And whatever we could get our voters to approve, we could do. So if we wanted to do 2 cents, we would ask for a 1 3/4 cent increase by the state, and then we would put a 2 cent ballot on there. I know you're asking that for
just for
kicks
mathematical
and giggles.
Well,
math.
to my understanding of what the limits are and if it's a legal limit or it's a practicality.
It's a practical limit.
Okay.
I never thought I would hear that from you.
No, I just want to understand the math.
I know, it's still.
Just so okay, and all right, and so I think all right, that's all the questions I have right now, and then we'll have a little bit more for discussion, deliberation, but Let's see.
Mayor, if I may
Yes,
ask
oh, yes.
one more question.
Councilman Herrera.
Or two questions. Could we, in the way we're considering to frame this, if we do pass whatever percentage or whatever cents here, could we use this money or set some monies aside if we wanted to for some historical revitalization efforts or beautification efforts throughout the city?
Yes, whatever council decided was the good use of those funds, you could.
Because this is, again, goes to the general fund. It's a sales tax, so it's not earmarked for a specific.
Same to the major SG.
Right. Yeah, same as Measure SG.
I think you do want to be a little careful because all of our education materials will be based on what we think the community is wanting to invest in. So you wouldn't necessarily want to poll it and teach people that, or educate people on the need for streets and police stations and fire stations and that kind of thing, and then turn around and use it for something totally different, but you could.
Well, thank you.
So, Mayor?
Yes, Vice Mayor Ding.
Yeah, still have the clarification because Malcolm mentioned for the car dealer. So we have one car dealer, Airstream, right? So if we increase it's their sales tax is based on our current sales tax or the buyer does county sales tax?
Oh, again, I love these questions.
Okay.
Because we're getting into the nuance. The answer to your question is both. So if we have the car dealership here, we'll say Airstream, if somebody buys a trailer here, if they live in San Gabriel, if a San Gabriel resident goes to Airstream and buys a trailer, we get the regular 1% sales tax that every city in the state pays. And then we also get Measure SG on top of that. So in this case, if this was passed, we'd get that as well. If somebody from another city comes to San Gabriel and buys an Airstream trailer, all we get is the 1% that we would, let me make sure I got that right. I'm sorry, yes, all we would get would be the Measure SG. One more time. Will, correct me on this. We would get the 1%. We get the 1%. Thank you. We get the 1%, and Measure SG, we don't get that. It goes to the city where these people live, where it's registered. That's what the local transactions and use tax. And I'm sorry for confusing it. So let me back up to make sure I get it right.
It's a 1% from the county percentage.
That's 1% from the state. It's
from the
the
state.
It's called Bradley Burns. That's the legislation that enacted it. So let me back up just so I don't confuse myself and anybody who happens to be up at 11:49 listening to this. If you go to a car dealership in San Gabriel, you live in the city, you buy a car, you pay all of the sales tax.
Yeah.
All three. If you're from another city and you come in and buy, you pay the 1% to us, but you pay the city you own any local transactions tax. The opposite happens if one of our residents goes to Arcadia and buys a car at one of their dealerships. So when it gets registered in San Gabriel, you pay the sales tax to us on the car that you bought in Arcadia for Measure SG and for what other taxes there are.
Okay. So actually, if we go to another city, there's say less sales tax, so we still pay, the residents still pay our current, we approve the sales tax.
That's right, for anything that's put in use in the city. So if you go to another city and you buy dinner, you're not going to pay Measure SG if you're outside the city. But if you register something to the city, or if you have building materials delivered to the city, anything that gets put into use in the city, we get Measure SG, and then if you adopt whatever this new measure would be, we would get that as well.
Okay. The second question, it's a tough question. It's tonight, maybe tomorrow we can see it. The current, we have our county have the ER, major ER. It's for the 2/4 cents. So we don't know if it pass or not, right? So if it passes, so that's meaning our city should be paid 11 or almost 12%. Right now, if we say it's 1 cent, it's 11.5, and plus 5.5, it's 12%. Yeah.
That's a true statement.
Yeah. Okay. That's we. So if today is just direction, so until next time we discuss, probably will have the result regarding the ER, right?
That's right. We're looking for something to put in that language that we bring forward in 2 weeks, but council can discuss again that night and make any changes. We do have to make that decision though at that time.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mayor.
Right. Okay. Any other clarifying questions from council? No? Okay. Well, then, Chief City Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No public comment, Mayor.
Really? Oh, come on. Come on. All right. Now it's time for council discussion. So who wants to start?
I'll start. I want, just one more time, so there's no vote tonight, it's just direction, so we need, each one of us need to say what direction we are looking at?
Yes, and hopefully a majority says this is what
The
we
same
would like
thing.
you to bring back.
Okay.
Probably the first question would be, are we putting something on the ballot? And then what amount should that be? If 3 of you aren't into putting anything on the ballot, then it's not worth discussing the amount.
Okay, well, it's late, so I'm going to probably just read what I have here and then decide. But I guess I'm looking at, given the age and the condition of our existing facilities, we really have to think of what kind of message do you want to give to our residents? Because the message that we've been giving, and not us necessarily, but council since, let's say, 2000, it's that, we're deferring investments in critical public safety infrastructure and the pool, the Mission Playhouse. I mean, the list continues to grow. I feel like right now, we have the responsibility to leave future generations with a modern, safe, and functional public safety building, which includes fire, too. There is, needs there, as well as our recreation facilities. And rather than, again, passing it on to the next council and let them deal with it, I want to be part of the council that makes the difficult decision to move our community forward. And so lastly and ultimately, I think it's our responsibility to give voters the opportunity to decide. Let them decide whether, they want to invest in modern public facility and community infrastructure. I mean, is that a priority for the residents of San Gabriel? At some point, we need to start providing a path forward. We keep going over and over again, and this is it. The issue's urgent. We can't be deferring action. For decades, we've studied the problem, we've discussed the needs. Now it's time to decide. And as the saying goes, and I'm sure you've heard the saying, do or do not. There is no try here. So, Star Wars.
That way.
Yeah, good old Yoda.
Could have gone the other way.
I love that. That's how I raise my kid. Do or do not. There is no try here. But anyway, so I think the voters ultimately, for me, the voters deserve that opportunity because we've had voters that lived here for a long time and they're not given that opportunity. The council, past and present, we say, well, we'll wait. And it's never a great time. But we're really at the end of our rope here. And I want to be able to say, I made the tough decision, and I think I made a decision that was going to benefit the future. It's going to help San Gabriel continue to be the place that people want to live in and enjoy the facilities that we have and be able to recruit, the best of the best for fire and police. And, I always tell people, go and visit the police station. I don't even have to say anything. Just visit it, and you'll see why there's such a need. So I would like to bring the ballot measure, and I would like to see it at the 1 cent rate. And that's it. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to go next? Councilman Wu?
Okay, Mayor, I know that that is not really a tough decision because Mayor just said 2 cents, right? That will be 2 years
See, I
from now.
made it easy for you.
Yeah, so 2 years from now, you go ahead.
All relative. It's all relative.
But I want to say that the main purpose for today's discussion and the primary reason for considering this measure is because we need to address the public safety facility and infrastructure. So we want to make our constituents understand this is not just an investment, but while we have all the new, I would say the new family moving into our city, when we have all the mixed uses coming up, we should have that prepared. We are preparing for something, it's already late, but late is better than never. So that's why, if we want to make sure that the quality of service was still maintained in the today's level, then we should do something today. And I think this is also important for our city council, that to ensure that to telling our constituents the reason that we want to use this money is not going anywhere else. We are mainly to focus on the public safety, that including the police stations, and also to increase our fire's capacity. So I will be, follow with Councilwoman Menchaca that to put it on the ballots, and also with 1 cent. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Wu. Councilman Ding? Oh, Councilman Herrera Avila.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep it brief, too. The way I see it is that we have a great responsibility, right, to the residents and to those that lived here before us. We're actually very unique. We talk about it all the time. We're a historic city, and with that said, we have higher and bigger responsibilities, I feel, that to preserve those that history and those structures, right? Not saying that preserve the police structure. I don't think, I think we can have a new one, a brand new one, state of the art, but with an understanding of when we do build, to maintain that charm, that look, like when we're going to Santa Barbara and such, right? We have the Mission Playhouse. We have many different, even this facility here, eventually is going to be more than just a 1 million, 2 million to expand. I mean, the city is growing. Eventually, we're going to have to consider expanding our city hall. I was just at Downey City Hall. I was so blown out of the water to see that city hall. It was amazing. And I think this is the perfect opportunity to say, yes, we're willing to invest in our city with the threshold, with the boundaries that saying this money is going only for these projects to be able to really accelerate and become a leading city, and so that people can look at us and say, well, I want to go there because it's so amazing, it's so different. And it's already different, and it's already amazing. I think it's a great investment for our city, and the key thing is that we're making a decision here to push that forward. But ultimately, and I think most of us mentioned it, it's going to go on a ballot, and the residents are going to have to decide where they want the city to go, and what direction. I think it's going to improve the quality of life in a big way, in a quick way, and I think it's a good direction as long as we have those parameters and that vision on where we want the city to go. So I will support also 1% or 1 cent.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Herrera Avila. Vice Mayor Ding?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Actually, for my financial the principle, it's don't increase any tax for our or no matter where resident or outside, okay. But sometimes I have the reality to see what's going on, especially when I get elections in 2020, it's a pandemic. We passed the major SG. It's really help our city. So we paving the street. We also changed that we are previous it's a deficit and turn to the surplus. It's really the sales tax increase, but it really helped our city to financial stable, and we can like a paving street way from the 52 right now 85. We still need to keep maintaining this result. So also I have chance to visit our police stations almost like I think it's almost 10 years ago. I have the first citizen academic. I'm first class to join it and see that time I already feel our the officers should have the good quality, the office to help us, to service us. But it's right now, it's already 10 years, So reality, we should have some way to help, or even like I have a chance to talk to the Rebecca regarding our Smith Park, the pool, and or the change room. They should it's spend money to improve. Then plus next year we are Mission Playhouse. It's 100 years centennial. So like all the sea or a lot of the maintenance, even like I feel like some the lobby, the restroom should be like have the ADA compliance, but everything need a financial support, right? So I think so that's also a tough decision, but we should be moving forward. If even 1 cent, I saw the staff say all the project we need a one time almost 100 million we need to spend, right? But 1 cent only generate like estimate the 78 million. Actually, still not enough, but we still need to get some financial to help. So I agree most the council member for the 1 cent. So yeah, that's I also support it to moving forward. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ding. Okay, so down to me again. I guess I'm already outvoted, but it's a good point. Yeah, but just for the record, mathematically you're correct. But just so the public understands, for the record, you all know me. Usually I'm against tax increases, but I'm also an accountant and I'm practical. So as has been discussed already, that we all know that most likely the county will increase their tax anyway, and so we might as well get our 100%, so that increase our taxes so that we reach the cap. But we, instead of having to pay the maximum amount and have the county take most of it, that we get to keep the most of it, or the increased portion, so that for our own residents and our own community. So And then, of course, the other benefit of a sales tax increase, especially in a city like San Gabriel, where it's a tourist destination and people come to, go to restaurants and and have fun in the area, it brings visitors in. And the good thing about having visitors and having them pay the sales tax, that means that the burden isn't all on our own residents. And again, as has been discussed, especially with a property tax, the burden is on our own residents. So sales tax will get us the amount of revenue that we're looking for, but also make it so that the burden is shared and it doesn't all fall on our own residents. And so, and again, as has been brought up, a lot of people who come to our city to have fun and enjoy our restaurants also use our infrastructure and use our services. So, it's only fair that they should be kind of made to also share the burden in paying for all our infrastructure. So that being said, I agree with my colleagues. Yes to the sales tax increase and at the 1% rate. So I think we have a consensus in direction. So we don't need a formal vote. That's consensus in direction, right? Okay. So, all right. Next item, please.
Before we move
Yep,
on to the
go
next
ahead.
item, the council needs to decide. The options are you vote to continue the remaining items, or we adjourn the meeting and those get picked up at the next meeting.
What is the pleasure of the council? You willing to stay another, I don't know, 5, 10 minutes?
Well, I just have
do you
I just
want-
wanted to report on the conference, just because it's required.
Well,
We have to do that, but we've already delayed it once.
Right.
It's the second time. I guess we can
Right.
delay it 3 times, but mine is really short.
well, I mean, if we're going to do this anyway, would my colleagues just prefer to take that formal vote?
We need a motion. We need a motion and a vote.
Okay, I'd like to move to continue on.
Okay.
A
the
second.
meeting.
Okay, and then seconded by Councilman Herrera Avila.
Can we take a health break? Like a 5-minute health break?
Okay, let's recess for a 5-minute health break.
Oh, wait, we got to vote, right? We got to vote first, I
Well,
think.
do we have to vote first?
Why don't we vote?
Okay, yeah, okay, right. All right, that's right. Okay,
Or the health break, dog.
okay.
Tony
So
waited
I have
till
a
the last
motion to extend the meeting by Councilwoman Menchaca, a second by Councilman Herrera Avila to extend. So let's take a vote.
Motion passes by a vote of 5-0.
All right, motion passes by 5-0. Now let's recess for a 5-minute health break. All right, I'm going to reconvene the meeting at 12:14 a.m. All right. Okay, so next item is city manager's report? Is that where we are?
You've heard enough from me, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
I have nothing tonight.
Okay. Then council comments and conference meeting reports. So who would like to go first? I believe Councilwoman Menchaca
Yes.
jumping at the bit to go first.
I just want to report that, okay, I attended along with Vice Mayor Ding. We attended the California Contract Cities Conference a couple of weeks ago. It was the first time that San Gabriel attended. We are now members. The theme was strength through collaboration. There were panel discussions ranging from public safety conversations to using Google to boost city capacity. It was a well-attended, probably one of the largest conferences I've seen. They had a special breakfast for new members, and we were included and welcomed, and it was just a really productive, really good discussions that were taking place. The panel discussions, they typically had about 4 people every time. So anyway, I'm glad we're members, and that's all I have to report on. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Who would like to go next?
Mayor, I'll go next.
All right.
Okay, so on May 7th to, thank you. On May 7th to the 8th, I attended the SCAG 2026 Annual General Assembly meeting. Participated in seminars that focused on regional governance, artificial intelligence, economic development, wildfire prevention, and more. I'm going to cut off all the different things that I don't really, could be fast on this now. May 9th, Fire Day. I don't want to skip this out. Chief Wallace, great event where me and my family had fun. Thank you, and please kudos to your team. May 16, attended the Play Day with Mayor Chen. Great event. My only feedback on that, I know I already shared it with staff and with Mark as well, is that, and I think I mentioned it briefly last time, but the lines for the balloon making and then for the face painting were a little long, an hour and a half. So they stopped. They put a stop at it at about 12:30. So just maybe next time having a little bit more, a couple more people supporting those efforts. Attended the Sorrow event. That was really cool. I think I saw you, Councilmember Menchaca there. Also the Air Force Band Grand event. Amazing. I know saw all of us there, I think. Great event. On May 21st, I attended for the first time my first SGV COG governing board. They talked a lot about fire prevention. The one key item that they talked about was the county supervisor providing these fan zones for FIFA at Whittier Narrows. That's South Monte, and it's going to be from July 9th to the 11th on this year. It's amazing. It's just right around the corner. But that's going to be complimentary for everybody to come for free. Please take advantage of that. Also, I ran into the Public Works team. They're working over Bradbury on that street, and they're doing a lot of street improvements, so kudos on them for all their hard work. I think they're working on 3 or 4 separate projects, and I got to see the insides and outs on trying to preserve some of these trees that we have, and I learned about roots, and if you cut a particular branch, it's over. We got to knock out that tree, and we have so many beautiful trees here, so kudos to them, and they're working on, I believe, like 80 more projects on the dock, and they're going to be working through summertime. So thanks, and my hat goes off to you guys out there. Keep up the good work, and that's all I have.
I just wanted to kind of piggyback. Kudos also to Ileana for that video she did of Public Works. I don't know if you saw it, and highlighted all the work that they did.
That's amazing.
Quite popular from a lot of, from a lot of people. It was well liked.
Yeah, amazing
So
work.
kudos for just letting people know the kind of work that our Public Works Department does, and it was just well done.
Yeah, definitely stepping it up in a major way. Thank you.
All right, who's up next? Councilman Ding?
Thank you, Mayor.
Vice Mayor Ding, sorry. My apologies.
It's fine. Okay.
Don't tell me.
Okay. Yeah, almost a 1 month that need a report. Okay, maybe I report more than 1 hour. Okay. Just kidding. First of all, it's for the May 9. It's Thanks USA. The event it's included 250 the American. It's thanks the council to support it and our staff, the PD and the fire and the honor guard. It's really helped us the meaningful the event and for the also include the API the cultural too. Yeah, okay. Just use this opportunity. We also have the kind of contributions for our PD and the fire and veteran group too. Okay, and then have with the Councilmember Machenga. It's with the contract city. It's a good experience. So we already joined the ICA Independent City. Contract city, they have different resource, okay, it's a really good experience. We're learning a lot too. It's both it's a good organization, so I hope then we can have expanded, we can have more resource, okay. And actually, I remember that they even have our 5 supervisor. 3 of the 5 supervisors attended their conference too. Okay, and May 18. It's a very good experience for the U.S. Air Force Band. That's first time in our city. The Mission Playhouse. It's a great performance. Okay. Yeah. Hopefully we can Rebecca to let them if possible that they also asking if we like it, try invite them for the future event. Okay. And then it's May 23 the Memorial Day ceremony. It's a really good for we this is third year to do this kind of experience, and one of the veteran, I forgot the name, it shared a very good story for their family. Okay, and May 25th I have a chance to attend our neighborhood city, the Rosemead, the Memorial Day, the ceremony too. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor Ding. Councilman Wu?
Well, thank you very much, Mayor. July 7th, I attended the grand opening of Auntie Jenny.
May 7th?
Excuse me?
May 7th. You said July.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay, don't worry.
It's just too late. I'm so sorry, everyone.
I got you.
Yes,
See,
May 7th.
I'm not sleeping yet. I'm paying attention.
Good catch.
I'm there.
Okay. Well, yeah, we're still in June. Yes, you're right. Well, yes.
I got you. Don't worry.
Thank you. May 7th, that I attended the grand opening of Auntie Jenny, a famous franchisee brand that is very popular in Asia, and I was very happy to see the new store opening in our city, and also Councilwoman Menchaca and Mayor Chen was there as well. On May 9th, I attended Fire Service Day. Thank you, Chief Wallace, and thanks to all our firefighters for their services. The hot dogs were delicious. Well, on the same day, I attended the 2026 Artistic Discovery Award ceremony hosted by Congresswoman Judy Chu. It was wonderful to see that so many talented students' artworks. Then those students and artworks from many of them from our city as well. On May 12th, I attended the grand opening of Chinatown Chamber of Commerce in Alhambra. And on May 16, I attended the AAPI Heritage Month event hosted by the SCE to celebrate the diverse cultural communities. Many outstanding nonprofit organizations were present, including AYC, Chinatown Service Center, and also the Center of Pacific Asian Family. On May 18, I attended the performance by the U.S. Air Force Band of the Golden West. In May 23rd, I attended Memorial Day ceremony and would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the St. Gabriel Veterans Memorial Coalition for their co-hosting this meaningful event with the City of St. Gabriel. And I would like to also thank Congresswoman Judy Chu, Congress Assembly Member Mike Fong, and also all veterans and their families to join us together to honor and remember those who made ultimate sacrifice in service to our nation. I'm especially grateful to my fellow council members that both past and present for supporting my efforts to make Memorial Day, Independence Day, and Veterans Days that becomes the regular traditions in our city. These important events that would not become a reality without your support. And looking ahead, we invite everyone to join again on July 3rd as we celebrate our nation's birthday with another spectacular drone shows and community celebration. And thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Councilman Wu. All right, I guess I'm the last one. So, especially since, well, I missed the last meeting, so I've got quite a few things, but I'll go quick. On May 6th, I attended the San Gabriel PD Mental Health Expo at the San Gabriel Grapevine Arbor. It was a great event and very helpful to the community. On the 7th, I also attended the Auntie Jenny grand opening at 301 West Valley Boulevard. It's a great coffee and tea place, so go out and check it out. On the 8th, I attended a memorial service for George Carney. He was a longtime San Gabriel resident and very active community member, and he will be missed. On the 9th, I attended San Gabriel's Fire Service Day at the South Station, and also Vice Mayor Ding's Thanks USA event at the Mission Playhouse. So again, special thanks to Vice Mayor Ding and his organization. On the 12th, I attended the Chinese Chamber of Commerce grand opening in Alhambra. On the 14th, I attended a Lux networking event at Clearman's Galley. On the 16th, I attended San Gabriel Play Day at Vincent Lugo Park, where we gave a recognition to a relative of Mr. Dominguez who designed the La Laguna. Also that day, I attended a great showing of Zorro at the San Gabriel Mission Playhouse. It was a great event. It was a great performance, presentation, and it's something we really need more of. And it's encouraging that organizations and troops are coming to play in our playhouse. So just keep it going, and hopefully we can have more of those kind of events to showcase our lovely city. On the 17th to the 20th, I attended ICSC conference. It's a shopping center conference. And it's, I decided to go because I'm trying to get more diversity in retail and restaurant options and choices to come to San Gabriel. We have a very rich culture and history, but I want to help increase and improve our diversity of different options for retail and dining. So on the 21st, I attended a Grapevine Central event at Blossom Market Hall. On the 23rd, I attended the San Gabriel Memorial Day observance. It was a lovely ceremony, and special thanks to the San Gabriel Veterans Memorial Coalition. On the 24th, I attended the San Gabriel Elks Elks Club Memorial Day observance and luncheon. On the 29th, let's see, this one's my favorite one to report on. On the 29th, it was my honor to accompany Debbie Cordero. She's the St. Gabriel Outstanding Older American of the Year award winner, and I had the pleasure and honor of accompanying her to her award ceremony in downtown LA. It was a lovely ceremony and a great program. And on the 30th, I attended a Visual Artists Guild 37th Annual Tiananmen Square Massacre Remembrance event and award ceremony at Almanza Court in Alhambra. So that concludes my report. So we'll move on to the next item, which is adjournment. So, I will announce we do not have a closed session. We have none. And so in an adjournment, the next regularly scheduled City Council meeting will be held on Tuesday, June 16th, 2026 at 6:30 p.m. The meeting is now adjourned at 12